call this meeting of the Appropriations Committee to order. I'd like to welcome everyone to today's meeting. As you know, we have a very busy schedule ahead of us today as part of a very busy week. We'll be marking up our fiscal year 2026 bill covering Homeland Security. Homeland Security markup was originally noticed for June 12th, but delays in our other markups necessitated a move to today. Tomorrow, our Military Construction and Veterans Affairs bill will be considered on the floor, and on Thursday, we'll have marking up our legislative branch bill for fiscal year 2026. As such, we must and will finish our work on the Homeland Security bill today, or more probably tonight, and we'll be here until we're done. That said, we will recess in the afternoon for votes, then reconvene immediately following the final vote. As soon as I get 32, we will come to order. I also understand there's a full member briefing on the situation in the Middle East scheduled for 3:15 this afternoon. We will recess for that briefing. We'll go up to as close to 3:15 as we can and give you time to get there, and we will reconvene immediately after. I'll be going to the brief myself, so I'm coming straight back here. As soon as we get 32, we'll be moving. So I appreciate your cooperation. Our only order of business today is the Homeland Security Appropriations Bill for fiscal year 2026. So I'll now recognize Chairman Amodei to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Ranking Member, Madam Ranking Member of the full committee, I've been around this process for a little while, and I know that the bill's been out and that you're all familiar with it. A robust amendment discussion has taken place and proposed on both sides, and so I am going to assume for the bill presentation that you all know why we're here and what's in the bill, and I yield back. Thank you very much.
That must be your opening move to be chairman of the full committee. That's a brilliant start. I'd now like to recognize Ms. Underwood for remarks on the bill.
Good morning, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, while I ultimately cannot support the legislation we're considering today, I've been so pleased to work with you in strengthening and improving our many shared bipartisan priorities in the space. I thank you and your staff for your hard work and partnership and look forward to continuing to work together. I also want to thank our staff, who I know have not slept much recently, Shannon, Jamie, and Chris, for their incredible work on these critical issues. Now, I think we can all agree that whether it's at the border, the airport, our country's shorelines, or in cyberspace, the Department of Homeland Security cannot fail. But I also believe that the department cannot fail the rights and values that make America the greatest nation in the world. Under the Trump administration, DHS is out of control, illegally spending hundreds of millions of our taxpayer dollars, flagrantly violating constitutional rights, and putting America's security at risk. Under this administration, due process and the limitations that the Constitution puts on our government are being ignored, and this bill must do more to check them. Right now, this bill fails to protect American citizens from being deported by the Trump administration. It fails to protect American citizens from being confronted in their homes and offices or having their property seized, as this administration's deportation policies ignore the boundaries of federal law. It shamefully allows law enforcement to continue snatching people off the street, at church, at schools, without requiring proper identification or due process. And it punishes immigrants who are following our laws, all while rewarding for-profit detention centers with billions of taxpayer dollars and lacks oversight. As members of Congress, we have a constitutional responsibility to keep this administration accountable in both how it spends taxpayer dollars and how it operates. We saw this year, after our FEMA hearing, what this department does when anyone speaks truth to power. I'm deeply concerned that if this bill passes and DHS goes unchecked, the United States of America will become a country that our own citizens will seek refuge from because of the repeated attacks on our basic freedoms and rights. Giving unchecked power to this administration is bad enough, but unfortunately, the bill makes things worse by leaving Americans more vulnerable to catastrophic threats and burdening state and local governments. The bill adopts DOJ staffing cuts to CISA and FEMA personnel by roughly $130 million and $93 million, respectively. Let me say that again. As a ceasefire remains elusive with Iran, a nation known for cyber attacks on adversaries, infrastructure, and communities, you are doubling down on cuts to our core cyber defenses. That's indefensible. And the only people who benefit from this bill's failure to invest here are bad actors in Iran, China, Russia, and around the world who are now find it easier to attack the American people. Meanwhile, the White House requested $0 to supplement FEMA's disaster relief fund that all Americans rely on to recover from major disasters, and fails to acknowledge an urgent $8 billion deficit in the disaster relief fund. We are heading into both wildfire and hurricane seasons, and friends, the funding level provided in this bill is insufficient to help us dig out of this hole, and it all but guarantees that the disaster relief fund will be at a dangerously low level again by next summer. All of this means that the burden to respond to the next ransomware attack on your local hospital or deadly hurricane in your district will increasingly fall to state and local leaders who lack the resources to respond. State and local communities don't have the ability to rebuild after disasters or cyber catastrophes on their own. This bill abandons our neighbors after a crisis. Finally, I want to note that this bill does not include funding for the Citizenship and Integration Program that has now been run for more than a decade by U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services. This initiative funds faith-based organizations and community-focused organizations that help legal immigrants prepare to become citizens by preparing them for the citizenship exam and helping them learn English. Mr. Chairman, we make America stronger and more secure when we make investments in our communities stronger and when we uphold our values. But this bill does neither, and I cannot support it. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. I now recognize myself for remarks on the bill. With our agricultural priorities advanced, we now turn to our Homeland Security bill to ensure a comprehensive approach to protecting Americans. To start, I want to thank Chairman Amadei and Ranking Member Underwood for their attention and their hard work. Everyone in this room understands that the safety of our citizens is paramount. We do this through strong vigilance, action, empowering our frontline law enforcement agents. The work of the Department of Homeland Security is fundamental to those efforts. Their mission is more vital than ever. Under new White House leadership, we've seen a critical shift toward restoring safety and security, including an historic turnaround at our southern border. Yet we continue to face the consequences of the dangerous threats emboldened by the previous administration's weakness. The alarming rise of anti-Semitic assassinations, rioters attacking federal agents, and extremist risks shows the evolving threat environment at our doorstep. It's why we are advancing critical resources to ensure DHS has the tools to protect the homeland, enforce the law, strengthen border security, and enhance preparedness for everything from violent threats to natural disasters. This bill delivers just that and upholds the America First agenda through supporting first the Border Patrol and enforcement agents, detention and deportation efforts, cutting-edge technology to detect illicit activity, and Coast Guard investments to counter Communist China's aggression in the maritime sphere. From our communities to cybersecurity, we're implementing the most effective safeguards at every level and supporting our brave agents on the front line. I want to thank the staff on the subcommittee, both the majority and the minority, for their hard work on the product before us. As our last markup, actually that's not correct. This is not our last markup of the week. We clearly have changed the speech since I saw it. I do look forward to consideration and approval of this vital message, and with that, I yield back my time. I now recognize my very good friend, the ranking member of the full committee, Ms. DeLauro, for her opening remarks.
I thank the chairman, and I thank the ranking member and the chair of the full committee. and the subcommittee staff on both sides of the aisle for their hard work, especially Shannon McCulley, Jamie Wise, and Chris Papp. I'm opposed to this Homeland Security bill because it will make Americans less safe, more vulnerable to growing security threats. Despite the ever-increasing threats against American families, businesses, critical infrastructure, and national institutions, House Republicans' bill weakens our national security. It leaves Americans vulnerable to attacks from our adversaries by sharply cutting cyber and infrastructure security. Their bill fails to protect Americans from terrorism and violent extremism by eliminating the targeted violence and terrorism prevention grants, which help local leaders and law enforcement identify threats and intervene before violence occurs. The House Republicans' bill allows President Trump to abuse Americans' constitutional rights by shuttering civil rights offenses, blindly funding costly private-run detention centers with limited oversight, green-lighting the deportations of people who have lived and worked here for 10 to 20 years, abandoning due process protections, and defunding the community organizations that help these communities manage response to border issues. And they do nothing to help with the cost of living. The cost of living crisis is felt by every American family. But the president is not laser-focused on the cost of living crisis. He is making it worse by stealing resources that help families and businesses recover from disasters. Among the illegally frozen funding is over $100 billion FEMA awards state and local governments to respond to disasters and mitigate future ones, protect against terrorism, secure ports, and much more. President Trump and Secretary Noem propose eliminating FEMA. They propose to eliminate FEMA. When FEMA's acting administrator, Cameron Hamilton, came before the Homeland Subcommittee and defended the existence of the agency he oversaw, he was summarily dismissed. I asked him the question, should we eliminate the federal emergency management agencies? And he said while he believed there were some reforms to be made, he would not recommend elimination. The very next day, he was fired. I'm aghast at the notion that this country would cease to lend our fellow countrymen a helping hand after disaster strikes, but that is the administration's goal. Earlier this month, President Trump said of disaster relief, and I quote, "We are going to give out less money. We are going to give it out directly. It will come from the president's office," end quote. Not only does he want to cut aid, President Trump is going to personally dole out relief dollars based on favoritism. Helping Americans recover from disaster cannot depend on whether their state's governor bends the knee or how their state voted in the last election. Americans are not more or less deserving of disaster aid because of how their neighbors vote. From housing to education to health care to disaster recovery, not one of our states can afford to take on the burden of everything this administration seeks to shift upon them. And everyone in this room knows that. Everyone here knows that. They have canceled the Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities program, or BRIC, a popular, effective tool for state and local governments to prevent the very damage and destruction FEMA responds to after disaster strike. It is hard to call this program wasteful when research has shown mitigation efforts like BRIC save a minimum of $6 for every dollar invested. Not far from here, the town of Crisfield, Maryland, lost $36 million for a flood protection initiative, which will be impossible for them to cover with a town budget of only $4 million. Crisfield's mayor said, and I quote, "We are pretty much devastated. Without this, we know that we will be in a really bad position to protect our citizens, protect our property, protect our community, and really protect our way of life." And this administration's reckless cuts affect all of our constituents, including mine. In the last year, Connecticut has been devastated by wildfires, historic flooding, and damaging storms. Last fall, historic rainfall and flooding washed out several roads and bridges, demolished a major shopping center in Seymour, Connecticut, called Clarity's Village. 14 of the 16 businesses in the center were destroyed, mostly family-owned. Quote, "Everything is gone. Everything is destroyed, end quote, said Mike Abe, whose restaurant, the 67 Family Diner, ended up needing nearly $1 million in repairs. His insurance company refused to help. They told him, quote, no thank you, end quote. This is how important the federal role for disaster relief is. This is what government must do for people in need. Connecticut announced a $5 million emergency grant program to help the victims of this disaster, but it was a FEMA federal disaster declaration that made enough funds, including SBA loans, available for the shopping centers' businesses to rebuild. This is what is at risk, thanks to President Trump and to Elon Musk. In the wake of disasters going back to Hurricanes Sandy and Irene and even before, FEMA has played a critical role in helping the people of Connecticut get back on their feet. But now, the administration is leaving them behind by stealing FEMA resources. Without the federal support, my district needs to rebuild, mitigate future disasters, staff emergency management offices. My constituents will be left hung out to dry as they try to piece their lives back together as they prepare for whatever storm strikes next. New Haven, Connecticut was to receive $25 million from FEMA for flood control, but the funding freeze is putting our mitigation efforts in jeopardy, again, leaving my constituents exposed to the next flood. In addition to mitigation, Connecticut is losing emergency management support. Like many other states, FEMA helps fund well over 100 local emergency management offices throughout Connecticut. And this administration's threats to FEMA's existence endanger Connecticut's capacity to manage future emergencies. Bill Turner, Connecticut State Emergency Management Director, said, and I quote, "The option of just getting rid of FEMA and dumping it all in the states and locals isn't going to work," end quote. Emergency management, response, recovery, and mitigation is not waste. It helps our neighbors and fellow Americans rebuild their lives after disasters, and that is not abuse. In the bill before us, House Republicans double down on the administration's effort to throw the responsibility of disaster recovery and mitigation to the states. In the face of worsening natural disasters, they seek to reduce FEMA staffing, slash funding for climate resistance, and they ignore an $8 billion shortfall in the Disaster Relief Fund. Instead of focusing on ways to help lower the cost of living, to help keep the American people safe from threats from our adversaries, extremists, and major disasters, House Republicans are using this bill to gut critical federal resources and advance their own agenda. Cannot support this bill, but my hope is that we can improve this bill to support our country's safety and security. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Are there any other members wishing to make general comments about the bill? Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. In his speech on election night in 2024, President Trump promised to, and I quote, "make America safer and stronger," excuse me, than it has ever been before. I wonder if the American people feel safer and stronger now the administration has purged a third of the staff of Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, as was discussed by the ranking member, including almost all of the senior leadership. DOGE also cut roughly a third of the staff at FEMA. My remarks will be redundant. I presume they will get more redundant because these are the concerns that the American people have. Does that make America feel more secure as floodwaters rise, wildfires blaze, and storms rage through their community? I well remember when Superstorm Sandy hit the Northeast. 58 million people were at risk. We had a vote on the floor of the House of Representatives. Only, I think, 49, it may have been 50 Republicans voted for Sandy relief. Out of the some 200 members, Republicans there were in the House. Do Americans sleep better at night knowing that Trump has fired numerous top generals and intelligence officials at the behest of Laura Loomer, a far-right conspiracy theorist with close ties to neo-Nazi organizations? I certainly don't. I doubt Americans do either. This bill will make us even less secure and safe. It underfunds our cybersecurity efforts to stop our adversary hackers from stealing Americans' data, spreading misinformation, and infiltrating our critical systems and infrastructure. How interesting it is that most experts said that one of the responses Iran could have to our attack would have been cybersecurity attacks. And yet, we are making that less secure. This legislation also fails to address the $8 billion shortfall, which has been already referenced to by the chair and the ranking member, in FEMA's Disaster Relief Fund. Sort of like Superstorm Sandy, you're on your own. Crucially, it leaves our people vulnerable to violent extremism. I've also been proud a friend of Israel and the Jewish community. Jews in America and around the world have feared for their safety and the vile spike in anti-Semitism following the October 7th terror attacks. That is especially true these past few weeks since the murder of 2 Israeli embassy staffers just blocks away from our capital, as well as the vicious anti-Semitic attacks in Boulder, Colorado. Jewish leaders across the country have been calling on this Congress to provide at least $500 million for the Nonprofit Security Grant Program, which helps synagogues and Jewish communities and other people of faith and organizations protect themselves and their people. While I'm pleased the manager's amendments provided another $30 million for this program, and I want to thank the chairman, Mr. Amadei. I want to thank you for adding $30 million back to that. I think a very good step to take. But the bill falls $170 million short of the request, and the danger rises, and the money is going down. But I do thank you for the increase that you did do. These groups need this funding now more than ever, especially considering those security grants were paused earlier this year as part of the administration's funding freeze at FEMA. Fighting anti-Semitism, stopping terrorists, upholding our cybersecurity, and responding to disasters are not partisan issues. But this is a partisan bill. I hope at the end of this process I can support it. But if it is not significantly changed and the security enhanced, I will not be able to. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank the gentleman. Are there other members wishing to make general comments? Gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong opposition to this Homeland Security funding bill. It's hard for me to do justice here to the pain and betrayal that so many families in my community are feeling. So if I get a little emotional, I hope you understand, but it is a deeply personal issue in communities across this country. President Trump promised to focus on removing violent criminals and allow people to come here legally. But that's not what happened, not in the first Trump term and certainly not now. Instead, ICE was turned into a mass incarceration and disappearance machine. Masked men are literally leaping out of unmarked vehicles and haphazardly snatching people off of our streets. ICE now indiscriminately raids churches, schools, emergency rooms, and courtrooms. ICE is now under orders to arrest 3,000 people per day. That's regardless of whether anyone committed a crime, and it's going on with almost no oversight or due process. A report yesterday shows that nearly 2/3 of those taken by ICE had no criminal convictions of any kind. Only 7% of those arrested this year so far have any record of violent crime. Instead of keeping their promise to protect Americans from criminals and real violent threats, DHS is going after legal immigrants, people who did it the right way. This includes legal permanent residents, workers with tax IDs, dreamers, and parents who've lived here peacefully for decades. We see TPS holders and humanitarian parole recipients from Venezuela, Cuba, Haiti, and Nicaragua, people who fled socialist dictators and murderous gangs, now being stripped of their legal status and called criminal dirtbags. I repeat, the Trump administration is collaborating with dictators to send Cubans and Venezuelans with lawful status back to communist regimes where they will face torture and repression. This is a slap in the face to the freedom fighters who lost their lives in pursuit of human rights and democracy with America's backing. And let's be clear, You can't even get approved for TPS or parole without passing a criminal background check. The president and several of his appointees would not even qualify for this standard. And they are intentionally dissuading immigrants from following the law. Abusing IRS data to aid deportations will only discourage immigrants from filing taxes and incentivize businesses to hire under the table. Like so many other cruel attacks, this one doesn't lower costs for taxpayers, it puts more burden on them. And arresting moms at courthouses after their asylum and status hearings, this will only deter them from showing up to court in the first place. Taking away work permits will take hundreds of thousands out of the workforce, effectively bleeding Social Security and Medicare. Discriminatory travel bans and suspension of refugee admissions will only drive more desperate people to the border. Trump's policies do not promote legal immigration, they make it illegal. They create more chaos, more fear, more danger for immigrants and mixed status families who work hard and follow the law. And it's an insult to suggest that any of us are safer as a result. Nobody is safer when ICE officers racially profile, assault, and detain an American citizen who's 9 months pregnant, as they did this week, or when they beat up a gardener who happens to be the father of 3 sons bravely serving our country in the military. Nobody is safer when the president sends non-criminals to foreign concentration camps, or when he illegally deploys the National Guard or Marines against Americans to enforce domestic law. Nobody is safer when legal immigrant parents lose health coverage and SNAP for their citizen kids. Legal immigrant parents. Nobody is safer if anybody can be snatched off the street and sent to a country they've never seen with no due process. Nobody is safer when more than 1,100 people are crammed into a detention facility designed for 600 outside my district, nearly half of whom have no criminal record at all. And nobody's safer when DHS officers are diverted from human trafficking, fentanyl, and organized crime cases to terrorize people seeking an honest day's work. So I'm definitely not comfortable writing this administration a blank check and dismantling oversight, which is exactly what this bill proposes. This bill would pump billions into Trump's anti-immigrant rampage and allow the secretary to transfer infinite amounts to ICE from other accounts. The Republican-passed Big Ugly Bill would already allow ICE to detain children indefinitely and codify Trump's policy of separating kids from their parents. Republicans also seek to gut the Office for Civil Rights and Civil Liberties, which protects all of us from unwarranted surveillance, wrongful detention, and discrimination. To make matters worse, this bill drastically underfunds nonprofit security grants, a crucial program to shield houses of worship and other vulnerable institutions from rising anti-Semitism and hate crimes. Just 2 weeks ago, everyone in this room voted for a non-binding resolution condemning anti-Semitic attacks and calling for action to protect Jewish Americans. While I appreciate that this bill contains a slight increase over current funding for nonprofit security grants, it's truly unacceptable that this bill barely surpasses 60% of what Jewish, Black, Asian American, and other community leaders have requested and is desperately needed. This bill also abolishes grants that aim to prevent terrorism and target violence after Trump installed a 22-year-old fanboy with no experience in command of the Counterterrorism Center. I look forward to debating the amendments to mitigate the worst aspects of this bill, but I cannot in good conscience support putting more money in the clutches of this administration without clear conditions that they follow the law. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentlelady from Ohio, Ms. Capter, is recognized for general comments on the bill.
Thank you, Chairman Cole and Ranking Member DeLauro, Chair Amidei, and Ranking Member Underwood. I rise to express concern about the array of security issues facing the United States. One of the most important steps a family can do if they want to secure their own home is maintain a responsible budget. The same principle should apply to Homeland Security at the national level. Yet we've experienced month-long delays waiting for a proper and full budget request from this administration. It is now late June. We are still waiting for the full Trump budget. What is the majority waiting for? Delay forsakes the men and women who work to secure our border, counter hostile foreign actors, both directly and online, combat the opioid epidemic, and protect our coastlines. This bill fails to adequately address issues related to strengthen our border security and reduce the flow of migrants towards our southern and northern borders, as the bill defunds Customs and Border Patrol by $249 million. It is peculiar that the Trump administration has farmed out counterterrorism to a 22-year-old whose most recent experience is bagging groceries and landscaping. We are under potential terrorist threats from countries that seek to do us harm, while a glorified intern has been put in charge of combating terrorism here at home. Does anyone remember 9/11? Additionally, a member from the Great Lakes region and co-chair of the House Great Lakes Task Force, I rise to tell you that over the past several decades, the inadequate capacity of the U.S. Coast Guard Great Lakes icebreaking fleet has resulted in economic losses estimated at $2 billion, with the loss of over 10,000 jobs over the last 10 years in our Great Lakes region. Despite this reality, the proposal fails to appropriate the amount necessary dedicated to fund a new Great Lakes icebreaker. Lastly, the bill dramatically cuts our cybersecurity and infrastructure security programs. Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, they're applauding, and they're launching wave upon wave of cyber attacks against our country. And these attacks are increasing every year. This majority cuts our premier cybersecurity agency that others have referenced, CISA, by $134.8 million below previous levels. Why would America do this, especially now when we are in a war mode? Without significant changes to the legislation, including those I've discussed today, I regret I will be unable to support this current bill, as our nation will not be safer for our own citizens. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Espaillat, is recognized for general comments on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I rise today to express my deep concerns about this legislation and the activities of ICE, CBP, and other elements of DHS under this administration, which are challenging the community's safety, the continuity of thousands of families, and the rule of law. I do so, Mr. Chairman, because I've seen firsthand, in fact, I've been an eyewitness, that the mass deportation efforts are not about deporting a violent criminal, a violent felon that was found guilty in a court of law, as they should be deported. It's ultimately also about green card holders that are legally here in our country, people that have work permits that were issued by our government so they can motivate the economy and pay taxes, and ultimately is also about U.S. citizens. I personally visited a family in Mexico with 4 U.S. children that were deported, including a 10-year-old girl with a serious brain tumor. That family was stopped at a checkpoint on their way to the hospital for that little girl in Texas to get the kind of health care that's going to save her life. And yet now she stands stranded in Mexico, not being able to get the life-saving treatment she needs. So this is not just about violent criminals. This is about people that are here legally, including U.S. citizens. And so to put these agencies on steroids and give them the funding, unrestricted in many ways, to deport U.S. citizens and really set out fear and a chilling effect across America that's hurting our small businesses, that's unleashing uncontrolled operations, including the ability for ICE to go into houses of worship where people are concerned that they got to pay to pray. Mr. Chairman, people have to pay to pray, meaning not paying monetarily, but paying with a potential deportation when they go to worship their God. That operation could have occurred outside the church. I will speak about this later on. But paying to pray by paying with your own physical removal of a house of worship is un-American. Fundamentally is un-American. This country, our country, values our ability to pray to our own God and without any interruptions. And so to see potentially a masked ICE agent come into a house of worship to remove somebody is pay to pray. And so I think that we need to be sensible and we need to be Americans about this effort to fund these agencies. And the most important component that we should all protect is the rule of law. We must preserve and protect the rule of law. That is the spinal cord of our democracy and our nation. And we must preserve it at any cost. I think that the funding, extreme funding of some of the agencies that are impacted by this bill and their unrestricted operations goes against our fundamental values as a nation. And for that purpose, Mr. Chairman, I am asking that we vote against this. America relies on the rule of law. People should not pay to pray. U.S. citizens should not be deported from their own country, particularly children. We should have a balanced approach to government that, yes, deports a violent criminal who has committed a crime and has been found guilty in court, but doesn't take a 10-year-old little girl with a brain tumor whose life is in danger. In fact, the illness is so rare and serious that it doesn't even have a name. And we should be Americans at every step of the way. We start by doing that today here in this committee room and voting in the negative of this bill, for this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from New Jersey, Ms. Watson Coleman, is recognized for general comments on the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The majority's priorities in this bill simply do not meet the needs of the American people. It makes devastating cuts to crucial programs that Americans rely on in their most desperate moments. This bill will reduce funding for FEMA's Emergency Food and Shelter Program by $25 million, a nearly 20% cut from the last time we properly funded it. And it completely eliminates the Shelter and Service Program, which will severely weaken initiatives that protected refugees and asylum seekers in need. The Emergency Food and Shelter Program actually reduces longer-term costs by providing temporary, organized shelter that helps lessen the strain on hospitals, local law enforcement, and social services. Without this program, these entities will have to navigate more complex recovery challenges, prolonging the consequences of their catastrophe. The targeted elimination of any program that aids in the sheltering of our most vulnerable population guarantees an increased strain on local resources and reduces the overall effectiveness of disaster response efforts. But, Mr. Chairman, I must express my frustration with the $11 billion dollars allocated to ICE in this bill, especially in light of the recent events in Los Angeles and across our country. I refuse to allow this body to ignore what is taking place in our backyards. We are witnessing the growth of detention centers in the state of New Jersey, which can only indicate the administration's agenda to overpopulate the centers with innocent people. I refuse to stand by and watch my constituents suffer. This is the clear weaponization of federal agents and the entire Department of Homeland Security. What we're witnessing in Los Angeles and elsewhere is not just a routine enforcement operation. It is a traumatic show of force that tears families apart, spreads fear throughout our communities, and targets individuals with no criminal record or offense. We just saw what happened to Narcisco Blanco in California, a father of three, a United States Marine, beaten like a dog. And for what? Mothers, fathers, farmers, teachers, you name it, my colleagues are sitting back and watching ICE break laws put into place to protect our constituents. And you mean to tell me that we want to place more taxpayer dollars in their hands while they are terrorizing people in our communities? The action taken by ICE and DHS officers are what we would see in a Gestapo country, not in the United States of America. As if we needed more proof of that, our administration is allowing, maybe even more encouraging, these cowards to cover their faces to keep the public from identifying them. We already know ICE has no respect for congressional authority. I witnessed their disrespect firsthand when I was exercising my statutory right as a member of Congress to conduct an oversight visit at Delaney Hall earlier this year. We also saw what happened to our colleague, Senator Padilla, someone you know well, certainly they knew well. What they did to him, manhandling him and shoving him and throwing him to the ground, they did that in the state that he represents. It is as if my Republican colleagues think that what happened to Senator Padilla could never happen to them. Newsflash, it can. I cannot in good faith support such a deeply inadequate bill. I refuse to turn my back on the cries of my constituents to appease a racist in the White House, and for that reason, I urge a no vote and I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. The gentleman from Hawaii, Mr. Case, is recognized for general comments on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I want to commend the subcommittee chair, the gentleman from the state whose flower is Artemisia tridentata, and also the ranking member, because this subcommittee, it can be a very difficult subcommittee, as we're going to see from our debate today. And it's a kind of a subcommittee that can get away from you real fast. And you have both operated this subcommittee in a way to facilitate the civility, courtesy, and a real debate. However, having said that, this is a good demonstration that courtesy and civility alone do not produce a good bill. And many of my colleagues have pointed to deficiencies in the bill that I share with them, but I want to highlight two areas that I think are highly problematic and that I hope and believe can be fixed going forward. And those are FEMA and the cybersecurity information and security, infrastructure and security agency, or CISA. We had long debates in subcommittee about what is a continuing vendetta, if I can put it that way, against FEMA. That is, to this day, unexplainable, inexplicable to me. Now, I have personal experience with this, with the incredible disaster in Lahaina that I detailed at great length in our subcommittee, where we do not believe that FEMA did a bad job. We think FEMA saved the day for us. And this is a personal experience that I think other people would have shared in places like California, North Carolina, Florida, Louisiana, et cetera. And so it is really inexplicable to me that there is a continuing effort to underfund FEMA, to somehow call out FEMA's credibility, to chalk some motivation that I don't understand up to waste, fraud, and abuse. We didn't see waste, fraud, and abuse in Lahaina. We saw the expenditure of necessary monies by our federal government that saved the day after a terrible disaster. And so it's something that I think we need to discuss. Now, if you want to talk about policy here, about a policy of decentralizing the federal government down to the state government level, then let's talk about how that actually works when a small state especially gets overwhelmed by a massive natural disaster, or any other disaster for that matter, because we're not just talking about natural. So what is the policy? If you want to say, well, the state should take care of this, then let's take Hawaii, for example. How should Hawaii have responded to a disaster of this magnitude? And is it not a good policy to maintain the federal government as the central administrator of common uniform disaster responses across our country? That's the policy decision that we're not, and debate that we're not having. And if that's where you want to go with this, then let's have that debate, and then let's have funding follow the policy. Now let me switch over to cybersecurity, because it is also inexplicable to me that you are reducing funding for cybersecurity at a time when we all know, or should know, that if we want to look at exposure from malign actors across the world, including the last few days, one of our greatest exposures is in the cybersecurity realm. This is when we need to be ramping up cybersecurity across our country, not defunding cybersecurity. And let's take a look at what you've done in this bill. You have reduced cybersecurity proper by 87 million. You have cut infrastructure security. You have cut risk management operations, and it's similarly inexplicable to me that you would somehow call out these areas of the greatest need for cuts. Now, is that a waste, fraud, and abuse argument? Because I don't see it at all. Let's just talk about infrastructure, just to pick out one of the areas that you have reduced funding in. Anybody that knows what malign actors are up to in the cybersecurity space now knows that they are not necessarily and exclusively focused on national security, cybersecurity. No, what they're after is civilian infrastructure. They're after electric grids. They're after water systems. They're after things that can disrupt the civilian infrastructure. They want control. They want to be able to control that. They want to be able to trigger cybersecurity at the proper time. And this is an area that state governments, county governments, and companies need incredible amounts of highly sophisticated advice and resources to prepare for and to identify and to fight. And yet you have reduced infrastructure cybersecurity. It's inexplicable to me. And so I would really urge that in these two areas in particular, you take a look at the judgments that you're making on a policy basis and then follow that with funding as you go through the process. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Mervan, is recognized for general comments on the bill.
Thank you, Chairman Cole, Ranking Member DeLauro, Subcommittee Chair and Ranking Member. Prior to my time as a member of Congress, I served 15 years as a local elected official. In that capacity, I was responsible for providing certain emergency assistance, including the leading and coordinating of responses to natural disasters, such as storms and flooding. While I appreciate the times of filling sandbags and removing debris, I am reminded of those heightened moments now as we consider our funds for agencies and public servants that keep our community safe and respond to our times of great need. Notably, I appreciate the essential work and the role of FEMA plays to respond to natural disasters and the incredible personnel who must coordinate with state and local officials and nonprofits and volunteers to rise to those occasions. Knowing firsthand of this type of support of FEMA, I am concerned that this legislation allows for severe cuts to FEMA's workforce and threatens our ability to effectively respond to emergencies and distribute life-saving aid. Reducing staffing and expertise at an agency will not make FEMA more efficient. Instead, it'll make it harder for states and localities to respond to emergencies and cause further harm for individuals and families uprooted by natural disasters. We are all aware of the increase in the extreme weather events, so it is more important than ever to ensure FEMA has the personnel, support, and institutional knowledge required to respond rapidly to evolving emergencies. Additionally, I am concerned that this legislation eliminates funding for terrorism and targeted violence prevention grants. This program helps local communities proactively prevent violence by bringing together the mental health providers, educators, nonprofits, and public safety officials. In Indiana, this grant has supported the development of an online wellness pilot program to reduce targeted violence for youth in high-risk communities. Terminating this funding harms our public safety by leaving our communities more vulnerable to violence and extremism. I also would highlight that the closing of the Countering Weapons of Mass Destruction Office would increase the likelihood of dangerous attacks. Established in 2018 on a bipartisan basis, this office leads the Department of Homeland Security's efforts to detect and deter chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear threats. Even if we transfer its funds across the Department of Homeland Security, getting rid of the office's personnel and expertise could cost us essential tools and protect our national security. Further, I believe that this bill further weakens our cybersecurity and infrastructure security at the time of rising threats against government, American businesses, schools, and state and local governments. Since the beginning of this year, the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency has lost nearly 1/3 of its staff, and its election security operations have been gutted. I regret that the refusal to invest in the expertise and resources needed to protect our critical infrastructure, including our election infrastructure, jeopardizes our national security and leaves Americans more open to attacks from foreign adversaries. In conclusion, I support the intention of the Homeland Security appropriation measures to prioritize helping our communities and our nation respond to ever-changing threats. whether those threats come from natural disasters and emergencies, violent extremists, or attacks on our physical and cyber infrastructure. And unfortunately, I regret that this bill severely undercuts these priorities. I thank the chairman and the time, and I look forward to debate on this issue. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman for his comments. Are there other members wishing to make general comments about the bill? Seeing no other members wishing to make opening remarks, I'd like to recognize Chairman Amodei to offer a manager's amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank the gentlelady from Illinois and her staff and mine for working on the manager's amendment in the spirit of cooperation. The amendment makes technical edits to the bill and report and adds several new sections of report language requested by committee members on both sides of the aisle. This amendment also includes an additional $30 million for the Nonprofit Security Grant Program at a time of rising threats to houses of worship and increasing anti-Semitism. We want to ensure that communities at risk have the means to protect themselves. I might also add that we had money in the Israel supplement that was about a year ago. About half of that is out. There is still money in that account, so it's not like the cupboard is bare and we're trying to backfill it. I would also remind members that if this amount gets oversubscribed, that this committee also has the jurisdiction at any time to return to this issue, just like we did in the Israel supplemental. And guess what? I yield back.
Your popularity is going up by the minute. Gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Underwood, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I urge my colleagues to support this manager's amendment, and I'm so proud of the priorities we were able to secure in it. My amendment requiring Customs and Border Protection to ensure it has a policy to facilitate the safe treatment of pregnant, postpartum, and nursing people in its custody. My amendment ensuring that former members of the armed services are included in data collected by the Office of Homeland Security Statistics. And my amendment directing the department to lift the freeze on hiring mental health providers for the United States Secret Service. This manager's amendment also includes language I worked on to help the Coast Guard train physicians and hopefully other medical providers, and to expand the Coast Guard's legal and oversight capacity to respond to sexual assault and sexual harassment. In addition, it includes language that Congresswoman Watson Coleman and I worked on together to protect the public's right to record immigration enforcement actions in public spaces. Lastly, this amendment includes language I wrote to ensure that none of the funds in this bill may be used in violation of the First, Fourth, Fifth, or Sixth Amendments to the United States Constitution. These are some of the most basic fundamental rights that define us as Americans: freedom of speech and assembly, the right to due process, protection against unreasonable searches, and access to a fair trial. We should not need to reaffirm them today. But we cannot accept selective enforcement of the Constitution. And as Congress, we have a responsibility to provide the essential checks and balances that preserve those rights. These provisions are essential improvements that strengthen this bill's integrity, safeguard our Constitution and civil liberties, and support the people on the front lines of our Homeland Security mission. I am proud of the priorities we were able to secure together, and I urge my colleagues to support the manager's amendment. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Do any other members seek recognition to speak on the amendment? Gentleman from Texas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I also want to thank the chairman of the committee, the ranking member, for adding one of these amendments that is so important to me. I live there at the border where I get to talk to a lot of Border Patrol agents, a lot of Border Patrol chiefs, all the way to the CBP commissioners and secretaries of Homeland. And one of the problems we've had is that for years we've added enough money to hire 22,000 Border Patrol agents. But there's a problem with the hiring process, and that has to do with the polygraph exam. And what we're asking here is we're not waiving the polygraph exam. What we're doing is we're streamlining where we're giving the CBP commissioner the ability to look at people that have got clear backgrounds as veterans, clear backgrounds that is that they hold a active top secret clearance, or who have completed a current single scope background investigation. And this is important because even if they feel that they should, even somebody has a top secret and they can still administer the polygraph exam, This is something that we need to do, because otherwise we can keep adding monies and still be at 22,000 men and women at Border Patrol and still be short by thousands of people. So I want to thank the chairman. I know some of us have been talking about this for a long time, but I think this is a balanced approach to streamline the hiring process. And I want to thank the chairman and the ranking member for this. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Siscomani, is recognized to comment on the manager's amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of the manager's amendment. I was glad to work with you, Mr. Chairman, and your team to get a $30 million increase included in the amendment for the nonprofit security grant. In FY 2024, organizations located in my district in Arizona received over $1.3 million in NSGP funding. These grants continue to make a real difference on the ground, helping houses of worship and other nonprofit institutions bolster their security in the face of rising threats. The need for increased funding is especially clear after the recent incident in Colorado, which serves as a stark reminder that that the threat environment for the religious and particularly the Jewish community remains very high. Thank you again for working with me on this increase and my colleagues as well. I know that many others were involved in this effort. So with that, I yield back. Thank you, sir.
Thank the gentleman. Do any other members seek recognition to speak on the amendment? Seeing none, I recognize Chairman Amadei for 1 minute to close.
I recommend your bipartisan nationwide support. I yield back.
The questions on the amendment, all those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. I now recognize Chairman Amadei to offer a Republican en bloc amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The amendment before us codifies necessary changes in our asylum and credible fear processes. While the administration has made incredible strides in closing our borders, these changes are critical to ensuring we don't have a repeat of rampant illegal immigration in the future. These provisions are necessary to allow us to maintain the progress we've seen in the past 6 months. Additionally, last year, Mr. Gonzalez asked ICE for a full accounting of the number of aliens on the non-detained docket who had criminal convictions in America. The response was shocking. ICE noted that more than 600,000 aliens present in the United States had current or pending criminal convictions. ICE must prioritize their resources to arrest, detain, and deport those who have harmed or intend to harm our fellow citizens. This amendment ensures ICE does exactly that. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Underwood, is recognized.
I rise in opposition to the amendment, and I urge my colleagues to vote no. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Do any other amendments seek recognition? Members seek recognition to speak on the en bloc amendment. Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of the Republican en bloc amendment, which includes my amendment to restore integrity and common sense to our asylum process. Under current law, an alien arriving at our southern border can claim fear of persecution and be released into the United States based on a significant possibility standard. That bar is simply too low. This weak standard gave the Biden-Harris administration cover to let 8 million illegal aliens flood into the country, most of whom will never meet the criteria for asylum, but will be here anyway. This amendment corrects that. It aligns credible fear determinations with a more appropriate threshold, more likely than not, that the aliens' claims are true and that they would ultimately qualify for asylum. This language mirrors Section 102 of the Secure Border Act, which this House passed last Congress. Let me be clear. President Trump's return to office has helped reestablish order at the border. If we want to ensure that the floodgates stay closed, we must stop allowing our asylum laws to be exploited by bad actors. This amendment strengthens the standard, restores credibility to the asylum system, and supports the officers on the front lines of our border crisis. Additionally, this Republican en bloc includes another provision that I offered to prevent asylum shopping and uphold the principle that asylum is intended for protection, not for personal preference. International law, including the UN's own guidelines, states that asylum seekers should not be returned to danger. but it does not say that they have a right to choose the wealthiest country as their destination. If someone is truly fleeing persecution, they should seek protection in the first safe country that they enter, not ignore multiple safe nations just to get to the United States. This amendment ensures that those who transit through another country must first apply for asylum there, just as Section 101 of the Secure the Border Act requires. The vast majority of border crossers today are not fleeing danger, they are exploiting loopholes. This is about fairness. It's about ensuring our asylum system serves those in true need, not those coached by cartels on how to game the system. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and help restore sanity to our immigration laws, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman for his comments. Do any other members seek recognition to speak on the en bloc amendment? Seeing none, I recognize Chairman Amodei for 1 minute to close.
Urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
The questions on the amendment, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Before we proceed, let me just make a quick announcement. I don't know if this is good news or bad news, but the brief on Iran has been postponed, so we'll be able to stay here and work. I know you're all excited about that. I now recognize Dr. Harris to offer an en bloc bipartisan amendment. Oh, Dr. Harris not here. I'm sorry, he must have left for the moment, so we'll set that aside and move on. Oh, here he comes. We're just recognizing you for your amendment.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk and ask unanimous consent to waive the reading.
Without objection, the reading of the amendments dispensed with, and Dr. Harris is recognized to present his amendment.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, what this amendment does, it actually combines several proposed amendments. It's an amendment that on issues that we've dealt with before in the committee. One of the parts of it exempts the H-2B workers that received visas in the past 5 fiscal years from the statutory cap. So this removes the H-2B employers who are what are called certified employers. That is, they've followed the rules. They're certified by the department as being an H-2B employer. This removes the uncertainty they face every year with the lottery system, which picks winners and losers. So what it does says you're a certified employer, you can have the same number of employees, you can have the same number of H-2B workers in a given year that you've had in the past 5 fiscal years. It also incorporates Mr. Newhouse's proposals from the past that expand H-2A temporary agriculture worker visa seasonality. It includes an amendment that prohibits funding to modernize the H-2 program requirements, oversights, and workers' protection rules just to make it easier to find H-2 workers. And it has the last part of it is one by Mr. Edwards and Molinar that allows the admission of temporary circus and carnival workers under the P-visa system. So what it does, it takes a lot of the temporary worker issues that we've had and deals with them. Why do we need to do this now? Because, as the administration attempts to remove people who are here illegally, illegal immigrants, it would allow some of those positions to functionally be replaced by people who are here under temporary work visas, not to be confused with illegal immigration, these temporary work visas, and provide some certainty to employers who, again, in all these programs, they have to attempt to seek American employees first. They have to pay the wages that you would pay to an American employee, and if you can't find one, then you'd be eligible to have this temporary foreign worker here. I think it's the right time to make these definitive changes to those temporary worker programs to aid our employers, who again are going through, some of whom go through a difficult time because of the removal of some of the millions of people admitted in the last 4 years and who are being removed. So with that, I would urge support of the en bloc amendment.
Thank the gentleman. Chairman Amadei is recognized to address the Harris en bloc amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the gentleman's amendment, and I thank him for his willingness to include Mr. Newhouse's and Mr. Edwards' positions in his bipartisan en bloc amendment. I support the general ideas behind some of these amendments in the en bloc, and I know that we take similar amendments every year on a bipartisan basis. I'm not suggesting that we do anything else. I do recommend we approve his amendment. However, changes to visa policy are just that, policy changes that should be worked with Chairman Jordan and the authorizing committee. This committee's jurisdiction over such policy changes, especially ones that change the Immigration Nationality Act, is probably not present. But if we don't support these to drive the conversation with the folks in the policy area, then what the heck? And so, while I have the utmost respect for the chairman of the Judiciary Committee, it's time that they come out of the weeds and weigh in on this so that we have to stop tiptoeing around the edges of what our jurisdiction is. I encourage your bipartisan, nationwide support.
Thank you, gentlemen. Gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Underwood, is recognized to address the Harris en bloc amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment requires an expansion of the H-2B visa cap based on overall demand in the last 5 years. It expands the H-2A agricultural work visa by broadening the definition of agricultural labor. It prohibits funding to modernize H-2 program requirements, oversight, and worker protections rule, and it expands the use of P visas to circus carnival workers. I understand that each of our districts may have unique needs as it relates to these various programs covered by this bipartisan en bloc amendment, and I appreciate our colleagues working together across the aisle to offer it. I plan to support the amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Do any other members seek recognition to speak on the en bloc amendment? Gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Edwards, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, in Western North Carolina, our local businesses, farms, and community traditions don't just define our economy, they define who we are. They're family-run, hardworking, and deeply rooted in the values of self-reliance and service. But these pillars of our district are being threatened, not by regulation or global markets, but by something as simple and fixable as labor certainty. That's why this visa en bloc is so important. This en bloc is a series of thoughtful, narrowly tailored amendments that offer practical solutions to support American workers and small businesses without expanding immigration, all while strengthening our rural way of life. Let's start with Congressman Harris's Certified Seasonal Employers Amendment, which addresses a growing crisis for small seasonal employers. These are businesses that follow every rule. They hire American workers first, paying prevailing wages, and meet every federal requirement. But due to overwhelming demand and outdated visa lottery system, many are being shut out of the H-2B program year after year. This amendment gives a lifeline to those who've demonstrated 5 consecutive years of full compliance by guaranteeing a set number of returning visas. This doesn't just help those employers, it helps every other small business that faces labor uncertainty because it's trying to use the overprescribed H-2B program and it supports their communities. These are people who sponsor Little League teams, serve on local boards, and keep our small towns alive. We owe it to them to reward reliability and integrity with a stable, predictable process. Congressman Newhouse's H-2A seasonality amendment is equally important. This is a vital fix for our agriculture producers. In NC-11, farming means high-value specialty crops, including apples, tomatoes, vegetables, and your Christmas tree. These crops don't grow on the same schedule, and yet our visa rules treat them as if they do. Right now, when the apple harvest ends in Henderson County, those visa workers must leave, even if nearby growers still need them to plant or harvest. That makes 0 sense.
This amendment gives the agriculture industry the flexibility needed to retain skilled and legal seasonal laborers across crop cycles and across employers for up to 12 months. It's not an expansion of the program, it's just a smarter use of the workers that we already have. Lastly, we need to address a unique but equally critical workforce need faced by our county fairs, agricultural shows, and festivals. These are more than events. They're cornerstones of our communities, supporting FFA chapters, 4-H clubs, and local charities. But the carnivals and mobile entertainment companies that make these possible are struggling with an unsustainable labor shortage. That's why I'm leading an amendment to transition approximately 10,000 carnival workers from the overstretched H-2B program into the more appropriate P visa category, originally designed for traveling performers and entertainment professionals. This simple fix preserves a cherished part of our all-American culture while freeing up thousands of H-2B slots for other employers, including farmers, landscapers, and foresters, each of which are also desperate for relief. Together, these amendments deliver targeted, conservative solutions that reflect the needs and values of Western North Carolina. They protect local jobs, reward good actors, and help stabilize the seasonal workforce that we so desperately need. I urge the adoption of this en bloc amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Bishop, is recognized to address the en bloc amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this bipartisan en bloc amendment. While I continue to oppose the underlying bill, the amendment would help provide more workforce certainty to seasonal employees and agricultural producers and preserve markets for consumers. Right now, America's farmers and foresters are having a hard time getting the workers they need to bring their goods to market. Our food supply chain is a matter of national security, and forestry products are essential in every American household, whether it be wood, paper, or pulp. Adoption of the amendment will allow for year-round H-2A workers, as well as cut red tape and onerous reporting requirements for employers who have followed the rules and who demonstrate a strong need for temporary foreign workers. I support this amendment to help bring more certainty to America's seasonal employers and agricultural producers, and in turn, to American consumers. Passage of the amendment, however, will not be enough to overcome my opposition to the underlying bill. But I think it's a good amendment. I think it's good for American agriculture and good for American consumers. I thank you, and with that, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Cuellar, is recognized for his remarks on the en bloc amendment.
Chairman, thank you so much, and again to the chairman of the subcommittee and the ranking member and the co-sponsors and the lead person, Dr. Harris, and the other members that are co-sponsors. And Shelley also, I know you and I have been talking about this for a long time. Look, members, every single member in this room knows that either you know somebody that is affected by the H-2B, H-2A, or the P visas for the circus or carnival. Everybody in this room, you know it does. As we are seeing our economy, there are certain jobs that Americans don't want to do. And I'll say first, give those jobs to the Americans, any American worker that wants to do that. But if we can't find that, then we got to work with the H-2B, H-2A, and the P visas for the circus and carnival workers. Certainly, the H-2B amendment, it's a bipartisan support that works on the past 5 years, as it was mentioned on the statutory. We're not expanding this. We're using this in a very smart way, efficient way to address the needs that we have. So certainly the ability to hire H-2B visas when workers, American workers, are not available makes sense. And again, it's to make sure that we address, because most of this are small, hardworking individuals, businesses that we need to address. So H-2B, seasonal businesses play a very significant role in our nation's economy, and we need to make sure that we help them so they can continue contributing to our economy. And again, the H2A amendment, the temporary agricultural worker, to make sure that we address that. And I know we're going to go with another amendment that I think Mr. Valadao is going to offer and amend the parole for the agriculture. I support that also. But again, we know in the agriculture area, we need workers there. My father, my mother were workers in the ag, and it's hard. You know, anybody that wants to go out there work in the hot fields, it's very, 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 very hard. And again, if you don't have an American worker, you gotta find somebody that can do this. So this is again important. And finally, the P visa, the temporary circus and carnival workers. You know, again, name any place of the country and you will have that. San Antonio, I've seen that. Laredo, WBCA, we've seen that. Name any place and you will see the circus or the carnival workers, and we got to help those. So again, give those jobs to Americans, but some of those jobs are hard, and if we can, we got to find this solution. So to all the co-sponsors of this bipartisan folks that have been working on this for many years, Mr. Chairman, I ask that we support this bipartisan amendment.
Thank the gentleman. Now recognize the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Newhouse, for his remarks on the en bloc amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to appreciate the hard work of the chairman of the subcommittee, Mr. Amadei, as well as the ranking member. I also want to point out the hard work that Dr. Harris has been providing in this effort to truly make some important changes in our immigrant work visa programs. So thank you very much for that. And this, as you have heard from several speakers, these are bipartisan efforts. Many people recognize the importance of having an immigrant workforce, but I want to underscore we want a legal immigrant workforce, and these changes work towards that end. So this en bloc includes two important provisions that I have proposed, and I'll just briefly talk about those. But the first one clarifies the initial statutory intent to allow admission of foreign workers for temporary or seasonal work based upon the terms of the job offer, so long as the duration of that job offer meets the current regulatory definitions of temporary or seasonal, which is less than 1 year. Now, those of you that have been here for a couple of years may notice that this is a small change from language that I've offered in previous years. This language is not as comprehensive in that it does not change the underlying statute to eliminate entirely the need for the agricultural job to be temporary or seasonal, which has unfortunately previously encountered some opposition at the Rules Committee, with one recent exception. Nevertheless, the proposed language to clarify what it's already on the books would go a long ways in addressing labor needs in all of agriculture by allowing the farmer to set the terms of the job offer, enabling the worker to maintain non-immigrant status and circular migration, so long as the duration of the job does not exceed the duration of temporary or seasonal, as defined in the regulations, if that makes sense. So we're not changing law, we're just changing the ability of the farmer that offers the employment, that allow him to make sure that, or him or her, that the job follows the definition of current law. Newhouse number 2 would block new regulatory requirements that the previous administration finalized as literally as they were packing up their offices late in December of 2024. And it became effective merely 3 days before the inauguration of President Trump. So in this last-minute effort, DHS finalized new regulatory requirements that expanded its authority over labor law, establishing policies that allow H-2A workers to roam around the country without a valid new contract in place, and essentially creating strict liability for growers based on the actions of third parties in a foreign country, all of which would jeopardize the entire H-2A program, which is essential to so many farms in order to stay in business. So I would encourage my colleagues to work with this bipartisan team to build a strong legal workforce and encourage all members to support this amendment. And just a small comment on the observations of Chairman Amedee. I've heard Chairman Cole say many times, we don't authorize in the Appropriations Committee, we appropriate. But I would agree that it is very important for us to engage in this important debate and conversation to build support and momentum so that the authorizing committees, in this particular case, the Judiciary Committee, can feel that urgency and that momentum so that we can actually make important changes to policy and to law. And I think this is an important step for us to do as the Appropriation Committee to weigh in on this important topic. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. I urge support and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. I think I actually quoted Chairman Simpson, who once told me, we don't authorize on an appropriation bill until we do. That I want to recognize my good friend, the gentlelady from Ohio, for any remarks she has on the en bloc amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a clarification because as we began discussing this amendment, there was reference made to rural areas that have seasonal needs for harvesting and so forth. But then it morphed a little bit into circuses and carnivals. And I wanted to get some clarification on what is included because I represent a very large amusement park called Cedar Fair, but it only operates 3/4 of the year or less. How do you look upon parks such as Disney World or Kings Island? There are different water parks in other parts of the country, many of which are seasonal. How do you define, you started out talking about circuses and carnivals. Is there a definition of that?
Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized to answer the gentlelady's question.
Yes, thanks for the question. There are different types of P visas. There are different categories. And depending on the seasonality, if you will, would be the what the applicant would request. I think there's like 6 different variations of a P visa.
So it would not necessarily preclude these organizations, these
No,
businesses?
not necessarily. I would view those, while I'm not an attorney, I would view those as entertainers inside of a bigger organization.
Thank you. And I yield back.
Gentlelady from Maine, Ms. Pingree, is recognized for her comments on the en bloc amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to thank my colleagues who have been working on some of these H-2B related issues and make a few remarks about how they impact in Maine. First, I just want to say this is the Homeland Appropriations Committee, and we will have a lot of debate today related to immigration issues. And in my opinion, most of them go back to the fact that this Congress has been unwilling during the period of time I've been here to pass comprehensive immigration reform. Let's just get that done. We are going to have endless debate today, and it is all related to the fact that we don't straighten out the situation that goes on in our country, the need for workers, the need to make sure that we have legal processes for people, and the need to make sure that farmers and hospitality industry and everyone else has all the people they need to do the job. I also want to concur, we shouldn't be authorizing on an appropriating committee, but we do when we do, and we all use it when we can, because things like this are so vital, and this amendment comes up every year, and I'm always pleased to work with my colleague, Mr. Harris, and so many others, Mr. Cuellar, who also have these concerns. Dutch, who used to be on the committee. If you have any kind of a seasonal industry, you know what we're talking about. And this one also includes some agriculture, which is very much the same. So I remind you all that I represent Maine. This is our summer season. I hope you're all planning your August vacations, your opportunity to eat some lobster, have some wild blueberries, spend a little time on the ocean, and see our wonderful state. If you want, you can come in the winter, where we also have a seasonal industry of skiing and winter sports. So we'd love to have you either time. Tourism is our largest industry, and while we're very proud of our agriculture, fishing, manufacturing, the other things we do, we depend on tourism. And like so many Like so many other states, we don't have enough people to do the jobs. Now, it's a common summer job for kids. All my kids worked in the seasonal industry. I've worked in the seasonal industry. We've owned businesses in the seasonal industry. And the challenge is, while people say, oh, what a great summer job for kids, by the time it gets to August, they're back to school, they're back to sports. You can't finish out the season. And we are thrilled that our tourists stay through October or come in even early November now, but we don't have enough people to do the work. And I can list countless employers who come to visit me every year and say, what's going to be the situation? How many workers? Will I be able to get the number of people that I need? I have examples of a family here who had a family-owned seafood restaurant for 17 years. They've been able to run their business, support local fishermen, because they have H-2B workers. Motels, and when they don't have enough people, they close down a wing. They can't be open for the season that they want because they don't have enough people. So without these visas that are so necessary, without these kinds of amendments that we have to sponsor usually every year, because we're always at odds with the system, we can't do it. So I just want to support all the people who work on this, but I want to encourage us all to find an ultimate solution so that we're not here every year authorizing on this committee and also dealing with a hodgepodge solution to immigration reform. With that, I'd love to yield the rest of my time to Mr. Cuellar for his thoughts.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to clarify something to Ms. Capter. On the circus part of it, if you look at the section dealing with the P, it deals with mobile entertainment provider, which means a carnival or circus that travels around the United States on a temporary basis, or seasonal worker, et cetera. So there is a definition there for the circus worker. So I just wanted to, you asked for a definition, and if you look at the amendment, there is a definition that. With that, I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you, Ms. Pingree.
Thank the gentleman. Gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Escobar, is recognized for her comments on the en bloc amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the ranking member. And thanks to Chairman Amadei and Ranking Member Underwood for their collegiality on this subcommittee. I also want to add my support to this, but really wanted to speak to the overall effort and in a way echoing what Ms. Pingree just mentioned. It's heartening when we are able to work together in a bipartisan way on an issue that has become one of the most toxic issues in America. And I wish we could take a look at the overall issue instead of just the narrow focus on agriculture. I completely agree. I mean, we've got to put food on the table. We need to support our farmers. But if you, like me, have been visited by CEOs and companies across the country, all of the various sectors that need workers, if you, like me, have looked at our census numbers and see that families are not having babies at the same rate that families used to. I mean, my parents had 12 siblings each. I don't know many of us who are having 12 kids anymore. At the same time, we're getting older. And if we want to remain a competitive nation, we need immigration reform. And obviously, we're not here to do immigration reform. We're the Appropriations Committee. I can tell you, having come from the Judiciary Committee, we are pretty far from doing immigration reform in any meaningful way, and that has to change. And it has to change with these bipartisan conversations, with the ability for us to work across the aisle and come up with common sense solutions. I can tell you what doesn't work. Demonizing people doesn't work. Making people fear others doesn't work. What we're seeing today, these quotas of 3,000 apprehensions per day, an arbitrary quota determined by Stephen Miller, and seeing people, hardworking immigrants being chased in agricultural fields, overcrowded detention facilities. Through reconciliation, putting all of that on steroids, using DOD funding to put it even more on steroids, we all need to work together on this issue. If we can come up with narrow, targeted solutions for agriculture, that means we can do this in a broader way. So I rise to urge my colleagues, especially in this markup today, for us to hear one another, not demonize one another, and not demonize the people that this bill will impact. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Before I recognize are there any other members who wish to address the en bloc amendment? Seeing none, before I turn to Dr. Harris to close, I feel incumbent to say, as a former chairman of the Rules Committee, those of you that have an interest in this need to be talking to the Committee of Jurisdiction, Judiciary, and need to be talking to the Rules Committee, because they do have the ability to come in and challenge this particular measure. So if you have an interest, don't think we can just solve it here. You've got to go talk to the folks on Judiciary and particularly on the Rules Committee. So just a piece of free advice. With that, I yield to Dr. Harris, 1 minute to close.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We certainly will be discussing this before this comes before the whole body. And as the chairman of the subcommittee indicates, this is to make sure this discussion occurs and that some movement forward is made, because we're at a critical juncture with our workers in the country. And again, as we begin the process of returning some workers to their homeland, we're going to need some workers to come in under a strictly monitored system, and that's what this amendment does. So I urge a yes vote.
Questions on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Gentleman from California, Mr. Valadao, is recognized for an amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, Valadao number 1, and I ask unanimous consent that the reading be dispensed with.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized for remarks on his amendment.
Thank you, Chairman, and I know we've had a dialogue on this for a while, but one more round. I think it's important because it's such an important topic for us. I'm in full support of the administration's policies to secure our borders, improve the integrity of our immigration system, and remove dangerous criminals. However, the fact remains that over the last 25 years, a significant number of undocumented immigrants in the United States have been working in our fields and food processing facilities and playing an essential role in bringing food to our tables. Agriculture is a $50 billion industry in California alone and the backbone of my local economy. Central Valley produces over 300 specialty crops and is the largest provider of fresh fruits and vegetables for the nation, so I understand the issue firsthand. For decades, Congress has been unable to provide a long-term fix for our immigration system, and our inability to address this situation has led to a crisis for the agriculture industry. I've consistently heard from producers across the country already struggling with the lack of a reliable workforce that any additional strain will lead to crops rotting the field and empty shelves at the grocery store. Without protections for the current agriculture workforce, we are putting our food security and our economic stability of our rural communities at risk. My amendment directs the Secretary of Homeland Security to exercise existing authority to provide temporary parole in place and work authority for undocumented individuals currently working in the agriculture sector. This temporary solution would help stabilize our agriculture workforce, provide essential protections for farm workers, and offer much-needed certainty for producers as Congress continues working toward a permanent solution. I want to thank the chairman and the committee for the time to address this critical issue impacting our farmers, ranchers, and producers across the country. And I heard a lot of dialogue in the room, and I know there's a lot of support for some sort of solution. I really hope that we get to that point. But with this amendment, I'm going to withdraw it, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from Connecticut, the ranking member of the full committee, Ms. DeLauro, is recognized for the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent that the reading of the amendment be dispensed with.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
This amendment, this amendment restores the Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities Program, or BRIC, an incredibly popular and effective tool for state and local governments to help prevent the very damage and destruction FEMA responds to after disasters strike. And the president is not labor-focused on the cost of living crisis or on protecting families from disasters. He is actually attacking programs created by the Congress to help, like BRIC, which helps protect our communities from future damage and prevents families from losing everything to a storm, to floods, and to fires in the first place. It's hard to call this program, created in President Trump's first term, wasteful, when research has shown mitigation efforts like BRIC save a minimum of $6 for every dollar invested, and that savings more than doubles when including economic relief. Let us look at some examples of how 2023 BRIC awards are preventing future damage, saving taxpayer money. In central Louisiana, a BRIC-funded drainage project was awarded to reduce flood risk by widening a creek and using infrastructure features to improve water flow, lowering 10-year flood levels by up to 5 inches across 500 acres, benefiting 119 structures, including 106 homes. In Edinburgh, Texas, BRIC funds were awarded to help build a regional stormwater detention facility and ditch extension to reduce the depth of flooding and protect 90 structures from extreme precipitation events. And in Columbus, Nebraska, BRIC funds were awarded to help reduce the risk of long-term power outages that could cause heat loss in homes during cold weather storms, including rebuilding 3.5 miles of distribution circuit and building a new 24-mile underbuilt distribution line. These are states and communities that depend on my colleagues across the aisle to advocate for their needs. In fact, many of my Republican colleagues here today on this subcommittee pleaded with the Secretary to restore the Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities program because they know how important this initiative is to their states. Make no mistake, from housing to education to healthcare to disaster recovery, not one of our states can afford to take on the burden of everything this administration seeks to shift upon them. Everyone in this room knows that. These cuts are not just numbers on a page, and they are not only felt in Washington, D.C. They affect all of our constituents. In the last year, Connecticut has been devastated by wildfires, historic flooding, and damaging storms. In my district alone, the cancellation of this program has jeopardized nearly $25 million that New Haven was awarded to protect our downtown against damage from flooding as we face increasingly serious storms. It's not right that my constituents or other constituents are left out on their own to fend off increasing natural disasters, and we should be opposed to that. We have to restore this funding, and I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The chairman of the subcommittee, Mr. Amodei, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The BRIC program was established by Congress and signed into law by President with bipartisan support during his first term. It was originally intended to improve disaster mitigation efforts and decrease the costs associated with federal disaster relief. However, the last administration shifted the program outside its intended scope to incorporate climate change and equity-based priorities. I understand the new administration's efforts to review past BRIC awards to ensure they're legitimate. However, I take issue with the Secretary directing FEMA to unilaterally cancel the program. I would prefer the department identify and implement necessary reforms without foregoing investments critical to communities across the country to prepare for and recover from natural disasters. While the gentlelady's amendment requires the administration to administer the BRIC program, it doesn't address the waste and abuse seen under the Biden administration. Therefore, I will be offering a second-degree amendment to restore the program to its intended scope. I yield back.
Gentlelady from Illinois is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The BRIC program directly supports strengthening communities across all 50 states and U.S. territories by improving disaster mitigation ahead of devastating weather events. The Trump administration canceled this program earlier this year, and however, Ms. DeLauro's amendment would reverse that action. I think both sides of the aisle can agree on how beneficial this program is to the long-term investment in our communities, especially for those of us who have faced a disaster. If you want to continue to use taxpayer money to pay for multiple reconstruction of the same destruction as the price to build only goes up, then go ahead and vote no on this amendment. But if you want to use taxpayer money wisely and help districts across the country properly prepare for future devastation and avoid multiple rebuilds, then this should be an easy yes vote, in line with the chairman of the full committee's views that this program is essential for proper preparation and can lead to saving taxpayer money. As he said, this isn't a partisan issue. It's one that concerns states regardless of politics. I urge my colleagues to support Ms. DeLauro's amendment and reject the secondary amendment. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of the ranking member's amendment, which would reinstate the Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities program, also known as BRIC. The BRIC program is one of the most cost-effective tools in our toolbox to assist state and local governments with resources before a disaster strikes. This program was created in a bipartisan fashion through the Disaster Recovery Reform Act of 2018. At the time, both parties recognized a fundamental truth. The best way to protect lives and save taxpayer dollars is to prepare before disaster strikes, not just respond afterwards. And that has worked. For every dollar we invest in pre-disaster mitigation, we save $6 to $13 in avoided damage, disaster response, and economic disruption. That's not a partisan talking point. That's the data from the National Institute of Building Sciences and the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. You might say the program is inefficient or duplicative. Let me tell you what's inefficient. Paying to rebuild a school 3 times because we never invested in flood-proofing it the first time. Let me tell you what's duplicative. Spending billions on emergency aid while gutting the programs that would have made that aid unnecessary. The hurricanes that devastated Florida in recent years, from Helene, Milton, Ian to Michael, they weren't one-offs. They're our new normal. And canceling BRIC in the face of that reality is not just misguided, it's reckless. It will leave our coastal towns, our rural communities, our seniors, our children more vulnerable when the next storm hits. And we all know it will. These grants fund stormwater systems in flood-prone towns. They fund fire breaks in wildfire zones. They fund living shorelines and wetland restoration, which not only buffer storm surge, but also preserve our ecosystems and our way of life. Communities desperately need these grants. Demand for BRIC funding has outstripped the available dollars 5 to 1. And now we tell these communities, after years of work, after being selected for awards, after they planned their futures around these very funds, never mind. That is just bad government, and I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. Gentlelady from Maine, Ms. Pingree, is recognized to address the amendment.
Very much, Mr. Chair. I want to thank the ranking member for her amendment and speak in strong support of the BRIC program. As you've heard my colleagues say, this is a thoughtful, cost-effective program which was eliminated one day in April, leaving communities and individuals sort of out in the cold with no understanding of where they were going to go to get the funding for their work. Maine, like many states, has been hit by some very serious storms. If you haven't had one in your state, one is coming soon, but most of you have experienced some level of disaster that your state and local government cannot afford. FEMA comes in and helps out, and as you've heard, one of the most important things is not doing everything exactly the same way you did the last time, so we just spend the same money over and over and over again to rebuild. That is an efficient way to use government funding, and it's a good way to plan and think into the future, and that was the idea of the BRIC program, to help communities to be more resilient to face the future. Now, Maine had two back-to-back storms 2 years ago in January, which devastated much of our working waterfront. About 50% of our wharves and coastal communities had some level of damage, and some of it was gone completely. These were fishing wharves that belonged to families for a long time. These were breakwaters and wharfs that belonged to communities. These were extremely expensive things to repair. Many of these communities over time have qualified for BRIC grants. And the value of them is it allows the community to think ahead and say, what's going to happen when the next storm hits? Why should we build this somewhat differently? What kind of way can we restructure our waterfront or our wharf that is vital to our community for transportation, for economic uses, for our commercial fishermen, for our recreational boaters? The only way you can get in and out in many communities is by water. And you have to rebuild them in a way that withstands what's going to happen in the future. That's what being resilient is, and that's what these grants are. Now, one of the arguments the administration made was this was too woke. We were talking about climate change, and that's a misuse of the program. Well, whether or not you want to believe that climate change exists, sea level rise is happening, and it's happening in all of our coastal communities. These storm surges that come with our winter storms now are so severe that one building in my town was flooded up to people's waist. People had never seen flooding like this that we had 2 years ago, and the building was almost washed away after being there for more than 100 years. Well, if a community like mine or other coastal communities doesn't plan ahead and try to be more resilient, and whether you call it climate change or you call it sea level rise or extreme storm surge or extreme weather, it doesn't matter. It's what we're going to face in the future, and that's what resilience is. That's what thinking into the future is. And if this government can't gird itself to think into the future and spend the taxpayers' dollars in such a way to make sure we're planning for that, then we are truly waste, fraud, and abuse right here in this committee. We are wasting our taxpayer dollars. So this has been a wonderful program. It was shocking to our communities when they got that call in April. Nobody ever expected a FEMA grant to suddenly be dropped overnight. Grants that people had already been doing the planning and having meetings and thinking ahead were suddenly disappeared. And there aren't a lot of other sources for this money. So I urge the committee to put this back. I urge this funding to be reinstated, and I urge us all to spend the taxpayer dollars a little more wisely, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. Does anybody else wish to address the amendment? Seeing none, there is at the desk an amendment in the second degree to the amendment. And it's offered by Mr. Amedee, who's recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk and ask for unanimous consent to dispose of with the reading of the amendment.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, speaking only for my observations from the debate so far, it doesn't sound like there's much disagreement amongst the committee on whether or not the BRIC program ought to go forward. So I'm not going to talk much about that. If somebody thinks I deprived them from something, please let me know, but I'm guessing you didn't. The gentlelady's amendment makes BRIC program mandatory and endorses the statute as is. My amendment would ensure that the BRIC projects are related to mitigating hazards posed by potential major disasters similar to events that have occurred in a state or locality over the previous 4 years. This ensures we aren't spending millions of dollars on shaded bus stops, planting of trees, whatever. My amendment would, so it shortens it from 7 to 4. My amendment would also adjust the scope of eligibility requirement to ensure BRIC grants are used for, we've heard this word in the discussion so far, infrastructure. They are grants used for infrastructure projects and not, for example, COVID-19 related purposes, by shortening the eligibility window for states with major disaster declarations from within the past 7 to the last 4 years. My amendment would also strike a catch-all provision that provides overly broad discretion, which we think was abused by the previous administration. You're going, well, what is it? What it is language that says, oh, and by the way, anything else the president, in consultation with the states, deems appropriate. That's pretty broad language, ladies and gentlemen. Anything they deem appropriate. And so it would strike that language from the program if it goes forward, if this was adopted. Accordingly, 7 years to 4, not anything deemed appropriate. I urge my colleagues to support my second-degree amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from Connecticut, Ms. DeLauro, is recognized to address the amendment in the second degree.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This second-degree amendment changes the following. Requires mitigation efforts to be tied to a major disaster declaration from the past 4 years. Currently, the BRIC program does not have any requirement of this nature. Changes eligibility from 7 years to 4 years. A state or tribe must have had a major disaster declaration within the last 4 years to be eligible to apply for BRIC funding. For fiscal year 2026, this rules out Maryland, Delaware, Wisconsin, and the District of Columbia. Strikes the, quote, catch-all clause in the eligibility section that currently allows the president, with broad flexibility, quote, such other criteria as the president establishes in consultation with state and local governments, end quote. I rise in opposition to the second-degree amendment, which limits the number of states that can receive BRIC funds and limits the eligible use of awards. Under current law, states that have had a major disaster declaration in the last 7 years are eligible for BRIC awards, which are flexible dollars to mitigate against future disasters. The second-degree amendment would reduce the number of states that are eligible by lowering the window from 7 years to 4 years. It would also restrict how the funds could be spent, preventing communities. We want to put emphasis on the states having a say in all of this. Preventing communities from prioritizing programs that would save the most taxpayer dollars. If the second-degree amendment were adopted, Delaware, Maryland, and Wisconsin, District of Columbia would be ineligible to receive 2026 funds. I'm very glad to see the bipartisan support for reinstating BRIC after President Trump decided to gut this program, which has demonstrated its success in multiple occasions, as I laid out in my opening statement. However, there is no reason to exclude communities in these 3 states and the District of Columbia. Maryland, it's the mobile home severe damage mitigation, sludge management, sustainability, and resiliency, Southern Crisfield flood mitigation project. My colleagues across the aisle have consistently tried to deny funding to the District of Columbia. But this would also disadvantage states who have also suffered disasters in the last 7 years, including severe tornadoes in Wisconsin in 2019, Tropical Storm Isaias in Maryland and Delaware in 2020. I oppose the second-degree amendment, and I yield back. And I might add, if I can, I did yield back, I'm sorry, just for 1 second. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. FY23, Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities. This is really extraordinary. Just about every state in the nation has several projects that have been included in the BRIC program, and amounting to $882.6 million in federal costs, 656 sub-applications, selected 94 communities and tribal nations for BRIC direct technical assistance. This program works, and it has been effective. And for every state, for every Democrat, Republican, Independent, Native American, whoever it is, it works. Why are we doing this? I oppose this second-degree amendment, and I do yield back this time, Mr. Chairman.
All right, I thank the gentlelady for remarks. Gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Edwards, recognized to address the second-degree amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When Hurricane Helene devastated Western North Carolina, we realized that we don't just need recovery, we need resilience. The Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities program, also known as BRIC, helps communities like mine build stronger roads, upgrade stormwater systems, and hardened infrastructure so they're not wiped out by the next storm. I think we've all established of the program. But without this program, many communities across the country do not have the resources that they need to fund their own resilience projects, making for a more vulnerable America. When BRIC was canceled, North Carolina alone saw roughly $196 million in projects get rescinded. That's nearly $200 million in shovel-ready resilience wiped away in the middle of one of our state's worst natural disasters. Earlier this year, President Trump asked me to sit on a task force to offer suggestions on how to accelerate the recovery of Western North Carolina, and I produced this 101-page report. Included in it is the fact that we not only need a BRIC, but, Mr. Chairman, we need a BRIC that is restructured. I'll tell you the latitude that's taken by allowing the president to have such an influence on this. In 2023, 3 states received 50% of the BRIC funding. 2 of those were California and New York, surprisingly. And so, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate your secondary amendment. And this year, please know that I led a bipartisan, bicameral letter with 85 colleagues urging the administration to reinstate BRIC immediately. And I even included, as I mentioned, that suggestion to the president. Rebuilding isn't enough. We need to rebuild stronger. Strengthening BRIC, not taking it away, is essential to the long-term recovery of Western North Carolina and similar communities nationwide. And it clearly needs restructuring. I believe your secondary amendment takes bold steps to do that. I appreciate it coming forward, and I urge everyone to support it. Thank you.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Underwood, is recognized to address the second.
No, that's,
You okay? Okay. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized to address the second-degree amendment.
as you heard, and as I understand, I had another meeting, so I was late coming into this debate, but Maryland obviously is one of the states that's exempted from eligibility. One of 4 jurisdictions, one of which is the District of Columbia. Apparently on the rationale that Maryland has not had a disaster, which from our standpoint is obviously good. On the other hand, we're a vulnerable state. We're on the Atlantic coast. We have the Chesapeake Bay. We are subject to flooding. And we would be very concerned if next week we had a major disaster, but we're not eligible for funds until 27. Is that my understanding of if that's my understanding of the amendment, that does not seem to me to be fair at all to us. Let me tell you, when Mr. McCarthy and I were both number 2s in our party, we went down to Puerto Rico after their hurricane, and we saw the devastation, and we visited the Keys. And we viewed 2 structures, sort of condos. One had been built prior to Florida's own code increase in building requirements. The other had been built after. They were both done by the same builder and essentially the same structures, except one was built to the Florida code after a previous hurricane. The one that had been built after code essentially had windows broken out, but was fine. The other was essentially 80% destroyed. We came back to Congress and we amended the law, co-sponsored a bill, amended the law so that you had to build to resilient, not to what was. The law at that point was you rebuilt to what was, and that's what you were reimbursed for. Made no sense because you didn't want it to happen again, so you wanted to build to resiliency requirements. So I'm very strongly for the BRIC, but would be a little bit confounded as to why 4 states are picked on, other than perhaps to save money. Well, I understand that, but if you have a disaster in 3 states, it's going to cost you more than if you have a disaster in only 1. But the need in both is keen. Seems to me it would be responsible that we make sure that all are eligible. If we haven't had one recently and don't fall in that category, hopefully we'll stay there, so it won't cost any money. But if it doesn't, and some act of God or natural disaster, not necessarily an act of God, but natural disaster happens, it seems to me that it's unfair to make us ineligible because we haven't been hurt before.
I thank the gentleman. Do any other members seek recognition to speak on the second-degree amendment? Seeing none, Mr. Amade is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So let's recap. Nobody's opposed to the BRIC program. So that's off the table here. I think we all support that. The question is, do we shorten 7 years to 4 years? And do we get rid of the language that says anything else appropriate, basically? That's the status quo. And so if you like the status quo, and obviously that's fine. Could I not have the editorial, please? I know you're going to vote against me on this. I'm just guessing. But anyhow, as we go forward, reinstate the program by all means. Nobody came up with a different, I don't know, 5 years is met. It's got to be 7. Now, mind you, if there's a Chesapeake Bay disaster next week, you're fully eligible. And let's not forget about other FEMA sources of funding that is eligible for disasters, but we won't talk about that. So, the rule going forward when we reinstate a program that everybody likes is you got a 4-year window after a major disaster declaration. And the rule going forward is anything else that the president in consultation with the localities deem appropriate. I'm sorry, I think that was abused under the previous administration, and so that needs to go away. In my opinion, that's the biggest chunk of the secondary amendment. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The question's now on the second-degree amendment offered by Mr. Amade. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Roll call has been requested.
Roll call.
Sufficient support for the roll call. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Aye. Mr. Adderholt, aye. Mr. Aguilar. No. Mr. Aguilar, no. Mr. Alford. Aye. Mr. Alford, aye. Mr. Amade. Yes. Mr. Amade, aye. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, aye. Mr. Bishop. No. Mr. Bishop, no. Mr. Calvert. Aye. Mr. Calvert, aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Case. No. Mr. Case, no. Mr. Siscamani. Mr. Klein. Aye. Mr. Klein, aye. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Clyburn. No. Mr. Clyburn, no. Mr. Clyde. Aye. Mr. Clyde, aye. Mr. Cole. Aye. Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, no. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean, no. Mr. DeLauro. No. Mr. DeLauro, no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart, aye. Mr. Edwards. Aye. Mr. Edwards, aye. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, aye. Ms. Escobar. Mr. Espaillat. No. Mr. Espaillat, no. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, aye. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, no. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, aye. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, aye. Mr. Harder. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, aye. Mrs. Hinson. Mrs. Hinson, aye. Mr. Hoyer. No. Mr. Hoyer, no. Mr. Ivy. No. Mr. Ivy, no. Mr. Joyce. Aye. Mr. Joyce, aye. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter, no. Mr. Lalota. Mr. Lalota. Yes. Mr. Lalota, aye. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, no. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, aye. Mr. Levin. No. Mr. Levin, no. Ms. Malloy. Ms. Malloy, aye. Ms. McCollum. Ms. McCollum, no. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, no. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, aye. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, aye. Mr. Morelli. No. Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. Mervan. No. Mr. Mervan, no. Mr. Newhouse. Aye. Mr. Newhouse, aye. Ms. Perez. Ms. Pingree. No. Ms. Pingree, No. Mr. Pocan? Mr. Pocan? No. Mr. Quigley? Mr. Quigley? No. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers, aye. Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford, aye. Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson, aye. Mr. Strong? Mr. Strong, aye. Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres, no. Miss Underwood? Miss Underwood, no. Mr. Valadao? Miss Wasserman Schultz? Mrs. Watson Coleman? Mrs. Watson Coleman? Mrs. Watson Coleman, no. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack, aye. Mr. Zinke? Mr. Zinke, aye.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? Gentleman from California? Gentleman from
Mr.
Arizona?
Valadao, aye.
Gentlelady
Mr. Siscomani, aye.
Washington? Gentlelady from Florida?
Perez, did you vote no?
Gentleman from
Mr.
California?
Wasserman Schultz, no.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania?
Mr. Harder, no.
Are there any others wishing to
Mr.
record or
Reschenthaler,
change
aye.
their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 33, the noes are 27. The amendment in the second degree is adopted. We'll now return to the amendment offered by Ms. DeLauro as amended. If there's no further debate, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's been said April 4th, 2025, FEMA announced the cancellation of the BRIC program while citing no authority to do so. $4 billion in funding from projects that were already awarded around the country. I might add, for those who voted yes, in North Carolina, you got 8 projects from the BRIC program. I've got down at least 2 for Oklahoma. In Louisiana, you got 5 programs. Somebody talked about California getting more, in New York. California got 5, Louisiana got 5. This has been a program that has worked like a charm for people who find themselves in a difficult spot after a disaster. I don't understand the rationale for excluding 4 states. I guess once you got yours, you don't care about, several others that ought to have the same opportunity to do this. But And both, I will just say this, both Chairman Cole and I really pleaded with the secretary. We made the case to not really end this program. We both did this together. So it's a good program. I understand. I don't understand the leaving out of 3 states in the District of Columbia. This is like a random notion. They said, oh, how can we, get ourselves back on track here on the BRIC program, because it has helped, so we need to change it in some way. Let's exclude these 3 states and the District of Columbia. No rationale, no criteria, nothing but a whim. But the body has voted, so be it. And I will just say this as we conclude, that I oppose the second-degree amendment, as you know, but I will just say that it really is preferable to where we are today, after the President of the United States inexplicably canceled all BRIC awards, and will live to fight another day. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. The question is now on the amendment offered by Ms. DeLauro as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment as amended is adopted.
Okay.
Gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Clyde, is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent that the clerk dispense with the reading.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for remarks on his amendment.
Thank you. Today, I'm offering an amendment to reduce the funding for the Department of Homeland Security's Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, or CISA, to the fiscal year 26 President's budget request level of $1.95 billion. $280 million less than the committee mark. I think the President's budget request is fiscally correct. I believe this cut is necessary to rein in the waste, abuse, and mission drift and political weaponization, that plagued CISA under the Biden-Harris administration, as well as to return the agency to its core mission. I'm grateful that on day one, President Trump acted to defend America's First Amendment rights by issuing Executive Order 14149, restoring freedom of speech and ending federal censorship, which bars federal agencies from pressuring social media companies to censor lawful speech. It reaffirmed a basic truth. Government has no role in controlling America's free speech, including online expression. CISA was originally created with bipartisan support to protect our nation's critical infrastructure from physical and cyber threats. Yet under the Biden-Harris administration, the agency became weaponized to focus on Americans' speech. For example, in 2021, CISA renamed the Countering Foreign Influence Task Force to the Mis, Dis, and Malinformation, or MDM team, dropping the word foreign entirely, an alarming pivot toward domestic speech policing. CISA also participated in the now-defunct Disinformation Governance Board, a failed effort to monitor and censor Americans' speech. While the board was shut down following public outcry, CISA's censorship efforts continued. A 2022 report revealed CISA's plans to target so-called inaccurate information on issues such as the origins of COVID-19 pandemic and the efficacy of the COVID-19 vaccines, the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan, and U.S. support for Ukraine, topics all central to the public debate. Additionally, the Twitter files revealed how CISA actively shaped online discourse by working through third parties, engaging in what amounts to be government by proxy censorship. Of course, this activity expanded beyond Twitter. There was a formalized process involving a special Facebook portal for government officials to flag Americans' content to Facebook or Instagram, with requests that such content be suppressed or throttled. These actions represented a direct and serious threat to our First Amendment freedoms by CISA. These concerns were confirmed by the House Select Subcommittee on the Weaponization of the Federal Government. Its report, The Weaponization of CISA, documented CISA's coordination with other agencies and nonprofits to suppress speech while avoiding the appearance of propaganda and egregious abuse of taxpayer resources and public trust. Thankfully, the President's FY26 budget request acknowledges these concerns by proposing a $491 million cut to CISA, eliminating its censorship-related efforts and restoring focus on core missions like federal network defense and critical infrastructure protection. The request notes that, quote, CISA was more focused on censorship than on protecting the nation's critical systems. The President's budget request is certainly enough funding to properly accomplish their mission. With our country now at $37 trillion in debt and spending over $1 trillion in interest to service that debt, more spent on interest payments every year than what we spend on the entire Department of Defense, the spending must be held in check. Again, my amendment matches the President's budget request and ensures CISA's funding supports its actual mission, not partisan efforts to suppress free expression. I urge all members to support this amendment and help restore CISA to its original purpose while protecting the constitutional rights of every American. Thank you. Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman?
I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw in committee and reserve to offer on the floor, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. With that, then we'll move on. The gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Underwood, is recognized for an amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, Underwood number 2.
Without
I
ob-
request unanimous consent to skip the reading.
Thank you, gentlelady. Without objection, the reading the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This simple amendment carries forward language that helps ensure Congress can fulfill our Article I responsibilities under the Constitution to conduct oversight of how taxpayer dollars are spent on immigration enforcement. This language helps keep our country safe and ensures that as representatives, we can serve our communities with the transparency, accessibility, and accountability that they deserve. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
I now recognize myself as the acting chairman of the committee. So anybody wants to leave, now would be a good time. First of all, I want to compliment my colleague, the ranking member of the committee, for offering her amendment and not pansying out like the previous speaker. Hats off. Second of all, I accept the amendment. I yield back.
So you're moderating, though.
What?
There are others who might want to speak.
Others might want to speak. You're doing the script.
We accepted the amendments. Anybody want to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory? Are there other members wishing to speak on the amendment?
Okay.
Then the gentlelady from Illinois is recognized to close.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate your partnership in preserving our Article I oversight responsibilities, and I yield back.
Okay, the question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Illinois. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Would all those in favor please say aye? Aye. Better. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The recorded vote is not requested. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I do have an amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The member is recognized for remarks on his amendment.
Thank you, and I rise to offer an amendment to the bill that would fully restore the funding to the Office for Civil Rights and Civil Liberties to the FY25 enacted level. The United States of America exists on the bedrock principles that every person is entitled to and must be treated fairly, equally under the law, must have due process, and must be treated as innocent until proven guilty. The bill before us fails to achieve the delicate balance of keeping our country safe without sacrificing the civil liberties of the American people. It siphons off funds from the Office for Civil Rights, Customs and Border Patrol, cybersecurity, and federal assistance to increase ICE funding by nearly $1 billion. Now, whether you agree that ICE should get $1 billion in new funding or not, we as members of Congress have a duty to protect the civil rights and the civil liberties of every person in America. Because when one person has his or her constitutional rights violated, every American citizen's rights are put at risk. The bill before us eliminates over $37 million from the Office for Civil Rights and Civil Liberties, leaving the office with a mere $4.9 million, a 90% cut to investigate what I expect could be hundreds of new complaints of civil rights and constitutional violations by an increasing number of individuals who are now going to be interacting with immigration officials. In March, the Trump administration announced that the Department of Homeland Security would be cutting funding to several oversight and watchdog offices, consolidating their functions and eliminating job positions. Shamefully, the DHS spokesperson justified the changes by saying that watchdog offices like the Office of Immigration Detention Ombudsman and the Office for Civil Rights and Civil Liberties obstruct immigration enforcement at the department. But in many cases, the department has wrongfully weaponized immigration enforcement resources against lawful residents and even United States citizens, sometimes detaining people based solely on their race, ethnicity, or dialect. A few weeks ago, one of my constituents in Southwest Georgia, who is a U.S. citizen of Mexican heritage, was wrongfully detained by Florida state troopers for illegally entering Florida under state immigration law. ICE then put a 48-hour detainer on the 20-year-old, even after a judge viewed his birth certificate and dropped the charge. This is just one story of an American citizen who got swept up in an immigration case, but it won't be the last. If the committee ultimately decides to pass this bill with increased immigration enforcement, we will definitely need adequate funding so that cases like this receive proper attention and an independent investigation. A vote for this amendment helps ensure that the Office for Civil Rights and Civil Liberties has the resources it needs to fully investigate alleged civil rights and constitutional violations at the department. I ask you to vote yes to help protect the civil rights of all Americans. I thank you, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The chairman of the subcommittee is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Office for Civil Rights and Civil Liberties has limited responsibility in statute. Over the last few years, what was once a relatively small office grew into a $43 million organization that did far more than what the law authorized. Earlier this year, the administration reduced the scope of this office back to the original authorized functions. The action reduced the workforce of 135 down to just 4 full-time positions. As appropriators, we have a responsibility to only fund positions that are actually filled or likely to be filled in the coming year. The fact of the matter is that moving forward, the work of the CRCL office will largely be done by contractors rather than federal workers, maintaining many of the functions while reducing the cost. I would also like to point out that if we do pass this and put that money into this agency with 4 workers, it is my personal opinion, you're just creating a target for a reprogramming request for the administration. And I would submit to you that when we're talking about doing our jobs, that providing money that's already been appropriated for expenses that aren't going to occur is handing that over to the administration in a reprogramming request. And so, with all respect to my colleague from Georgia, I ask my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Underwood, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in strong support of this amendment. This amendment would utilize funding from within the Office of the Secretary and Executive Management to restore the Office of Civil Rights and Civil Liberties, or CRCL, at DHS, an office mandated by law within the Homeland Security Act. CRCL has a critical role in oversight and management of cases involving possible violations of civil rights and liberties for DHS employees and anyone the Department of Homeland Security interacts with. They're charged with ensuring DHS complies with civil rights laws like the Americans with Disabilities Act. They're charged with protecting religious freedoms while maintaining high-quality screening at TSA. They're charged with protecting Americans' privacy when it comes to identity verification. But earlier this year, the administration made the decision to gut this office down to just 4 people. And now they're contracting out the functions of this office to keep up with the workload. And now the bill that we're discussing today cuts the office by nearly 90%. I've not yet heard from anyone from the administration or my colleagues across the aisle with a credible explanation of how the Department of Homeland Security can possibly meet the statutory mandates. We heard the chairman mention statutory mandates. And how are they supposed to do that and preserve individual liberty, fairness, and equality under the law with 4 staff and a 90% cut? It just doesn't work. That's why we need this amendment, which would restore the office and ensure the Department of Homeland Security follows its congressional mandate. And I urge my colleagues to support it. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Chairman, this amendment would simply provide level funding for the Office of Civil Rights and Civil Liberties so that they can continue investigating civil rights violations amid what we can expect to be a dramatic increase in immigration enforcement. Every day, law-abiding American citizens are being wrongly swept up in the administration's mass deportation activities, and it is our job to make sure the Department of Homeland Security is doing its dead-level best to treat every human being with whom it interacts, whether they be undocumented, legal, or U.S. citizen, with the dignity and fairness that our Constitution demands. This bill, as it currently is written, attempts to allow the department to sweep civil and constitutional rights violations under the rug, sending the dangerous message that officials may act with a sense of impunity as they enter our schools, churches, businesses, and public buildings. This amendment lays 2 options before us. Either we vote to help protect the civil rights and civil liberties of all Americans, or we relinquish our freedoms and submit to the arbitrary will of the executive. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment, and with that, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Roll call vote has been requested. Sufficient support has been shown. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford. Mr. Amadei. No. Mr. Amadei, no. Mrs. Bice. Mr. Bishop. Aye. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Carter. Mr. Case. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyde. Negative. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole.
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean, aye. Ms. DeLauro. Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Hinson. Mrs. Hinson, no. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Joyce. Ms. Captor. Ms. Captor, aye. Mr. LaLota. Mr. LaLota, no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, no. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy. Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCullum, aye. Ms. Ming. Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan, no. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez. Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Miss Underwood. Miss Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadao. Mr. Valadao, no. Miss Wasserman Schultz. Miss Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? I think, gentleman from Texas,
Mr. Gonzalez votes no.
gentlelady from Oklahoma,
Mrs. Bice, no.
the gentleman from Ohio,
Mr. Joyce, no.
gentleman from Alabama,
Mr. Adderholt, no.
the gentleman from North Carolina,
Mr. Edwards, no.
the gentlelady from Florida,
Ms. Frankel, aye.
the gentleman from Missouri,
Mr. Alford, no.
the gentleman from California,
Mr. Calvert,
the
no.
gentleman from Texas,
Mr. Carter,
the
no.
gentlelady from Nevada,
Off no on aye, Ms. Lee.
the gentleman from South Carolina,
Mr. Clyburn, aye.
gentleman from Maryland,
Mr. Ivy,
the
aye.
gentleman from Florida,
Mr. Diaz-Balart, no.
the gentleman from Pennsylvania,
Mr. Reschenthaler, no.
the gentleman from Indiana.
Off no on aye, Mr. Mervan.
Gentleman from New York. I do not believe the gentleman is recorded.
Mr. Morelli, aye.
Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Cuellar, aye.
Okay, are there others wishing to record or change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 28, the noes are 34. The amendment is not adopted. Is there further amendment or discussion? I believe the gentlelady from Minnesota, Ms. McCullum, is recognized for an amendment.
As you know, I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask the reading be dispensed with.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment prohibits the use of funds to detain or deport Afghan nationals who held temporary status protection prior to the end of the program on July 13th, 2025. When the United States was attacked on September 11th in 2001, President Bush, with an authorization from Congress, took military action against al-Qaeda, the Taliban, and Afghanistan. 20 years, the United States maintained a significant military and diplomatic presence in support of the Afghan government. As part of that effort, we asked the people of Afghanistan to trust the United States, to work with us, and to work with them to build a new future for their nation. Over those 20 years, tens of thousands of Afghan soldiers and civilians stood shoulder to shoulder with U.S. troops and diplomats serving in Afghanistan. Many of us, some of us here in this room as members of Congress, we benefited and we were able to do our oversight duties when we were in Afghanistan. We worked with our State Department officials and our troops and their interpreters so our questions could be fully answered. They did this, these interpreters, at great risk to their own lives and at the risk to their families' lives as well. When the United States withdrew from Afghanistan in August of 2021, we evacuated 124 Afghans. We did that because we knew what would happen when the Taliban returned to power. Those Afghans, their families who had assisted U.S. operations, would be subject to vengeful retribution of the Taliban. Not all of those who were evacuated came to the United States, but those that did, they were given the status of temporary protection, and they received that in order to keep themselves safe. It's unfortunate that President Trump has rescinded the temporary protected status for 10,000 Afghans living in the United States. He claims, and I quote, "Permitting the Afghan nationals to remain temporarily in the United States is contrary to the national interests of the United States." I do not believe that is the fact that we should be talking about. What we should be discussing instead is a way to support these individuals, to honor them, those who sacrifice to help keep American personnel. The plans to deport these Afghans back to their country controlled by the Taliban, we know what will happen to them. This is a regime that has cast an entire generation of Afghan women and girls back to the darkness of state-sponsored military. And for the Afghans who will be sent back, especially those young women and girls, it's their worst nightmare. And let's face it, we know how it ends. It will not only cost them their freedoms, but for many of them, it will cost them their lives. So I ask yourself this: are there other things we should be asking the administration to do to help them be able to remain and stay? If we don't want temporary status to exist forever, we have a responsibility to work with the administration to find different venues for them to continue to live here. So ask yourself, if we don't do something about this, work collectively on this, how will other nations in the world view us? Will they see it for what it is, a complete betrayal of allies and partners by the United States? Would anyone trust or volunteer to work for our military so quickly as the Afghans did in the future? So, Mr. Chairman, I believe today we have the opportunity to do the right thing. Let's stand by those Afghans who gave up everything to help our mission in Afghanistan, to keep our service members, our diplomats safe. Let us honor our nation's commitment by keeping them safe. So I ask my colleagues to support my amendment. And with that, Mr. Chair, I yield back to any time remaining.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from Nevada, Mr. Amadei, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to the gentlelady's amendment. And while I appreciate that members may have conflicting opinions over the issue, this seems to be another example of the previous administration's chronic exploitation of every authority to allow as many foreigners into the country as possible. The fact of the matter is, we were unable to fully vet everyone who came in under this program following the last administration's withdrawal in Afghanistan. Additionally, the Afghan nationals who were employed by or on behalf of the United States government in any capacity were and are eligible for special immigrant visas. The department's job is to assess and balance our homeland security interests amid competing priorities. And if DHS has determined that this program needs to be terminated, then we can have that discussion. And particularly as we're under a heightened threat environment, it is of the utmost important that we ensure the safety of our fellow American citizens. Temporary status should be just that, temporary. And so, I agree with my colleague from Minnesota. Hey, we need to get back and focus on this and decide what to do with the people who, quite frankly, we shouldn't send home because of the danger she's described. But to continue to do nothing and then basically just keep continuing this is not the answer to the issue. The temporary visa program is still in effect for those folks that helped us. And so if we need to give the DHS or whatever the ability to crank that up again, then fine. But to just say we're going to keep extending this down the road, I don't think is a viable solution. And for that reason, I oppose the amendment.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from Illinois is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in support of this amendment. Earlier this year, the Trump administration unjustly terminated temporary protective status for over 11,000 Afghan nationals. Despite the fact that many of these folks have strong asylum cases, TPS status for Afghans will end on July 14th. But the evidence to support ending it just isn't there. In terminating TPS to Afghan nationals, the Department of Homeland Security claimed that there have been, quote, notable improvements in the security and economic situation such that requiring the return of Afghan nationals to Afghanistan does not pose a threat to their personal safety due to armed conflict or extraordinary and temporary conditions. First of all, when it comes to safety, the Department of Homeland Security should consult the State Department, whose current advice is do not travel to Afghanistan. Second, the Department of Homeland Security should consult some Afghan women. According to Human Rights Watch, the situation for women in Afghanistan since the Taliban regained control is, quote, the world's most serious women's rights crisis. This is not a hard vote. We know exactly what conditions we will be sending these people back to. Cutting off their TPS now with little time to prepare puts 10,000 people needlessly at risk. I support this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to do the same, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this amendment, which is essential to America's credibility and to our national character. This amendment prevents funds from being used to detain or deport Afghan holders of temporary protected status. TPS was established by the Congress on a bipartisan basis in 1990 to allow migrants from designated countries to reside here legally for up to 18 months, eligible for employment and travel. This program is not a path to permanent residency or a guarantee of citizenship. TPS recipients still need to apply for those statuses separately. It was used for the first time in 1990 to protect Salvadorans fleeing civil war and follows an international tradition of extending shelter to those who are fleeing conflict. Europe offered temporary protection to refugees from the Balkans in the early 1990s, and Turkey offered the same to Syrians fleeing civil war. It has historical precedent in the United States as well, with legislation like the Indochina Migration and Refugee Assistance Act, which welcomed nearly 130,000 South Vietnamese, Laotian, and Cambodian refugees into the United States under a special status following the Vietnam War. In Afghanistan, our country made similar promises to those who had helped us. These are overwhelmingly brave American allies who directly helped our troops. They served as translators, engineers, guides, and even side by side as brothers in arms. It also includes their family members and people who fled in genuine fear for their lives from the Taliban. These are people like Saeed Quatali, who spent years helping our forces as security commander for the Afghan Interior Ministry in Herat province. He was unable to evacuate, so he fled through nearly a dozen other countries, finally reaching the United States in 2023. They received relocation help from a veterans organization, and Quatali got a job as a leasing agent and enrolled his children in a charter school. Then, Quatali got an email that he needed to leave within 7 days. And I quote, "I have a threatening letter," Quatali said. Quote, "If I go back, like 100%, they're going to kill me and my family as well," end quote. Just a few years ago, I was proud to welcome more than 300 Afghan refugees to Connecticut. Refugees and allies who were fortunate enough to have already made the trip, left behind their lives, professions, and families with the hope of a better life. So many of them supported our mission abroad, and they came to us in their hour of need. We have a duty to ensure that these men, women, and children have the resources they need to thrive. In terminating this status, the Department of Homeland Security cited, quote, "notable improvements in the security and economic situation, such that requiring the return of Afghan nationals to Afghanistan does not pose a threat to their personal safety due to armed conflict or extraordinary and temporary conditions," end quote. What were those notable improvements? One, a small decrease in armed conflict and attacks against civilians compared with 2022. Second, an increase in Chinese tourists. That's the evidence the Department of Homeland Security gave us that life in Afghanistan is safe. Slightly fewer attacks on civilians and more Chinese tourists. Give me a break. One report about this issue quoted an interpreter who worked with U.S. Army Special Forces from 2011 to 2014. This gentleman, who was lauded by President Trump at the White House in 2019, summed up the impact of ending TPS for Afghans by saying, and I quote, "It's a death penalty for them if they return," end quote. Make no mistake, if these people are sent back to Afghanistan, it is a death sentence. The Taliban will kill them without hesitation. That cannot be this committee's position. It would be a stain on America's name for all history. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from California is recognized to address the amendment.
I'm going to support the gentleman's amendment. However, I would hope between now and the time we can come to the floor that we can come up with acceptable language that will protect the worthy Afghans that are here in this country, that protected our interests when we were in Afghanistan and did notable service for the United States government. There is no doubt if those people came back to Afghanistan, they would be immediately executed. So we need to come up with some language that would protect them and at the same time make sure those individuals who were not thoroughly vetted and are here for other reasons are removed from the country. With that, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of the amendment. The amendment would help ensure that Afghan nationals who assisted our service members in Afghanistan be allowed to live and to work in the United States without fear of being deported to the hands of the Taliban. A few weeks ago, the Trump administration ended temporary protected status for tens of thousands of Afghans, with the Secretary callously determining that the security situation in Afghanistan had improved to the point where its citizens could return home safely. The Taliban is not only an enemy of the United States, it is evil and it frequently commits human rights abuses against its own people. They treat women and girls as property. They have eliminated freedom of speech and religion, and they will persecute any repatriated Afghans who assisted U.S. personnel during the two decades that we were in Afghanistan. Our service members know this issue better than any of us. They fought alongside these Afghans. The Afghans who served as soldiers, navigators, interpreters, intelligence support, and service members often bonded with our Afghan allies because they share our values. American Afghan allies saved American lives on the battlefield at great risk to themselves and to their families. Let me be clear. America's Afghan allies are not safe in today's Afghanistan. Failure to pass this amendment will only expedite the removal of Afghan nationals to a hostile terrorist regime. Those Afghans who helped the United States in our time of need and who had every reason to believe the United States would have their back, would be subject to persecution, to torture, and to death. I urge a yes vote on the amendment to protect those who put their lives on the line for us. And I too hope that between now and the end of this process, that we will be able to work out language that will successfully be able to protect these individuals who did so much to protect us. With that, I yield back and urge the support of the amendment.
Thank the gentleman. Are there others wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized for 1 minute to close. Oh, who's amendment? Gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized for 1 minute to close. Thank you.
Thank you for doing the job that you're doing. I know that you and the ranking member through all of these stand up and just do a lot of work for all of us, so totally understand. You know, there was much that the subcommittee chair said about, you know, all the different visas that are out there. I do a lot of visa work in my my constituency. I have a lot of Hmong, Lao, Cambodian, especially Hmong refugees who work side by side with our soldiers. There's language barriers. These visas can take months, they can take years. They came here in, you know, in 2025, they just find out that this is going to end in July. Maybe they started this paperwork, and I'm not kidding, folks. This paperwork can take years. I don't disagree that people have to be vetted. They're now trying to get paperwork for people who they might not have the right name, or it might have been a contractor through the State Department trying to verify their employment and all that. So they're struggling with getting this paperwork done. I appreciate what my chairman of the Defense Appropriations Committee said. So, Mr. Chair, if I could ask the subcommittee chair, Mr. Amati, to yield.
Without objection.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Amati, gentleman from Nevada.
Floor isn't mine, but
Yeah.
yes, I will.
No, I asked you if you would yield, if I could yield you some time.
Yes, ma'am.
I need to know, and you and I are friends, and I don't use that term lightly, as you know. If you're willing to seriously work with me on trying to figure something out. There's been bills in the Senate, there's bills in the House. These people are in limbo, and I think that if we could even get some movement on the administration to know one way or the other whether or not they're serious about doing things. So people could apply for green cards. They could see if they could apply for the special program that you did. Some of these people might want to apply for asylum, but they need some time to do that. So if we can work between now and the Rules Committee to see if we can come up with some joint language to move forward on that, I would withdraw the amendment. But if you don't think that that's possible, and I know, and I know you mean it no disrespect if you think it's not possible, I'll proceed with the amendment. Do you think it's possible we might be able to come up with something before the Rules Committee?
Yes, ma'am. Priority number one for my staff.
Okay, so to the full chair of the committee and to the ranking member, with that, I will withdraw the amendment, and I look forward to working with Mr. Calvert and you, and I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady for withdrawing, and I appreciate the discussion that this amendment provoked. With that, Gentlelady from Florida is recognized for the purpose of an amendment.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I have an amendment at the desk, Wasserman Schultz number 1, and I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I offer this amendment to restore $1 million in funding for the Family Reunification Task Force. This is a modest amount that carries immense legal and moral weight. This task force was created to confront and begin to repair the damage caused by the Trump administration's family separation policy, one of the darkest stains on our recent history. This was not an accident. It was a calculated decision with the objective of inflicting maximum punishment to convey, quote unquote, zero tolerance. That zero tolerance policy tore thousands of children from their parents at the southern border with no system to track them, no plan to reunite them, and no regard for the trauma imposed on these families. When this horrifying news broke, I attempted to conduct an oversight visit at Homestead in South Florida, where we learned that children were being held, and I was denied. And as appropriators, Democrats and Republicans, we worked together to change the law and ensure members' access to detention facilities going forward without an announcement in advance. And when I was admitted in to carry out oversight, along with the ranking member and numerous others, I'll never forget what we saw there. I know many of you witnessed it as well. Many of those children were under the age of 5. Many still have not been reunited with their parents. Some families have now spent more than 6 years apart. This isn't speculation. It's been painstakingly documented in court filings that are truly chilling to read. Federal courts ruled accurately that family separation without any reunification plan violated the constitutional rights of parents and children alike. The Interagency Task Force for the Reunification of Families was established in 2021 to meet the government's obligations under the Ms. L. v. ICE lawsuit. And just this week, a federal court ruled that the Trump administration is in breach of the settlement that resolved that case. We have a legal obligation to bring these families together. And more than that, we have a moral obligation. It is not enough to say, quote, the last administration did this, the last administration did that. America has only one federal government, and it was our government that separated these families. It was our government that agreed to the terms of the settlement. It must be our government that reunites them. And this task force is the only federal entity charged with making that happen. Yet this bill eliminates its funding entirely. This is especially troubling given provisions in the Republican reconciliation bill that would allow unprecedented, indefinite detention of minors. Restoring this $1 million will not come close to addressing the full scope of what these families deserve. It won't undo the trauma. It won't fix the years lost. It's just a portion of what we should be dedicating. But it will keep the work going, identifying families still separated, coordinating reunification across borders, and offering basic services to those harmed by our own policies. This should not be a partisan issue. No child should be used as leverage. No family should be treated as disposable. No matter our differences on border policy or immigration reform enforcement, I'm old enough to remember there was bipartisan outrage at the time over how these families were treated. And there should be bipartisan resolve today to make it right. We owe these families more than apologies. We owe them action. We owe it to them to reunite them. And this amendment is one small but essential step. And I urge adoption of this amendment to restore funds to the Family Reunification Task Force, and I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from Nevada, the chairman of the subcommittee, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The previous administration spent millions of dollars on the so-called Family Reunification Task Force. Last year, we spent almost $34 million. The settlement agreed to by the previous administration was really a giveaway to non-governmental organizations under the guise of supporting aliens temporarily separated from their families after adult aliens were arrested during the zero-tolerance policies of the first Trump administration. This settlement, agreed to by the previous administration, provides a whole host of taxpayer-funded services over a period of 6 years, including behavioral health, medical services, housing, and legal services. But perhaps most egregiously is this settlement streamlined asylum claims, which allowed certain individuals the ability to apply for parole and jump to the head of the line. I urge my colleagues to defeat this amendment so we can stop the endless funding of programs that do nothing but undermine enforcement efforts and encourage more illegal immigration. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman for his remarks. Gentlelady from Illinois is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong support of this amendment, which carves out $1 million to continue the Family Reunification Task Force that was stood up in 2021 to facilitate the reunification of children with their families who were separated by the government between January 20th, 2017 and January 20th, 2021. In connection with the first Trump administration policy of family separation. In 2023, the government entered a settlement agreement that ended the practice of separating families at the border and provided a single mechanism, which is this task force, to reunite children with their families. It is still not fully known how many children and their parents are covered under the settlement, but estimates suggest nearly 4,500 to 5,000. The last update we received from the Department of Homeland Security about the progress of the task force was in April of 2024, where they reported that as of March 20th, 2024, approximately 3,225 reunifications were completed, with over 1,400 children without confirmed reunifications. 1,400 kids. We cannot turn our backs on these families. We cannot ignore court settlements. We cannot abandon this task force until their mission is complete and every child is reunited with their family. This amendment restores the task force, and I urge my colleagues to support it. And I thank Ms. Wasserman Schultz for offering the amendment. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Gentlelady from Connecticut, ranking member of the full committee, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this amendment, which provides $1 million for the most basic humanitarian responsibility of this country, ensuring that families are not ripped apart with no hope for reconnection. The family separation agenda that the first Trump administration pursued was one of the most cruel and heartless policies ever enacted by this government. According to the department's own reports, nearly 1,000 and maybe more children have still never been reunited with their parents, never have been reunited with their families. I clearly remember a call I had with Alex Azar, the HHS secretary at the time. I was in my home in New Haven with my 2-year-old grandson on my lap when I asked the secretary if the Trump administration had a list of the children and their families in order that they would be able to reconnect their children at some point. Just a basic list of kids, parents. This is, Rosa DeLauro, Anna, Catherine, Jonathan Greenberg. That's so that we were connected. He assured me that they had such a list. It was a lie. A pilot program conducted in 2017 showed that DHS lacked adequate systems to track separated children for the purpose of reunification. But the Trump administration still expanded the policy in 2018, anticipating that over 26,000 children could be taken from their parents or guardians over just 4 months. This was not an accident. Attorney General Jeff Sessions, in a phone call to the Southwestern DA's office, said, and this is a quote, "We need to take away children," end quote. He felt it was necessary to discourage migration. In a radio interview, he later said, and I quote, "If people don't want to be separated from their children, they should not bring them with them," end quote. This was understood across the first Trump administration. HHS's acting assistant secretary, Stephen Wagner, told reporters, and I quote, "We expect that the new policy will result in a deterrence effect. We certainly hope that parents stop bringing their kids on this dangerous journey and entering the country illegally," end quote. The cruelty of this policy was and is today astounding. Imagine treating children, the most vulnerable among us, with less care than we treat luggage at an airport or clothing dropped off at a cleaner's. We bring our clothes to be dry cleaned. They give us a slip of paper. We go back, we pick it up, we check against the list to see if we have it all. We check our bags at airports. We've got a tag. We reclaim it at baggage claim, and we claim them. We can track packages today all over the world. We know where they are, when they're coming, when they're going to arrive at our doorstep. Family separation should never be a U.S. policy again. Imagine being separated from your child. You think about it, with no way to know where they were being sent or if you would ever be able to find them again. It was and is an appalling abuse of power, but that was a government policy. When I visited the McAllen CBP Processing Center, and I was at Port Isabel, the ICE detention facility, and it was at Port Isabel where we met with the mothers. This was about 8 years ago. We were told that ICE and CBP were working together along with HHS, and that kids would be reunited with their parents. We spoke to mothers there, crying. They didn't know where their kids were. They had no communication with their kids. They were hard-pressed to know what to do and felt helpless in the process. And at the beginning of their stay, Port Isabel was a prison for these mothers. At the beginning, they were not even allowed to make a telephone call to try to get information about their child. There were 2 children in 2018 that were forcibly separated from their parents and brought to the state of Connecticut due to family separation. The trauma these children suffered was indescribable. They were ultimately reunited with their parents, but not before a real rupture of trust between parent and child. Just one story. It was the Trump administration that inflicted this trauma under zero tolerance and should make amends for this intentional cruelty. I fought this cruel policy in both the minority and majority. 2018, I passed an amendment through conference directing no less than $4 million in funding to the National Child Traumatic Stress Network for separated children and families. 2020, when I chaired this committee, I directed funding to post-release services to engage with family reunification service providers for those effective and increased funding for mental health services for their children. Critically, I passed language in full committee that is still in effect today requiring monthly reports on children separated from their parents at the border, so that doesn't happen again. This amendment provides the bare minimum. We need to do more. This amendment will ensure that some effort is being made to ensure this hateful policy will not be reinstated under the Trump administration. I thank the chair. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Chair would advise, and we certainly will proceed with the debate. We are voting now. So the debate goes on too long, or we'll just suspend and go on. But I'm not trying to shut the debate down. I just want you to be aware of where we're at in timeline. I'm not sure where we are right now in the vote. We'll try and find that out. In the meantime, gentlelady, Ms. Dean is recognized for her comments on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank the gentlewoman from Florida for raising this amendment and raising this issue that sadly seems so forgotten. More than 1,000 children, years separated from their families, from their parents. It's hard to even wrap your head around. And this amendment takes me back to my travels to Homestead, Florida, under the first Trump administration. I traveled there with a number of representatives, members of Congress, including John Lewis. At Homestead, you might remember, that was a for-profit detention center of children. For-profit. They charged hundreds and hundreds of dollars per day per child. And they showed us a room with all of these TV screens monitoring when the child would turn 18. And I said, what happens when the child turns 18? They are not only let go, they are handcuffed and deported. It was a shameful, cruel place, and it was for profit. In fact, one of the owners of it was a former member of the Trump administration. That was Homestead, Florida. And I'll never forget John Lewis with an interpreter speaking to children at a lunch table and saying, America welcomes you. We are better than this. This is not how we treat the stranger. He was gorgeous and eloquent, and these children didn't know what to make of any of it. Fortunately, that horror of a detention center, for-profit detention center, was eventually closed. But we went on to other borders and visited others who were in detention. And I want to say this, sadly, what we saw, the hallmarks of the first Trump administration were incompetence, corruption, and cruelty. And guess what? The hallmarks of the second Trump administration are incompetence. If you came back as president and you knew there were 1,000 children that you separated, wouldn't task number one be how do we get those kids back to their families? Wouldn't that be your moral obligation? But they're so incompetent that they can't do it. They're so corrupt that they would run for-profit detention centers of children. And this is the thing I never understood until somebody said it to me recently. And I don't believe it of any members in here. But for this administration, the cruelty is not just an after effect. It is often the point. The cruelty is the point with separating children. The cruelty is the point with so much of what we are seeing. The cruelty is the point with TPS holders. This administration, and I pray that some of you will separate yourself from the incompetence, from the corruption that is so present before our face, and from the cruelty that mars this administration and will forever. And it's hurting our country. With that, I rise in strong support of this very small and modest amendment that will say we're not forgetting those children. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. Are there others wishing to address the amendment? Gentlelady from Texas.
Mr. Chair, I rise in support of this amendment. Family separation, the Trump policy, started in my district, and it went on for months before it was discovered publicly. And I hope we can all remember those horrifying audio tapes of those wailing children who had been taken from their parents. I know there's a lot of folks who will say, well, the parents shouldn't have done that. This is about those kids. This is about those kids. I have met with children who were reunited with their families, and despite their reunification, the trauma is incomprehensible. I want you to think about your kids and how horrific it would be to be separated from your small children. And imagine the fear and the terror that those small children lived through. This very modest amount would go a very long way to making sure that we bring those families together. That's our obligation. That is our obligation. Our government separated them. Our government did not have a policy or a plan in place for tracking them. Our government has an obligation to right this wrong. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Are there others wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, the expression there, but for the grace of God, go I, is applicable here. Because I think a lot of people who would consider voting against this amendment think to themselves, well, you know, that's what they get for putting themselves in that situation. And, you know, there's a lot of mothers in this room. And I remember back to walking through that detention facility and going to the border with the gentlelady from Texas and walking through the Mexican side of the border and seeing the babies and toddlers really in squalor, in tents on the ground, waiting for the opportunity to be able to come across and go through the process of seeking asylum. I remember thinking how desperate and trying to wrap my mind around what would happen and how I would feel if my children were ever taken from me while I was trying to trek across the entire continent. And once I arrived, my children were stolen from me, and 6 years later, I still didn't have them back. I mean, that's just incomprehensible. And the cruelty that we're allowing here is incomprehensible. We have an obligation, no matter who is in charge of our administration, to abide by settlements. That's what this ensures we do. Please support this amendment. It appropriates just $1 million to make sure this task force can continue its work, which is our obligation and the administration's obligation by law. Thank you for your indulgence, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Questions now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Florida. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Roll call has been requested. Sufficient support being shown. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amade. Mr. Amade, no. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, aye. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole.
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean, aye. Ms. DeLauro. Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Henson. Mrs. Henson, no. Mr. Hoyer. Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. Lalota. Mr. Lalota, no. Miss Lee. Miss Lee, aye. Miss Lutlow. Miss Lutlow, no. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, aye. Miss Malloy. Miss Malloy, no. Miss McCollum. Miss McCollum, aye. Miss Ming. Miss Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez. Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Rushenthaler. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Miss Underwood. Miss Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadao. Mr. Valadao, no. Miss Wasserman Schultz. Miss Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no.
Does any member, excuse me, does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Cuellar votes aye.
Are there any other members wishing to change or record their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 28, the noes are 29. The amendment is not agreed to. Votes have been called. We'll take a brief recess, and we will reconvene immediately after the last vote. Committee stands in recess. Committee will reconvene, and so we'll get right back to work. With that, gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, is recognized for an amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent that the amendment be considered as read.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to offer an amendment that every member from a state vulnerable to floods, wildfires, or tornadoes, or any other natural disaster should support. This amendment is simple. It prevents any funds in this bill from being used to eliminate FEMA. And it's perfect timing since it's hurricane season. Of course, it's not clear to President Trump's pick to lead FEMA that he even knows that. But every member here knows how critical this agency is. And we can agree that FEMA needs reforms, namely by removing barriers so it can focus on its central missions of swift emergency aid and response work in all of our local communities. But Homeland Security NOM wants to burn FEMA down. The Trump administration is pushing its demise. FEMA's already slashed up to 30% of its workers, some of its best talent pushed out the door or let go, right at the start of hurricane season. And $10 billion in FEMA grants are still frozen. This is money that we, Congress, set aside in law that's been confiscated. Floridians are waiting for $800 million that sits in limbo. Instead of helping Floridians rebuild, Trump blocks those dollars and lets bureaucracy or worse ideology get in the way of needed relief. That not only handcuffs cities, counties, and electric co-ops from recovering now, it simultaneously paralyzes preparations for their next response. Shockingly, internal FEMA records admit they're not ready for this storm season, yet Republicans still starve the agency of resources. Let's put aside the gross incompetence and cruelty here. People stand to get hurt. Aid will be delayed. Families reeling from storms will suffer even longer. And why? Because once again, this president is not focused on the cost of living crisis and kitchen table issues facing American families. Instead, like with FEMA and so many other services, he makes it worse. Trump promised to fight for the working class, but delaying FEMA aid means slowing recoveries, costlier fixes, and less preparations before the next storm takes place. And that will cost us all, as taxpayers and as storm victims. We see how this works. To give billionaires tax breaks, Republicans attack and gut federal services that keep Americans safe, like FEMA. That way the rich don't pay their fair share, and the middle class and vulnerable workers are left to pick up the tab. That's why my amendment protects FEMA. Yes, FEMA needs fixes, but FEMA helps all of our communities, and we can make it better and should be making it better without killing it. The states cannot handle the responsibilities of FEMA in the aftermath of a storm on their own. That is simply not possible. Starving FEMA so federal recovery stops flowing to Florida or North Carolina doesn't help any of our communities. Places like Jacksonville, Lakeland, and Miami really can't live without FEMA, and it's not possible for them to go it alone. Forcing Louisiana or Mississippi to risk bankruptcy if a Category 4 rolls over them, which happens on a pretty consistent basis these days, that does not make America great. So please support my amendment to prevent FEMA from being eliminated, and then we can all work on reforms to speed up recovery aid to all of our communities. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from Nevada, Mr. Amadei, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The amendment, when all else fails, read the amendment, says none of the funds made available may be used by the Secretary or any member of the FEMA Review Council established by the President last January to develop, propose, or implement a plan to eliminate FEMA. Well, I missed the part of today's hearing where somebody said, we really need to get rid of FEMA. You know, it's kind of like the BRIC program. It's like, I don't know if there's anybody in here who's like, if we just get rid of FEMA, we'd be on the road to making America great again. But when I look at this, and it's like, you can't talk about any of this stuff, and I hear things about presidential focus and stuff like that. It's like, the reason FEMA has had some bumps in the road is because of the focus of the prior administration doing their thing. Fine. They won the election. They can do that. They didn't win this election, and so this administration deserves the same opportunity. So, as the president of this administration says, FEMA needs to be reformed. That's an important word, reformed. Now, I know there's been talk and stuff like that. We've got some convention talking points going around, but I haven't heard anybody say, boy, will it be good when they're gone. So, we need to empower state and local governments who can make far better decisions for their communities than bureaucrats in Washington, D.C., to work their will in seeing what reforms are appropriate in a not eliminated FEMA. And while I agree with my colleague that Congress has the final say on authorization of agencies and program, I got to point out that the authorizers on a bipartisan basis have introduced legislation to completely reconfigure FEMA as it exists today. And that's our prerogative. This amendment would hamstring the ability of the administration, the FEMA Review Council, and the authorizers, remember those folks? And the authorizers to work together to make necessary improvements to the federal agency in charge of disaster response and recovery. And we cannot allow that. So, we'll continue to fund the mission through programs and other investments as we all agree to, as we see fit, because it's our prerogative. Remember the part we're supposed to do our job? So, I urge my colleagues to vote against this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman, and we now turn to the gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Underwood, to respond to the amendment.
I rise in strong support of this amendment. I've been incredibly alarmed to hear President Trump, Secretary Noem, and others in this administration attack FEMA and weaponize our federal disaster response against their political rivals. Let me be clear, playing political games and eliminating FEMA would cause catastrophic and needless suffering to the American public. State emergency management leaders have gone on the record. They are not equipped to handle the roles FEMA currently plays, marshaling emergency resources from multiple federal agencies, providing flood insurance, conducting damage assessments, and distributing billions of dollars in recovery funds. Pushing disaster response and recovery fully back to the states is dangerous and unrealistic. If this administration wants to reform FEMA, then they should come to the negotiating table with real suggestions that will make Americans safer in emergencies. Meanwhile, I strongly urge my colleagues to support this amendment so that desperately needed resources aren't taken away from our local communities. And I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Edwards, is recognized to address the amendment.
Mayor, I must respectfully oppose this amendment, not because I believe disaster recovery should be eliminated or weakened, but because I believe it must be strengthened and modernized. And this amendment risks locking us into a rigid, outdated structure that no longer serves the best interest of the American people. Let me be clear. As a representative for Western North Carolina, the community hit hardest by Hurricane Helene, I know firsthand the critical importance of timely and effective federal disaster response. But I also know that the system that we have today is flawed, bloated, and bureaucratic. Recovery efforts in my district have been slow, disjointed, and riddled with bureaucracy. We owe it to our constituents to consider better ways of delivering help when it's needed most. That's why I support the FEMA Act of 2025, a proposal developed by the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, where this issue rightly belongs. The FEMA Act doesn't eliminate disaster recovery, it reforms it. It proposes moving FEMA out of DHS to operate with more autonomy, flexibility, and focus. It empowers states through expanded block grants and reduces red tape and gives communities more control over how recovery dollars are used. And I certainly believe it's the right direction. This amendment would preemptively tie the hands of Congress, just as we are beginning to evaluate those reforms. And we can't let one appropriations amendment short-circuit the work of a committee in the middle of its deliberative process. That's just not good legislating. Whether it's FEMA or a future agency with a different name, I believe the federal government must provide disaster recovery services. But we should be open to how we do that, and we must make sure it works better for the people who need it most. America deserves a system that works, not just one that stays the same. And this amendment is protecting the bureaucracy and maintaining the status quo. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment and let the authorizers finish their work.
Thank the gentleman. We now go to the ranking member of the full committee, the gentlelady from Connecticut, Ms. DeLauro, to respond to the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I would just like to say to the gentleman from North Carolina, and I wanted to read you this quote. I think we're going to recommend that FEMA go away, Trump said while touring flood damage in North Carolina in January, before continuing on to Los Angeles, which was devastated by wildfires, where he said, I say you don't need FEMA, you need a good state government. Was it Mr. Hamilton, who was the acting director of FEMA? He proposed that there be reforms. He lost his job. So I think we're on a slippery slope here with regard to FEMA and making sure that FEMA is strong and supported because people need it, and your state has benefited from it, as my state has as well. I rise in support of this amendment. It recognizes the invaluable role that FEMA plays in helping Americans recover from what are oftentimes life-altering disasters. In the bill before us, House Republicans have doubled down on the administration's effort to throw the responsibility of disaster recovery and mitigation to the states. Let's check with North Carolina. Let's check with Oklahoma. Let's check with Connecticut to find out if they can pick up the tab. I doubt that they can. In the face of worsening natural disasters, they seek to reduce FEMA staffing, slash funding for climate resilience. They ignore an $8 billion shortfall in the Disaster Relief Fund. Instead of focusing on ways to help lower the cost of living, help keep American people safe from threats from our adversaries, extremists, and major disasters, House Republicans are using this bill to gut critical federal resources and advance their own agenda. It should be a flashing alarm to everyone on this committee that the administration's first pick, so I said to lead FEMA, could not even survive saying that he thought the agency should exist. They fired him the very next day. This is not an academic debate. It's deadly serious. We have seen extraordinary wildfires earlier this year in California, and June is just getting started. Even more places will burn by the end of the summer. Currently, FEMA is responding to disasters including severe storms in Arkansas, Tennessee, floods and tornadoes in Kentucky, wildfires in Oklahoma. We're preparing to enter the hurricane season, which is once again predicted by NOAA to produce more than average storms. Keep in mind, though it's in another bill, this administration wants to get rid of NOAA as well. They don't want us to let's keep our eyes closed and not know anything about whether or not we're going to have a storm or a flood or anything, and then we're not going to give you any money for it as well. You're on your own. Last year's season was the third most expensive on record. 18 named stores that dealt with over $130 billion in damage. Hurricanes are not just a threat to the Gulf Coast. Hurricane Helene wreaked nearly $60 billion worth of damage on North Carolina, much of it in rural, western areas of the state. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle could not be picking a worse time to shortchange disaster relief. What happened in California or Kentucky or North Carolina could happen to any of us next. We are 2 weeks into the hurricane season, once again predicted by NOAA to produce more than average storms. Last year's season was the third most expensive on record. 18 storms, $130 billion in damage. It's not just the Gulf states or wildfire-prone states that are at risk. Every single state, territory, in some form or another, eventually suffers a disaster. Every single state, territory looks to FEMA for support when that happens. I hope my colleagues in this committee never have to experience a moment like that. But when many of us inevitably do, we will think back to this moment and either be proud or ashamed of what we voted to do. A quote in support of FEMA. I don't think it makes sense to get rid of FEMA. Lynn Budd, director of the Wyoming Office of Homeland Security, said in an interview with State, there are economies of scale that a nationwide agency provides. States don't have the capability built to handle a disaster every single year. Some governors, including Democrat Andy Beshear of Kentucky, Trump's threats to dismantle FEMA are dangerous. It would be disastrous in and of itself for the FEMA organization to be dissolved. Removing access to federal resources from FEMA would undermine power restoration efforts, negatively affect reliability, ultimately increase the cost of electricity. This is NRECA said in comments filed with the agency. And this is the National Rural Electric Co-ops Association. The bulk of the information says that let us not shortchange FEMA. Let's not do it in. Let me just say, we're going to look back on this moment, and I hope my colleagues would support the gentlelady's amendment. I urge my colleagues to support this. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer, is recognized to address the amendment.
I'll yield to Valadao if she wants to speak now.
Will you yield,
Yes, I'm going to ask for recognition later, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, if that's okay? I think it's important to recognize Oklahoma was mentioned, and Oklahoma has been impacted by many, many, many severe storms and tornadoes over my lifetime. But I think the function of FEMA isn't working anymore. It has become bureaucratic. It has become bloated. I'm currently working cases in my district where FEMA hasn't paid for disaster debris removal for over 2 years. I want to submit for the record, without objection, Mr. Chairman, an article from the Vermont Public website. FEMA's plotting bureaucracy exacts financial toll on Vermont towns. At least 5 counties in Vermont were part of a 2023 federal disaster declaration, and they have yet, as of this article's date, September of 24, they have yet to be reimbursed. These communities cannot afford the huge cost of debris removal for 2 years or more when FEMA doesn't pay them, reimburse them for the services that they've provided. This can't continue. I certainly want to see reforms, but I think that we have to get someone's attention to have them recognize that this is a problem. I think their mission, there's been mission creep within FEMA. The bureaucracy has continued. And in order to make sure that we're actually getting services to the people that truly need it, something has to be done. And so I appreciate the amendment. I will be voting no on this, but I think it's worth noting that something has to be done with FEMA. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, and I thank the gentleman from Maryland for catching that for me. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Some of you will remember a report language that I offered when Mr. Harris's bill was on the floor or in the committee. And Mr. Harris responded to me, this is only report language. Nobody will pay attention. This is why. This is why. If FEMA needs reforming, and I may certainly agree with that, we are the reformers. The president can propose to us reform, but he can't adopt it. Mr. Vogt thinks he can. Mr. Vogt thinks he can fire anybody he wants to fire. Mr. Vogt thinks he can do almost anything he wants to do under Article 2 authority, which he believes is almost plenary. The issue that the lady from Florida raises is we don't have those reforms in place. We don't have an alternative in place. And let's not throw out what we have, which, in my view, in many, many, many instances has worked very well. In some instances, have they messed up? They have. They're like every other agency there in that respect. But the issue we're going to deal with as an Appropriations Committee is the Congress responsible or is the executive responsible? Forget about the issue of what needs to be in reform. I'm glad people are working on it. I may well support it. But I am not going to eliminate an agency before we have a reform proposed either by the president or, very frankly, by ourselves or jointly. That's why the report language may not make any difference. I will tell you, when I first started on this committee, report language meant something. Why? Because agencies were concerned that if we did not follow the voice of Congress and the direction of Congress, their budgets would be cut, pursuant to our Article 1 authority. So whatever side of the aisle you're on, it seems to me, if you respect the Congress, if you respect Article 1, if you think we're the ones supposed to do it, then you'll vote for this amendment. and say, yes, let's get to reform. You say it's not working. Bring it down to us. We'll debate it. We'll initiate it. We'll pass it. You implement it. That's what executing means. I hope this amendment is passed.
Thank the gentleman. Is there any other member wishing to, a gentlelady from Ohio is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I would like to yield a minute to the gentlelady from our ranking member from Connecticut.
I'm getting help. It's fine. Thank you very much, Congresswoman Chapter. I just want to note that this is information that talks about what FEMA has done by state over the last 20 years. And I just will read you with regard to Oklahoma here. First, there are 58 open awards here. And over these years, $2.4 billion has gone from FEMA to the state of Oklahoma. Now, I'm going to ask you, is that possible for, and I've got every other state, which will get it out so that you can see how much your state has received from FEMA over the years, and what kind of open awards are there? I would just say is this your state going to be able to pick that amount of money up? Think about it. Think about it. When the administration, the president and the director of Homeland Security have both said we should eliminate FEMA. And if you think about it and what your state has received over the years from FEMA, you'll think twice and you will vote for this amendment. I thank the gentlelady.
I thank the ranking member, and I also rise in support of the amendment from our colleague and friend from Florida. Ohio has had plenty of tornadoes and floods and coastal erosion, and all that forest fire dust comes down on us now over the last couple years from Canada. It's really a different universe around the Great Lakes with all that's happening. I've always been a supporter of FEMA, even before it became rolled into the Department of Homeland Security. We have drawn upon FEMA for our firefighters, equipment, as well as personal upgraded safety equipment, respirators, hoses, and as the ranking member has stated, awards to our state to try to clean up after disasters. I would be the first, not just to vote for this amendment in order that we can continue meeting the real needs of the American people, but also to look at reforming FEMA. When FEMA was its own agency, it was much more agile. And I wasn't happy when it got rolled into the Department of Homeland Security, I'll just be honest with you. Because when a disaster happens, you need an entity that is less bureaucratic. So I don't want to change anything in the amendment, but I will say I would be one of those open to language that would urge a review by the respective individuals responsible to make it more agile so they can get there faster and with the proper resources. And I know that there are people from my region, for example, when there's flooding in Kentucky or North Carolina, the people from Defiance and Bryan, Ohio stand with you. When there's a hurricane in Florida or Louisiana, Ohioans from Sandusky and Vermilion will be there for you. Could FEMA improve and make it even better? Yes. These fires in Los Angeles and Maui or Nevada, the people of our region want to help, and they actually do. We have teams that go out. So I'm very proud supporter of FEMA. I think that this increase is absolutely warranted, and but I would be supportive of those that are talking about reform and strengthening FEMA as we move forward. Thank you so very much, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Rutherford, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to yield to my good friend, Mr. Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Rutherford. I can't believe I'm trying to make a rational debate in here. I've found in my short time on appropriations that's often a futile exercise. But I can't help but listen to the argument from the other side. What I hear is the bitterness and the distaste of the current administration. My argument in voting against this amendment is to allow Congress to do its work. I very specifically said that there is a FEMA Act of 2025 in process right now in the T&I committee. Let's allow Congress to do its work. Let's get the distaste for the current administration out of the rational thinking here. Vote against this amendment and let's let Congress do its work. I will also reiterate that there are few people in this room that have more up close and personal interaction with FEMA over the last 8 months than I. Up until September 27th, FEMA was nothing more than a line item on a budget for me. Since September 27th, I've very much been getting an education. I can tell you that FEMA needs major reform and Congress is best suited to do that. Please get past your distaste of the administration. Let Congress do its work and vote no on this amendment. Thank you.
Yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentleman. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentlelady from Florida is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll just point out to the gentleman from North Carolina that this is the 4th anniversary today of the collapse of the Champlain Towers South building in Surfside, Florida. So I can guarantee you that I have quite a bit more experience directly with FEMA than you. And I represent a district that is smack in the middle of Hurricane Alley. So trust me when I tell you that I have a lot of experience with FEMA. And my amendment has nothing to do with my disdain for President Trump. Here, not one person in this room has stood up and said that we should close down FEMA or that we should eliminate FEMA. We are legislators, and that's our job, is to legislate. The president said, Trump says he plans to phase out FEMA after 2025 hurricane season. There are numerous other examples where he said the plan is to wean off FEMA, and we want to bring it down to the state level. I say you don't need FEMA, you need a good state government. Trump said while visiting the Los Angeles fires in January. FEMA is a very expensive, in my opinion, mostly failed situation. We have an opportunity to reform FEMA, and we can do that through legislation. In the meantime, the president has cut FEMA by 30%. He's cut 30% of the employees. He says he's going to phase out FEMA after the 2025 hurricane season. If he shuts it down before we have a chance to legislate about how to reform it, then it's going to go away. And if we think that we get constituent casework that is alarming as a result of people having challenges dealing with FEMA now, imagine if FEMA's shut down and we have 50 different ways, plus the territories, to deal with the aftermath of natural disasters and reimbursement when somebody is trying to be made whole. That would be a nightmare. And so all we're doing here is saying that in the meantime, we should not spend funds, and that's what the Appropriations Committee does, and our bills only last a year. So there's no alarm about, blocking it interminably. We would just be saying no funds should be spent, as is the prerogative of the Appropriations Committee, to shut FEMA down while Congress looks at reforming it. I urge the adoption of my amendment if you live in a natural disaster area and want to make sure you can keep people whole. Thank you.
Thank the gentlelady. I would remind members to try to stay within the clock. The chair is very generous with time. I know people are very passionate about issues. Just please try and stay within the allotted time if you can. Questions now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Florida. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. In opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Roll call has been requested. Sufficient support has been demonstrated. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. No. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amedee. Mr. Amedee, no. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop. Yes. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. No. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. No. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. Aye. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein. No. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde? Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole? No. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar? Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. Dean? Ms. Dean, aye. Ms. DeLauro? Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart? Mr. Diaz-Balart? Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards? Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey? Mr. Elzey, no. Miss Escobar? Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat? Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman? Ms. Frankel? Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin? Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Guest? Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder? Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris? Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Hinson? Mrs. Hinson, no. Mr. Hoyer? Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy? Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter? Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. Lalota? Mr. Lalota, no. Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee, aye. Ms. Letlow? Ms. Letlow? Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy? Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCollum? Ms. Ming? Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar? Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan? Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez? Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree? Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan? Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley? Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong? Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres, aye. Miss Underwood? Miss Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadao? Mr. Valadao, no. Miss Wasserman Schultz? Miss Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman? Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke? Mr. Zinke, no.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? Gentleman from Tennessee?
Mr. Fleischman, no.
Are there any others wishing to record or change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 25, the noes are 34. The amendment is not adopted. Is there any further amendment or discussion? The gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent that it be considered as read.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I offer this amendment to prohibit the use of taxpayer money to detain, deport, or remove Venezuelans who were granted temporary protected status, or TPS. Specifically, this amendment would provide relief for Venezuelan nationals who would still qualify for protection if not for the Trump administration's arbitrary and cynical termination of their lawful status. This amendment does not offer blanket amnesty. It does not shield those who commit crimes or pose a threat. It just keeps our promise to people who followed every legal requirement we set out for them. They applied under a humanitarian protection program that Congress created and presidents of both parties have utilized. They passed continuous criminal background checks. They registered with the government. They earned work permits. They paid taxes and application fees. They are teachers, nurses, small business owners, construction workers, and child care and elder care providers. They are raising U.S. citizen children. The only reason they are now subject to detention. Well, removal is because Republicans decided to end TPS for Venezuela without any regard for the conditions there. That decision flies in the face of everything senior officials in this administration have said about Venezuela. Secretary of State Rubio has repeatedly and publicly condemned the Maduro regime as corrupt, authoritarian, and hostile to basic freedoms. He is correct. And since Maduro's stolen election and brutal crackdown last year, the humanitarian and political crisis there has only deepened. So let me ask, how can we condemn a regime as dangerous and repressive and then forcibly exile people back to the same regime? It's incoherent. It's morally indefensible and exposes this administration's hypocrisy for what it is. There is no security or law enforcement rationale for treating lawful immigrants as criminals without any due process, and there is certainly no moral justification for returning Venezuelan democracy advocates to a dictatorship that jails their family members and wants them dead. So why, then, did Trump decide to strip lawful status away from people who are not criminals and did all the right things? It's simple. He wants to deport as many people as possible and doesn't care whether they are upstanding community members or real criminals, or even whether or not they have a legal basis to stay. So he's going after the low-hanging fruit, Venezuelans who filed their information with the government and who are easier for DHS to round up. Let's also talk about this policy's economic consequences. For starters, Venezuelan TPS holders are essential workers in industries across the country. Many of them own small businesses. They're part of our labor force and our tax base. They pay into Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid without demanding anything in return but safe harbor from dictatorship. This amendment doesn't shield anyone with a criminal record. In fact, any criminal history would render you automatically ineligible for TPS. It does not override final orders of removal for individuals who are no longer eligible. It simply says that if a person was lawfully protected under TPS and isn't a criminal, DHS shouldn't waste our money on rounding them up instead of countering real threats. Let's not forget we are talking about people who are part of the largest peacetime refugee crisis in the world. We welcome them under a legal framework because we recognize their need for protection. If this administration succeeds in removing them, it won't just shatter families. It will deal a brutal blow to a community that has already been devastated by tragedy. If somebody poses no danger, if you were here legally yesterday until President Trump decided you weren't, the U.S. government should not deplete its limited resources, tearing your life apart. This is not just about immigration. This is about consistency in our foreign policy and laws. We cannot denounce authoritarian dictators like Maduro while cutting side deals with him to swap immigrants for sanctions relief. We cannot be a beacon for human rights while exacting collective punishment on victims of hardship. We shouldn't send human beings into harm's way to score political points, especially Venezuelans who love America and appreciate the rights many take for granted. As a proud resident of the city known affectionately as Westonzuela, I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from Nevada, Mr. Amade, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
I oppose the gentlelady's amendment. While I appreciate that members may have conflicting opinions over this issue, it seems to be yet another example of the previous administration's chronic exploitation of every immigration loophole without following the letter and spirit of the law. The fact of the matter is that we were unable to fully vet everyone who came in under this program. And when we see just how many Venezuelans have ties to one of the most ruthless gangs on the planet, TDA, now I know some of you are better at saying Hispanic words than I am, so I use the acronym, full disclosure, TDA, it just makes sense to defer to the department here. Their job is to assess and balance our Homeland Security interests and competing priorities. Assess and balance our Homeland Security interests and competing priorities. And if DHS has determined that this program needs to be terminated, I'm going to agree with them after I look at the analysis and if it's appropriate. And particularly as we are under a heightened threat environment, it is of the utmost importance that we ensure the safety of our fellow American citizens. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman for his remarks. Gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Underwood, is recognized to address the amendment.
I rise in support of this amendment, which will help restore fairness and reduce confusion in the wake of Secretary Noem's rescission of TPS for Venezuela earlier this year. Although some of the 600,000 Venezuelans who had TPS status may be eligible for another form of legal status, the vast majority of Venezuelans are about to be in illegal status. And like many of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, I am concerned that it's not safe for many Venezuelans to return to their homeland yet. This amendment acknowledges what everyone except the Secretary of Homeland Security knows. The people of Venezuela endure corruption, persecution, and human rights abuses at the hands of the Maduro regime. Temporary protected status was created for scenarios just like these, and I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Espaillat, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this amendment. I thought we were supposed to be the lefties. And in fact, time and time again, we've heard in the Florida region and in states like Florida that we are left to the left, and we're not moderate, we're not family-oriented, we're not faith communities, that in fact, that is entirely a domain of the other side of the aisle. But what we see now is that people that are fleeing a communist regime, an oppressive regime, one that's full of corruption, persecution, and human rights violation, what we see now is that we're sending families back. We're sending them back to a place where they may be persecuted and, if not, killed. And so TPS, temporary protective status, was designed to provide people like the Venezuelans protection from a government that threatens to kill them. Simple as that. A very repressive government, and one that doesn't share our values in government or democracy. And so I'm baffled by this, because we're supposed to be the lefties. And we're supposed to be the ones that cuddle left-leaning governments across the world. And so what you do is people that are victims of those governments, you send them back so they can get imprisoned, tortured, killed. I think that's the wrong approach. I think we should continue to be a beacon of hope and opportunity for the world. And that means looking at people that are being persecuted in this way, in this fashion, across the world, and giving them an opportunity to be safe, a safe haven. And I disagree that they're criminals. Most of the ones that I see, if not all, are hardworking people. In fact, they deliver my food at home in the middle of the night, under the rain, under the cold weather. They take care of the elderly and children, and they mow some of your lawns, and they do all the stuff that other people don't want to do, and they keep us going forward. So I urge you all to continue to move America forward, support this amendment, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentleman. Are there any other members wishing to address the amendment? If not, there's at the desk an amendment in the second degree to the amendment offered by Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amadei, you're recognized to explain your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask for unanimous consent to dispense with the reading.
Without objection.
The department has discretion to determine if TPS for any country is necessary, proper, and aligned with Homeland Security interests. At the same time, I think it's also appropriate for this committee to ensure that we conduct vigorous oversight of those determinations. This amendment does just that. Allows the department to execute its authority while assessing the conditions that led DHS to make this determination. That's right. We can take a look at what they decided was important when they made their determination. I want to make sure we know the language here. This is report language, and this just changes the sentence that says, the committee strongly encourages the Secretary to reconsider the termination of TPS for Venezuelans and conduct a more thorough analysis of the situation in country, not later than 30 days after the date of enactment of this act. The Secretary shall provide a briefing to the committee on the evaluation of the conditions that led to the termination of TPS in Venezuela. We changed 2 words. We got rid of strongly encourages the secretary and changed that to directs the secretary to do that. Why are you doing this? Well, it'd be kind of nice to know why they decided what their basis was for deciding to terminate TPS. That's a legitimate oversight function. I recommend your support, and I yield back.
Thank you. Gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Underwood, is recognized to address the second-degree amendment.
This amendment will do nothing to fix the real problem, which is Secretary Noem's misunderstanding of the facts on the ground. In terminating the 2023 TPS designation for Venezuela, DHS stated, quote, overall, certain conditions for the 2023 TPS designation of Venezuela may continue. However, there are notable improvements in several areas, such as the economy, public health, and crime that allow for these nationals to be safely returned to their home country. Such a statement is patently at odds with reality on the ground. According to our own State Department's travel advisory issued on May 12th, Venezuela remains a harsh, repressive dictatorship where there is a, quote, high risk of wrongful detention, torture in detention, terrorism, kidnapping, arbitrary enforcement of local laws, crime, civil unrest, and poor health infrastructure. The advisory also found that, quote, violent crimes such as homicide, armed robbery, kidnapping, and carjacking are common in Venezuela. Police and security forces have instituted a brutal crackdown on pro-democracy or anti-regime demonstrations, including the use of tear gas, pepper spray, and rubber bullets against participants, which occasionally devolve into looting and vandalism. In spite of all this, Secretary Noem has, quote, determined that permitting Venezuelan nationals to remain in the United States is, in fact, contrary to the national interests, as is the Secretary's authority and prerogative under the statute. So, in spite of the obvious facts on the ground, I have little faith that the Department of Homeland Security will do anything other than continue to find that she wants to remove Venezuelan nationals as quickly as possible. A study will do nothing other than result in the same nonsensical findings that the Secretary used to try and get rid of Venezuelans as quickly as possible. I urge the rejection of this secondary amendment, and I urge a vote in support of the underlying amendment. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, is recognized to address the second-degree amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll just point out, because the gentleman from Nevada seemed to paint all Venezuelan immigrants with a brush of criminality and being gang members, that TPS is granted individually. Each person who is granted TPS applies for TPS individually. And there is a criminal background check. So you can't be granted TPS if you have committed crimes against this country. And I rise to oppose the secondary amendment because what it would do is it would eliminate the underlying amendment by House Democrats to protect law-abiding Venezuelans from a socialist dictatorship. DHS rationalized ripping away lawful status from hundreds of thousands of Venezuelans by citing, quote, notable improvements in several areas such as the economy, public health, and crime. That's bewildering, given more than half of Venezuelans live in extreme poverty, residents cannot access basic life-saving medicine, and back in 2020, Maduro himself was indicted by the U.S. for his alleged involvement in narco-trafficking. And this came despite statements just days later from former Senator and former defender of Venezuelans, now Secretary of State Marco Rubio, that the Maduro dictatorship is, and I quote, a regime that has forced about 8 million citizens to leave Venezuela. They imprison, they torture innocent individuals. He said that Maduro is, quote, an enemy of humanity, and, quote, the same threat today that he was 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago. The same threat as when Trump and Biden and members of both parties acted to provide TPS for Venezuelans. I wrote to Secretary Noem on January 30th asking her to reconsider. Her response was, quote, given the current conditions in Venezuela, DHS has every intention of ending 2023 Venezuela TPS. It doesn't get much clearer than that. Venezuelan Americans are in crisis. They're afraid to go to work. Their kids are afraid to go to school. They can't even attend their asylum hearings for fear that they will be snatched up by masked men and stuffed in detention. These people followed the law and did it the right way. The Trump administration treating them this way should help you realize that they don't care what conditions Venezuelans are sent back to. Otherwise, there wouldn't be 300 Venezuelans in an El Salvador death camp or thousands in inhumane ICE detention. And I appreciate the chairman's agreement to my request to direct them to reconsider rather than strongly encourage them under this secondary amendment. We should be stopping them in this bill through my original amendment, but this language will send a message to the administration that they must look at the conditions on the ground now. But I oppose the secondary amendment because the previous administration did not overuse TPS, obviously given the bipartisan outrage over the dangerous conditions in Venezuela. And I urge anyone who considers themselves an ally of the Venezuelan pro-democracy cause to join me. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Do any other members seek recognition to speak on the second degree amendment? Seeing none, the gentleman is, Mr. Amadei is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. This will be relatively quick. It was my understanding that this was going to lead to our agreeing to the underlying amendment and your agreement to the secondary one. Since there isn't, I withdraw the secondary amendment and am prepared to go forward on a vote on the original amendment. Thank you. I yield back.
Are there any other members wishing to address the original amendment? Seeing none, the gentlelady from Florida is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, we have a misunderstanding because our staffs had a conversation and there was an understanding about what was going to happen going forward. So I'm not clear what's happened here, but well, I'd be glad to work it out. But I am surprised the gentleman withdrew the secondary amendment.
Let me just, would you two like to withdraw for a moment and then you can
I
chat?
would.
Would that be all? We'll set aside this amendment. You guys communicate and we'll
you.
revisit it at the end of the day.
Thank you. That would be helpful. Thank you.
Oh, what? Okay, well, actually, I'm told we can't come back, so we can take a very brief, like 5-minute recess or something.
Why can't we come back?
Or you can withdraw it and resubmit it again, and we'll entertain it at the end of the deal, but we can't.
Yeah,
Well,
that's what I was hoping to do with a quick.
Chairman, can I ask a question?
I certainly have no objection to that.
The gentleman said he's going to withdraw his amendment. I started to get up to object. Am I correct that once that amendment is offered, it cannot be unilaterally withdrawn by the offer of the amendment? It takes the consent of the body itself, in whose possession that motion now is. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Then I object.
Well,
Parliamentary inquiry?
if the gentleman, just a moment. No, he won't.
We should just table the amendment and move on.
The deal was.
Actually, the gentleman can withdraw the amendment, I'm now advised. So is the amendment withdrawn?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so we are on the original amendment. Is that correct?
I thought you ruled, Mr. Chairman, that it could not be done unilaterally by the sponsor of an amendment. Once an amendment.
I have actually not ruled on anything. I'm getting advice on how to rule.
In committee.
I'm advised that your parliamentary experts and our parliamentary experts agree that the gentleman can withdraw.
Mr. Chairman?
There's separate rules for the.
Parliamentary inquiry?
Gentlelady, again, I will come to you if you would just hold for 1 second. I'm advised that we have to, you can withdraw it and we can bring it back, which would give you two a chance to communicate. Otherwise, we'd have to proceed and vote. So I would recommend you withdraw. And again, if you want to resubmit it in its original form, that'll be fine. We'll do that. Just if you'll withdraw, then you two
I'll
can
do that as
hopefully
long as the
work it
gentleman is
out.
willing to talk with me, because we seem to have a misunderstanding about what was agreed to.
Well, that's fine, but I want to keep this.
He's shaking his head up and down, so I'm good.
That's
I will
fine.
withdraw the
Okay,
amendment
you-
for
you
now, and I
guys
will
have your
reduce
chat.
it after
We need to
after
keep
we come
moving
back.
here. Okay, Mr. Cuellar is recognized. Oh, he's gotten up. We'll come back to Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Quigley, are you here? Yes, you are. Thank you very much. Gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Quigley is recognized for an amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk. I ask the reading be dismissed with.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized for remarks on his amendment.
And this also proves that half of life is showing up. But thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise today, reminded us today that 4 months ago we marked 3 years since Vladimir Putin launched his full-scale, unprovoked, and illegal invasion of Ukraine. A brutal assault on the Ukraine's sovereignty and democracy that has forced millions to flee their homelands in search of safety. Since that dark day, on February 24, 2022, tens of thousands of Ukrainians have sought refuge in the United States. For many of them, the Uniting for Ukraine program has provided a vital humanitarian lifeline, offering a pathway to safety, dignity, and hope. My amendment urges the USCIS to continue the Uniting for Ukraine program. This grants humanitarian parole for Ukrainians. I've traveled to Ukraine 5 times since the war began, several times with Democrats and Republicans in this room. We have witnessed firsthand the devastation, the shelled schools, the bombed out apartment buildings, the communities wiped off the map, burned places of worship, kidnapped children. And I've met with families separated by the conflict and the young children growing up too fast in the shadow of war. But I've also seen something more powerful than the destruction: the unbreakable will of the Ukrainian people, their courage, determination, and their fierce love for their homeland are unmatched. And they remind us of the values we hold dear in this country: freedom, resilience, and the fight for democracy. For the decade, I had the honor of representing Ukrainians Village, one of the largest Ukrainian communities in the U.S. Since the start of the war, I've spoken with hundreds of Ukrainian families, both in my district and abroad, who have shared their stories of unimaginable loss. As co-chair of the Congressional Ukraine Caucus, I worked alongside our colleagues from both sides of the aisle to ensure the United States firmly with Ukraine, not only in defense against aggression, but in our humanitarian response as well. 2 months later, the administration launched the United for Ukrainian initiative, opening a critical humanitarian pathway for those seeking refuge in the U.S. But today that pathway is at risk. USCIS has paused the United for Ukraine program, leaving families in limbo, sponsors uncertain, and our commitments hanging in the balance. This amendment urges USCIS to resume this important program, maintain efficient processing timelines, and ensure that sponsors and beneficiaries receive the robust support they deserve. Right now, the world is watching, so are the Ukrainians. Those still on the front lines, those who have made new homes here, and those trying to reunite with loved ones. They are watching to see if we will stand by our values, if we will honor our commitments, not just with weapons and aid packages, but with compassion, consistency, and leadership. Thank you, and I urge my colleagues to support this amendment.
Thank the gentleman for his comments. Gentleman from Nevada, Mr. Amadei, is recognized to address the amendment.
I support the gentleman's modified amendment, which urges the department to continue the Uniting for Ukraine program. This program has been in existence since April of '22. Quite a bit has changed on the ground in the past 3 years. The modification of the amendment before us acknowledges congressional intent while still giving the department the discretion to evaluate the program's necessity and effectiveness as conditions evolve in Ukraine. I will support the amendment as modified, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from Illinois is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment will provide much-needed clarity to USCIS by directing it to continue to operate the very successful Uniting for Ukraine program that has helped folks who've been displaced by Putin's illegal invasion of Ukraine to get settled in the United States. The program requires incoming Ukrainians to pass a background check and have a financial sponsor so that they don't end up on government resources. Shortly after the Trump administration started, USCIS placed an administrative hold on United for Ukraine, effectively freezing the program. The program remains in legal limbo after several conflicting court rulings this spring, leaving approximately 240,000 Ukrainians in the U.S. uncertain about whether they may continue to stay. As the committee knows, the war in Ukraine is well into its third year with no end in sight, despite Donald Trump's assertion that he would end the war on his first day. After a pause of nearly 5 months, it is time for USCIS to make the appropriate changes to the program to prevent fraud and get back to supporting the people and organizations here in America who are willing and able to help the people of Ukraine who have fled death and destruction in their homeland. I urge a yes vote on this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentlelady from the state of Washington, Ms. Perez, is recognized to address the amendment.
And thank you to our chairman for your support of this amendment. Thank you to Representative Quigley for offering it. I think one of the things that it is going to be long work to position Ukraine in the durable work of preserving their democracy, their ability to work here and send those remittances back home to rebuild the infrastructure that Russia has so ruthlessly attacked and destroyed. This is, as a small business owner, I can tell you that it's not just a light switch that you flip on and off. A hiring decision takes time, it takes work, and the uncertainty that has been generated by the pause in USCIS's processing of these applications is really detrimental to the long-term success of Ukraine's independence and pursuit of democracy, a truly righteous fight. And I appreciate this committee's work to support that fight and ensure that they have the resources necessary to defend and rebuild their country. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I too rise to say it's a bright spot in this committee to see this kind of agreement, to see this understanding that we need to support Ukraine and the Ukrainians who have come here and seeking refuge. My district, like yours, is home to many Ukrainian Americans and many students who have come as a result of this almost 3.5-year war. I too have been to Ukraine, to Kyiv, and also have met with service members there, family members here, young people who have been through so much. So to me, it is a real bright spot to show this kind of support, and I know you are co-chairs with Ms. Capter of the Ukraine Caucus. I really admire your work, and I hope we can do more work like this, where we agree on things so important, because what we see in Ukraine is something that I think we search for in ourselves, a value of democracy, a value of understanding that it takes work to protect a democracy, young or older like ours. So I'm just thrilled that there is this agreement, and I thank the gentleman for bringing the amendment.
Do any other members wish to address the amendment? If not, the gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 1 minute to close. Oh, I'm sorry. Gentlelady from Ohio, Ms. Capter, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I want to commend Congressman Quigley to protect the Uniting for Ukraine program. And to all my colleagues, we know that when liberty calls and it hangs in the balance, patriots must stand tall to keep the hope of liberty alive. And that often happens by working with families who so want to achieve that difficult goal that Vladimir Putin has cast upon the country that they call home. He invaded in 2014, and even after Ukraine became free in 1991, he did everything in his power to kill journalists, He did everything in his power to disrupt government, to try to have henchmen in there, to run agencies and departments in the most corrupt manner. It has not been easy for the people of Ukraine. So connections to the West, including protecting beloved family members who wish to return home, is something, surely it is the least we can do. How we get back the tens of thousands of children that Putin is currently reprogramming is a task that I would place on each of your shoulders. It won't be easy, but that remains for the world to do. And the first step to addressing this crisis is recognizing its scale. Millions of Ukrainians have been relocated from one part of the country to the other and to adjoining nations in Europe and elsewhere. And I look forward to working with our Senate counterparts to increase support for this critical program, as well as ensure the existing funding in this legislation is used for the projects that are truly in the most urgent need while the war in Ukraine continues to rage on. As Jesse Jackson Jr. would say, or Sr. would say, keep hope alive. And this is the program to do it. Thank you so very much. And again, thank you, Congressman Quigley, for bringing this before the full committee. Keep the hope of liberty alive. I yield.
Thank you, gentlelady. Do any other members wish to address the amendment? If not, the gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Mr. Chairman, every once in a while I see a little flicker of light, a glimmer of hope that our parties can work together on things that matter. The chairman of the subcommittee deserves some real credit from me for asking me to make a modification rather than opposing this amendment, and that's greatly appreciated. I've seen little glimmers of that with other amendments that have gone forward, and I'd ask that we dream bigger and that we introduce bills after we discuss these matters with them. When I won a special election here, I got to, they stop votes and they swear you in, and then you say, now what do I do? But the first person that came up to me was a Republican, Mark Kirk, our friend who became a senator. And he said, everything that gets done here gets done in the middle. We need to remind ourselves of that occasionally. So I do want to thank the chairman of the subcommittee, and I urge approval of this amendment.
Thank the gentleman. The question's now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Illinois. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Okay. Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Cuellar, is recognized for an amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk and ask that we dispense with the reading.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman's recognized for remarks on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment is an amendment that I'm offering withdrawal because I want members to get familiar with the different provisions under the law that we passed in 2010 that deals with performance measures and other things that we should be doing in providing oversight. This amendment has different parts. One, it calls for efficiencies where we ask for reviews of regulations that are outdated, duplicated, and ask the agencies to provide that to us as we provide oversight, number one. The second part has to do with contracts to make sure there's competitions, because there's still too many contracts that are given on a sole basis. And again, we should have competition. But not only that, whenever a contract is awarded, we need to make sure that if somebody bids for X amount of dollars, that they stay with that. The problem is once they get the contract, we see that on defense, we see that on Homeland, we see that with the VA. And what starts off with, for example, $10 million will come and change and probably double the amount. And what we need to do is make sure that we enforce on time and on budget, and should have very strong penalties if somebody doesn't keep that unless there are certain circumstances. And then the last part has to do with the performance measures. Again, if we spend $1, we should know what we spend that $1. We don't. We really do. We don't have an idea. And I think a lot of members that are serving the state legislature, we've done that. We did it in Texas. Judge Carter, you remember we did that. The gentleman from Florida also know they've done it in Florida, and probably in your state, we've done that where we have performance measures, where if you spend $1, you know what we spend. Here, we just appropriate, we put them in certain accounts, and pretty much that's it, unless if it makes the news and then it gets our attention. So under the law that we passed in 2010, it does call for performance measures. The problem is that the agencies are doing the performance measures, and they'll pick the best ones out there, and then they pat themselves on the back saying, hey, look how good I did. But we ought to be involved in doing the performance measures. So that way, and I don't care if it's a Democrat or a Republican at the White House, we should hold them and the executive branch to those measures that Congress does that. We're the only entity, I think all 50 states do that, except for the U.S. Congress, So members, I would ask you to consider this. It's part of that. It's already in the law. We just need to make sure that we do this in the appropriations. And again, I've asked all the members to please consider this. This year, I'm just asking you to take a look at it, but I'm hoping that maybe later on we can add this. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'm offering and I'm withdrawing, and thank you all for the consideration.
I thank the gentleman and appreciate the courtesy of the committee to the committee in terms of time. Gentlelady from California, Ms. Torres, is recognized for an amendment.
Chairman, I ask unanimous consent that the reading be dispensed with.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Thank you. This past January, the Los Angeles area faced devastating wildfires. Thousands of families lost their homes, hundreds of business owners lost their businesses, and there has been serious damage to roads, schools, and much more. I appreciate that FEMA was there during those harrowing first few weeks, but as the area transitions from response to recovery, we in Congress are falling behind. The governor, along with local partners, made a comprehensive request for disaster assistance from several government agencies, including from FEMA. That request happened in February, and to date, we've not heard from the administration, and we in Congress have not put forward a disaster supplemental bill, not for California or any other state who has had a major disaster in 2025. And since that time, more major disaster declarations have piled up. Since January, there have been 25 major disaster declarations by FEMA. Those declarations cover disasters in 13 states: Alaska, Arkansas, California, Iowa, Kentucky, Mississippi, Missouri, Nebraska, Oklahoma, Oregon, South Carolina, Virginia, and West Virginia. And they cover a wide range of natural disasters, from wildfires to floods, storms, tornadoes, and much more. We need to do more for all of our communities, and that is what my amendment will do. It adds $16.8 billion in emergency funding to FEMA's Disaster Relief Fund, so my home state and many of your states can help Americans recover and rebuild. This will ensure that the Disaster Relief Fund remains able to help communities no matter what stage of recovery they are in. And while this amount is consistent with Californians' request, the language of the amendment allows any community that has had a major disaster declaration in 2025 to utilize these funds. Should we need more funding, then I hope that we can work together in a bipartisan fashion in the future to help ensure that FEMA has the resources to help American families and communities in their time of need. Natural disasters don't look at state boundaries or political parties. When it comes to helping Americans in desperate need, we shouldn't either. And I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from Nevada, Mr. Amadei, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For my friends on the other side of the aisle that are talking about the Trump administration eliminating FEMA and claiming that our mark furthers those efforts, I can only say When all else fails, let's take a look at the bill. We exercised our Article 1 authority to determine the funding level for FEMA, as we should always do. We ended up at $4.5 billion above last year's top line. My next sentence is not mission accomplished. This includes an increase of nearly $4 billion for the Disaster Relief Fund. My colleagues have been talking about there being no recognition of a potential $8 billion deficit projected for the Disaster Relief Fund by the end of this fiscal year. How would adding that into the fiscal year 2026 bill, which is what we're considering here today, help fund that retroactively? With all due respect, I don't think anybody in the room has a better crystal ball than anybody else. The Disaster Relief Fund, as we speak, is healthy. Now, the Disaster Relief Fund is not the beginning and the end of any FEMA conversation. If there are problems with Region 9 and how they are responding to people in Southern California, then we need to address those problems. And I'm happy, I'm open-minded to whatever those folks that are headquartered out of Oakland are doing. And if we need to direct them to specific people, whether it's from North Carolina or Southern California, on behalf of the committee, then I stand ready, willing, and able to do that. And I understand wanting to make sure that it's as robust as possible because we understand there are claims there. I've been down there, seen Southern California at the request of Mr. Aguiar and some other folks on the committee, and I thought I'd seen fires before, and it was eye-opening, to say the least. So I will just say the DRF currently has just above $13 billion, and should it deplete at a burn rate where the administration is concerned about running out of money, they will send us a supplemental request to consider outside the regular appropriations process, as they did in Superstorm Sandy, which, by the way, FEMA is still processing claims for. That's not impressive in terms of the rate, but it does mean that doors aren't shut when it's a legitimate, I don't think anybody's questioning the legitimacy of what happened in Southern California. I support the disaster recovery efforts across the country from North Carolina to Los Angeles, and in this bill we ensure the Disaster Relief Fund is replenished responsibly. Congress is ready to consider any supplemental should the DRF be depleted as the fiscal year winds down. However, this amendment, in my view, is unnecessary, and the emergency funds are in conflict with the nature of our full-year appropriation cycle. While I appreciate the gentlelady's concern for this district, I assure her that we have done the appropriate assessments in partnership with FEMA to get the DRF number right in this bill with the information we have here today. Also, it becomes also a thing where you say, well, guess what? They're very deserving in Southern California. Wait till we get to the floor for those of you with short memories. And good luck to those folks on the Rules Committee, because guess what? I need this much for me, I need this much for that. It needs to be done in some organized fashion instead of, and I'll just say, nobody is questioning the need for making Southern California whole, but the process that we've used, and in context of fiscal year 26, we have if you will, backfilled the disaster relief account. So it's in good shape right now, but you know what? A week from now, when my colleague from Maryland calls in a big tidal wave on the Chesapeake Bay just to prove his point, you know what, then it may not be. So, very respectfully, but quite frankly, despite what the White House has said about this, that, and the other sort of thing, this committee has treated FEMA as a full partner in 2026 to start, and we'll see what the future brings. But the door will always be open with respect to oversight on Region 9, FEMA generally, in Southern California, as it is with the appropriate region for North Carolina and FEMA generally. And so I urge my colleagues to vote against this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman, but I would advise him, having spent a lot of time in the Rules Committee, they don't need luck, they need prayer. So with that, gentlelady from Illinois is recognized to respond to the amendment.
I rise in support of this crucial amendment. FEMA's Disaster Relief Fund is currently projected to finish fiscal year 2025 with a deficit of around $8 billion, which will only grow larger if any disaster strikes between right now and September of this year. This is a dangerous position for the country to be in, especially at a time when an internal FEMA review claims that, quote, FEMA is not ready for hurricane season. The report continues to say, quote, as FEMA transforms to a smaller footprint, the intent for this hurricane season is not well understood. Thus, FEMA is not ready. This is not acceptable. Not only are the coffers empty, but this administration is also working to destroy the morale and the talent of this agency charged with assisting communities across the country when they need it most. The notion that states will take on this vital work themselves, it's not possible. There isn't a single state or territory in this country that can fund or fully respond to a major disaster or multiple major disasters in any given year. Let's stop making disaster recovery a partisan issue, and let's instead ensure that our country is able to rebuild from previous disasters and ensure we are ready for what's next. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment to take care of all of our communities, because yours could be the very next one in need. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from California, Mr. Calvert's recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And first, let me compliment the Corps of Engineers on the fantastic job they've done in the fire in Los Angeles. They've taken on a big responsibility, both in the Eaton fire and in Pacific Palisades, and virtually almost all the sites that were identified to be cleaned up is well on its way. As a matter of fact, the Corps believes they'll wrap that up by the end of July. And also the SBA has been very much involved. And obviously, we're all working together to make sure that Southern California is made whole. Obviously, the potential claims against Edison are being understood at this point in time. Also, the same thing with the insurance companies and how much they are going to have to come up with. And as we go through this process, I pledge to the gentlelady that we work together to make sure adequate funds are available for Region 9 and for all the regions in the United States to make sure that the FEMA accounts are made whole. I've been here a while, and one thing I do recognize, we will have a supplemental bill, I suspect, Mr. Chairman, on disasters. And so I suspect it will make sure that we do it in a timely way and that we'll have the funds available to take care of Los Angeles, North Carolina, Oklahoma, and other places that have unfortunately experienced disasters. With that, I thank the gentlelady's amendment, but I'll support the gentleman because right now it's not necessary.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from Connecticut, Mr. DeLauro, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to the chair of the subcommittee, who's a dear friend. I have a long memory. Maybe it is my ethnicity, but I have a very, very long memory here. And just so that you understand that FEMA is not whole. FEMA can't make it through the end of this year. Now, we had an opportunity with the continuing resolution and this both in December and in March to address this issue of the shortfall for FEMA. And in both instances, the Republicans said no. So there isn't enough money for the end of the year for FEMA to be able to make it. And I rise in support of this amendment. It recognizes the invaluable role that FEMA plays in helping Americans recover. And what you've done in this bill, you double down on the administration's effort to throw the responsibility of disaster recovery and mitigation to the states. And I will get a copy of this table to everyone here. It says FEMA open awards, frozen funding, disaster relief funding for the DERF 2005 to 2025. And someone talked about Florida over those years, $35 billion. Missouri, $33 billion. $3 billion. I apologize. Hawaii, $3.9 billion. Texas, $38 billion. And the gentleman who spoke about most of the money going to California, It was 34. You go to Louisiana, $56 billion. You need to look at this document. And it's overall, there are open awards of 7,500 open awards. The funding that's frozen now is $10 billion. And that the 20-year history of this total is $424 billion. It defies the imagination to believe that our states are going to have any opportunity to be able to make up this difference. And, you know, it may be that all of you here are not talking about eliminating FEMA, but the President of the United States, who said, by the way, that it was the president who was going to make the decisions about where the money goes, that he is for eliminating it. The Secretary of Homeland Security is for eliminating FEMA. We're not for it. You say you're not for it, but what happens when he comes forward and says, we're going to do it? Are you going to stand up and fight against it? Listen, you know, we have a pattern here. If he says it, it's okay, and it's not. It's not about him, it's about a policy. It is about a policy. That's a wrong-headed policy. It should alarm all of us on this committee that this is where they're going to try to really allow FEMA not to be able to survive. And the gentleman, quite honestly, he's not going to fire you. The administration can't fire you. Only your constituents could do it. But I sat across from that gentleman, Mr. Hamilton. I just asked him a simple question. Do you believe we should eliminate it? He was very honest. He says it needs reform. You believe it needs reform? I believe it needs reform. The next day, he was fired for saying it should reform but not be eliminated. So let's be realistic. Let's be realistic. We know what FEMA is doing now. Storms Arkansas, Tennessee, floods, tornadoes, Kentucky, Oklahoma, a hurricane season that we just talked about here. We're just beginning the hurricane season as well here. So, and it's not just one part of the country. We all are suffering here. And I remember, Sandy, and I will tell that to my colleague from Nevada, it took this body, when I voted over and over again for money for Louisiana, to be able to rebuild itself. And when it came to Hurricane Sandy and what happened in the Northeast, it was at least 7, 8, or 9 months before my colleagues on the other side of the aisle would agree to disaster relief from my part of the country. We should be providing disaster relief for whatever part of the country needs it. I hope, you know, my hope is that you can talk about an emergency supplemental, $16.8 billion. Let's allow FEMA to succeed. Let's work with it to make the reforms that we think are necessary, but let's not go down a road that says we're going to listen to people who want to eliminate FEMA and not allow and get this to the states, because our states cannot afford this kind of money. And it's not the states, it's the people who are hurt, the individuals who are trying to recover, the small businesses that are trying to recover. Those are the people who are going to be hurt by this. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar, is recognized to address the amendment.
I appreciate the chairman, and I want to say that I appreciate the subcommittee chairman as well for his comments and for his visit to Southern California. I want to thank the ranking member of the full committee for her comments and the ranking member of the subcommittee. And I'm very sensitive to what Mr. Calvert said, not just because he's the chairman of the committee that I serve on, but because I believe that he believes what he says, that he knows that there will be a supplemental. The concern is what Representative DeLauro mentioned. It's how long will our constituents have to wait? And will we be in a position where it matters if your state is red or blue as to when a disaster supplemental comes? That's the concern we're in. Rebuilding communities throughout Los Angeles County and Southern California is going to take an unprecedented effort. People are counting on us not to play politics, but to roll up our sleeves. And whether we're in North Carolina or Florida or California, our constituents deserve the ability to make these claims. We have an opportunity now. We have an opportunity now to forcefully say we support FEMA with reform and we support the Disaster Relief Fund. And we're not going to play politics and just wait for a supplemental to be sent. We're going to fund these programs. Failing to provide adequate funding to FEMA is going to put people's lives and their communities at risk. This shouldn't be about what state you're from when a supplemental comes. Our colleague, Mr. Edwards, talked for a moment. Many of you have reached out to those of us from California. When Hawaii had disasters, when California's had disasters, we've reached out to each other. Mr. Edwards, I reached out to you. I think I have a wrong number because I think Womack gave it to me, quite honestly. But, you know, we look out for one another because we know the importance of not playing politics with this issue. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Amadei, I know you support this program. I know we want to keep the politics out of this program, but we have an opportunity right now to do that. And shame on us if we don't take that opportunity and fund the Disaster Relief Fund. Thank you so much. Yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentleman. Are there any other members? Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today in strong opposition to this amendment. Not because I oppose funding FEMA's disaster relief fund, but because I oppose doing it in a way that would prevent the passage of a targeted, desperately needed second supplemental appropriations bill for Western North Carolina. Let me be clear. This amendment may look like it's helping, but for my constituents, it would be a setback. My district in Western North Carolina took the brunt of Hurricane Helene. Estimated damage exceeded $59 billion, and entire communities from Avery to Jackson to McDowell counties are still digging their way out of catastrophic situations, including washed out roads, destroyed homes, shuttered businesses, and entire towns that are struggling to get back on their feet. Our needs are not hypothetical, they're urgent, and they go far beyond what the DRF, as currently structured, can provide. This amendment would refill FEMA's DRF fund and declare the job done. But for my constituents who are counting on Congress to follow through with a second supplemental tailored to Helene's damage, this would be a serious mistake. If we pass this amendment today, we're sending a signal that there will be no further assistance. That would delay recovery, undercut state and local coordination, and leave rural communities in North Carolina holding the bag for costs that they can't bear alone. North Carolina has always taken care of its own, but we can't do that by ourselves now. Even after the first supplemental, Congress must act with the same urgency and precision as it did after past disasters. Whether it was Katrina, Wilma, or Harvey, anything less is a broken promise to the people of Western North Carolina. I urge my colleagues, don't slam the door on a supplemental. Vote no on this amendment, and let's finish the job the right way for all disaster-stricken communities, but especially for the folks in Western North Carolina who've lived through the worst natural disaster to ever hit the state of North Carolina and who are relying on our helping hand now to get them back on their feet. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Are there any other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentlelady from California is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Chairman, and to the subcommittee chairman. Thank you for visiting my home state. Also, Mr. Calvert, thank you for your involvement with the California delegation to ensure that we move forward a bill that could actually help California recover. It simply is not enough. California is still owed $4 to $6 billion from last year's recovery effort. We don't know that we will ever see that. Mr. Chairman, this amendment is very simple. We're trying to make sure that FEMA has the resources to help Americans in need in California, in Oklahoma, and beyond. The language of the amendment allows any community that has had a major disaster declaration in 2025 to utilize these funds. And yes, we can always come back and do another supplemental, as I know that we will need, because the weather changes have been drastic. We don't have a clear crystal ball as to what next week's weather is going to be, or what tornado will come, what hurricane will come, what fire will come, or for California, what earthquake will devastate our state. So with that, I ask for your support for this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from California. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. A recorded vote has been requested. Sufficient support having been shown, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amadei, no. Mrs. Bice. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Miss Dean. Miss Dean, aye. Miss DeLauro.
Aye.
Miss DeLauro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey. Mr. Elzey, no. Miss Escobar. Miss Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Miss Frankel. Miss Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Hinson. Mrs. Hinson, no. Mr. Hoyer.
Aye.
Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce, no. Miss Captor.
Aye.
Miss Captor, aye. Mr. Lalota. Mr. Lalota, no. Miss Lee. Miss Lee, aye. Miss Letlow. Miss Letlow, no. Mr. Levin. Mr. Levin, aye. Miss Malloy. Miss Malloy, no. Miss McCollum. Miss McCollum, aye. Miss Ming. Miss Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan. Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse, no. Miss Perez. Miss Perez, aye. Miss Pingree. Miss Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres, aye. Miss Underwood. Aye. Miss Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadao. Mr. Valadao, no. Miss Wasserman Schultz. Miss Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman. Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke. Mr. Zinke, no.
Do any members wish to record or change their vote? Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Cloud, no.
Gentlelady from Utah? Okay. Any other members wish to change or record their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 28, the noes are 30. The amendment is not adopted. Gentlelady from California, Ms. Torres, is recognized for an amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent that the reading be dispensed with.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment is very simple. It prevents any funds in fiscal year 26 Homeland Security Bill from being used to end the Flores Settlement Agreement. The Flores Agreement exists to make sure children in immigration custody are treated humanely. It sets basic standards, safe and sanitary conditions, limits on how long minors can be detained, and a preference for release to family when possible. These aren't extreme positions. They are minimum protections for vulnerable children. Under the Trump administration, children were torn from their parents' arms and placed in cages in overcrowded, unsanitary facilities without adequate medical care, hygiene, or basic necessities. That policy didn't just violate our values, it sparked outrage across the country and around the world. This amendment says clearly you can't use taxpayers' money to get around those protections, not through lawsuits, not through regulations, not by writing new rules that gut the agreement. No child should suffer because adults in the government choose cruelty over compassion. This isn't about being soft on enforcement, it's about doing it responsibly. We can secure the border and still treat children with basic decency. This amendment draws a line. It says protecting kids in custody is not an option. It is not a bargaining chip. It is a baseline requirement for any fair immigration system. I urge my colleagues to vote yes for this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from Nevada is recognized, Mr. Amadei, to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition. I'm trying to find in the bill before us where there is language or funding terminating the Flores settlement. So I say that as the predicate to the Flores settlement, which requires minors to be held in licensed facilities, released to family members, or other suitable conditions as soon as possible, are held in detention for a maximum of 20 days. I don't see anything in our bill that says, no, we want to change that. Now, I know there's distrust of the administration, but our bill doesn't defund that, doesn't go after it. I guess without knowing the basis of the concern, I'm going to oppose the bill because there has been no attempt to erode, at least from us, any of this. So it's still the law as far as I know. And so I would recommend that we not, I urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Underwood, is recognized to address the amendment.
This amendment supports decades-old precedent regarding the detention and treatment of children in Department of Homeland Security custody. The current administration seems more inclined to detain families indefinitely instead of prioritizing the arrest and detention of real criminals. This is not going after the worst of the worst. It's an insurance policy to line the pockets of for-profit prisons due to a broken immigration system. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. The gentlelady from Connecticut, Ms. DeLauro, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I would just tell the subcommittee chairman that very honestly, in response to your comment, in May, federal agencies, including DOJ, DHS, DHSS, petitioned a Los Angeles federal court to terminate the Flores settlement agreement. And by the way, and the administration is looking to vacate the Flores agreement. So this is not made up. It is, and this is in the courts at the moment. I rise in support of this amendment, which prevents any funds from being used to terminate the Flores settlement agreement. Just very, very quickly, in terms of the genesis, origins 1985, Reagan administration, when the ACLU went to court on behalf of Jenny Flores, a 15-year-old girl fled civil war in El Salvador. Included in her harsh treatment was a strip search, being locked up in juvenile facility for months without education, recreation, other supports while awaiting deportation. The agreement that was fashioned in 1997, the government agreed to release unaccompanied minors, children to relatives, and Flores did have a non-parent relative willing to take her in. They set limits in detention, agreed to certain humane treatment standards and living conditions, provided that all care provider facilities provide children with classroom education, health care, socialization, recreation, vocational training, mental health services, access to legal services, access to child advocates where applicable, and case management. And that's part of the Trafficking Victims Protection Reauthorization Act, or TVPRA. That is the law that governs the rights of immigrant children, so that the government is charged with taking care of unaccompanied children. And the other piece is this also applies to children who are detained with their families, that they have to have those same procedures in place, and they have to be released after 20 days. These are clear guidelines in the 1997 Reno versus Flores. It's a foundational piece of law. It established clear guidelines, oversight mechanism, time limits, it was because of Flores Council site visits in 2018 led to the discovery that unaccompanied children had been medicated with psychotropic medication without informed consent. During the border crisis of 2019, children were held for days longer than Flores allowed at the CBP processing facilities. It was discovered due to Flores Council visits that children had been packed into cages without access to basic sanitation, adequate food, subjected to cold temperatures and lights on 24/7. I saw these kids in cages, and they were mainly kids from El Salvador, Guatemala, Nicaragua. I have a grandson who is adopted from Guatemala. And every time I looked at one of these little boys who looked exactly like my Teo, that I thought, there for the grace of God goes my grandson. That's real. This was the real thing that was happening. Today it's Flores Council that is monitoring the length of stay for children in HHS's care, for children who have a parent or legal guardian here and ready for unification. The number of days a child is in custody has tripled under this administration. It is the Flores standard that ensures children who are coming to the United States are treated safely, humanely, and with respect. The second Trump administration is attacking the legal guidelines that would hold back its worth impulses. As I said, federal agencies in May petitioned the court to terminate Flores. They are doing this at the same time the White House wants to increase ICE arrests from 650 a day to 3,000. That means more people are into facilities, more children that are already overcrowded and understaffed. And they want to take more people, children into custody and have fewer rules governing how they will be treated. I've been here for 34 years. I saw how families were torn apart during the last Trump administration. I can't give them the benefit of doubt, Mr. Chairman. We're hearing disturbing reports from investigations at immigration facilities operated by private corporations. And these private corporations, by the way, some places charge $1 million a day to house these kids. We had a young boy with cancer miss critical medical appointments when his family was detained. 12-year-old boy denied follow-up on medical testing after being left unable to walk due to a blood condition. These are horrifying stories. And we cannot have the guardrails that protect these children, that abide by the Flores decision, which came to a conclusion in a bipartisan way.
Thank the gentleman. Are there any other members wishing to address the amendment? The gentleman from...
I'll yield 1 minute to the ranking member of the committee.
I don't want to talk about administrations. I had my share of disagreements with the Biden administration. I fought very, very hard through the Labor HHS Committee, which its jurisdiction is unaccompanied children. If you don't like the Flores standards of humanity and care for children, then deal with the basic law of the land. And that's what I mentioned here, the Trafficking Victims Protection Reauthorization Act, TVPRA, and what happened in the Flores settlement was that, in fact, we are obligated by law. If you want to challenge that, then go after that law. Just don't make up facts. I can stand behind every single fact that I have proffered here today because I lived through it, I watched it, and we were able to hold on to the Flores standards in a way that protected youngsters who were coming here. And his children were not lost. You can talk about the Biden administration all you want and what they did wrong or right. I can only tell you now that what we are doing is wrong in terms of getting the guardrails, which I would hope that any administration, Republican or Democrat, would adhere to when it comes to taking care of children in our custody.
Claiming my time, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman's recognized.
I yield, I think, 3 minutes and 45 seconds to the gentlelady from Illinois.
Thank you for the 2 minutes.
Thank you for yielding. I rise in support of this amendment, which supports decades-old precedent regarding the detention and treatment of children in DHS custody. This amendment is especially important in the wake of the Trump administration's decision to bring back family detention as it falls further and further behind on its unrealistic deportation goals. Currently, DHS is subject to a court order governing how they treat kids in their care. And that's what's known as the Flores settlement. But the Trump administration has been pushing back on the standards it sets. That's unacceptable. No matter how much they may want to, the Trump administration cannot ignore court orders. We have a legal and a moral duty to provide kids in our custody with the basic standards of care laid out in the Flores settlement, and this amendment will help make sure we don't fail them. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady and the gentleman. Are there any other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing no further debate, the gentlelady from California is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm not sure what all of that back and forth was really about, but let's be clear. This amendment is simply about protecting children, nothing more and nothing less. Here's an example of what I observed in the last administration. Children in cages under Myler, blankets. I talked to a Border Patrol agent who told me during that time that he had gone out shopping the night before and bought a bunch of socks, because the children were freezing cold in their cells. And there was no clothing, there were no blankets for them. So seeing their humanity, this border agent went out and bought socks for the children. I seen border agents trying to feed a child, an infant, without teeth, an apple. I mean, that is the cruelty that we have seen in the past. So ensuring that this doesn't happen in 2025, when members of Congress are being denied entry and oversight at ICE facilities, yeah, I ask for your support for this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from California. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Recorded vote has been requested. Sufficient support having been shown, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amodei. Mr. Amodei, no. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice, no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar? Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. Dean? Ms. Dean, aye. Ms. DeLauro? Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart? Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards? Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzey? Mr. Elzey, no. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat? Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman? Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel? Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin? Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Guest? Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder? Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris? Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Hinson? Mrs. Hinson, no. Mr. Hoyer?
Yes.
Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy? Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter?
Aye.
Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. Lalota? Mr. Lalota, no. Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee, aye. Ms. Letlow? Ms. Letlow, no. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin, aye. Ms. Malloy? Ms. Malloy, no. Ms. McCollum? Ms. McCollum, aye. Ms. Ming? Ms. Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar? Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan? Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse, no. Ms. Perez? Ms. Pingree? Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan? Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley? Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong? Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres, aye. Ms. Underwood? Aye. Ms. Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadao? Mr. Valadao, no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz? Ms. Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman? Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke? Mr. Zinke, no.
Do any members wish to record their vote or change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 27, the noes are 32. The amendment is not adopted. Gentlelady from California, Ms. Torres, is recognized for an amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent that the reading be dispensed with.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Mr. Chairman, non-citizen veterans can enlist in the military if they are legally residing in the United States. They choose to defend a country that isn't their birthplace. They weren't born here, but they believe in America so much that they choose to fight for it. That is a powerful act of loyalty, and we are repaying it with cruelty. This amendment is not asking for special favors. It is demanding due process, the bare minimum owed to anyone who serves in our military. Today, NPR reported that a U.S. Army Sejun Park, a Purple Heart Army veteran, self-deported after nearly 50 years in this country. This was the hardest moment of his life. Not getting shot in combat, not the years battling post-traumatic stress disorder or addiction, not prison. It was leaving the U.S., a country he called home for nearly 5 decades. On Monday, Park, a green card holder, self-deported to South Korea. His removal was the result of charges related to drug possession and failure to appear in court from over 15 years ago. Offenses that he said stemmed from years of untreated PTSD. Park came to the U.S. from South Korea at age 7 to join his mother in Miami. When 20-year-old Park finished basic training, he was deployed to Panama, unaware that he would soon be a part of the 1989 U.S. invasion known as Operation Just Cause, to topple Manuel Noriega's regime. One afternoon, while eating lunch with his platoon, Panamanian soldiers began to fire, and according to Park, he started shooting back when suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his back. He realized he was shot. He said, I am thinking, oh my God, I am paralyzed. And then thinking, oh my God, I am not just paralyzed, I am dying right here, right now. Park was flown back to the U.S. and given an honorably discharge and awarded a Purple Heart. Through his body began to heal, his mind did not. Park didn't know he was dealing with PTSD, so he never sought help, and the trauma slowly took a toll. He eventually turned, as so many of our veterans, turned to drugs to cope. Throughout his 20s and 30s, he battled a crack cocaine addiction. I just couldn't stay clean, he said. So finally, the judge told me, don't come back into my court with a dirty urine, which I knew I would. I got scared, so I jumped bail. Park was in prison for 3 years. After his release, he moved to Hawaii, where his family was living at the time. He found work at a car dealership in Honolulu, where he spent 10 years while raising his son and daughter. After prison, Park received a removal order, but was allowed to stay in the U.S. and required annual check-ins with immigration agents, which is typically, it's a typical thing for individuals that ICE does not consider a priority for deportation. Fast forward 2025, that changed this month. At a meeting with the local ICE officials in Hawaii, Park said he was warned that he would be detained and deported unless he left voluntarily within the next few weeks. This story is devastating. We must do more for our non-citizen veterans that choose to serve in our military, especially now with the war in the horizon with Iran. When I offered this amendment on the Milcon VA bill, we ended up in a tie. I am asking for just one more colleague on the other side of the aisle to stand up, do the right thing, and vote yes. And with that, I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from Nevada, Mr. Amade, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
This general issue has been an issue for a long time that's come before this committee and before the full House. I remember joining with the gentleman from California named Jeff Denham. I think it was called the With Honor Act. Co-sponsor of that. But when I see language that says to remove, may not be used to remove from the United States any non-citizen veteran, I'm like, well, wait a minute. I mean, the Park story that you've told is like, you know what? Maybe there is an amendment to fix Mr. Park. Sound like he had to, but this says any non-citizen veteran. So if you have concerns about somebody who makes a mistake, who's a non-citizen veteran, domestic violence, child abuse, drug stuff. And let's not forget about the Uniform Code of Military Justice if you're on active duty, because guess what? If you're on active duty, the UCMJ requires that you have a lawyer at government expense. It's called the Trial Defense Service. We fund it, as we should. But this amendment says, you got to certify that the government didn't pay money. So I look at this access to legal counsel, any And it looks to me like, to be honest with you, if I can make sure that nobody goes and sees this person at all, so that nobody can certify that they had a lawyer, then guess what? All this other stuff, and listen, life, we all have better days than others, and nobody has more respect for veterans than I do. And so it's like, you want something to help Mr. Park? Great. Any non-citizen veteran that doesn't have access to a lawyer that wasn't at government expense, that's a pretty big, that's much bigger than the story I heard about Mr. Park. And so, I will just say this. If we want to look at some sort of creating something that says, hey, if you're a veteran, I mean, look at Jeff Denham's proposal from 4 or 5 Congresses ago, the With Honor Act. Look at that proposal. It talks about, it's like, if you're honorably serving or honorably served or whatever, you get special status. Any is not special status for a veteran. And God knows that most of them deserve it all, and we ought to do something to take care of that. But any veteran who did not have non-government expense lawyer provided gets a free excuse from this, regardless of any other facts. Just sounds broad to me. And so I oppose the amendment. I understand the history in Milcon, and I respect people are going to vote the way they're going to vote. But I haven't heard any facts that say, I don't care what you did, if you're a veteran and you didn't have an attorney at non-government expense, then it doesn't matter what you did. I mean, that's going to create some headlines as well in a bad way. At the end of the day, you still have to have a removal order from a judge. And so, if that judge says, I know all that stuff, and you get removed, because as I recall, said, hey, we're going to get you. I said that. It's like, well, if you're going to get me, then, honestly, if I was thinking about it, I was like, well, let's go see the judge right now and see what he thinks about what I did. But I didn't hear that. And so to create an exception that wide, it's just saying the only thing we really got to do for a get out of jail free card, and I don't mean that, that's not a good choice of words, but to create, this is a phenomenally huge exception that ignores all of the alleged potential law-breaking facts, and doesn't make me happy about it, but I just don't think it's good policy for us to send to our non-citizen veterans who are deserving of the protection. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Underwood, is recognized to address the amendment.
I support this amendment upholding the constitutional rights of America's service members, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. This is another amendment that should not even be necessary, but the Trump administration's actions have pushed us to a sobering moment that threatens our veterans' basic rights. Due process is a fundamental right guaranteed by the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution, and the U.S. Supreme Court has ruled that these protections apply to citizens and non-citizens alike. And for veterans who've served our country, protecting these rights is both a legal and moral duty. This amendment will also help us get important data that GAO has already recommended DHS begin monitoring to better understand the issue and how we can support our veterans. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Are there others wishing to address the amendment? Gentlelady from Pennsylvania, recognized.
Chairman, and I thank the gentlelady for offering this amendment as well as the other two. I'm a little baffled because as I read this amendment, it says simply that none of the funds made available by this act may be used to remove from the United States any non-citizen veteran of the Armed Forces of the United States unless the Department of Homeland Security and the Department of Justice certify 1, 2, 3 or 4 things. All that amounts to is due process. Are we now against due process? Do we agree with the administration when they just disappear people with no process? This is an amendment that simply says a non-citizen veteran who served our country honorably, was wounded in his service to our country, then suffered PTSD and addiction, and was untreated for that, and then paid other penalties for it, self-deports. This is simply, you can't do that to a non-citizen veteran without due process. That's all this says. I'm baffled that we would be arguing against that. Why wouldn't we lift this up? Why wouldn't this be another moment of agreement that says, honest to God, somebody who served our country, devoted that much of themselves, risked their own lives in service of this country, we can't assure them due process? I'm utterly baffled by that. It feels un-American. I yield back.
Are there any other members wishing to? The gentleman from Maryland is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I share my colleagues' confusion on this. I'm trying to look at the language, and it says basically that the government would have to, before they remove somebody from the United States, non-citizen veteran, that they provide legal counsel and they get a full and fair hearing in removal proceedings before an immigration judge consistent with current law. I respect the subcommittee chair. I don't understand the concern that you're raising there. It doesn't get any more basic than that. You go to court, somebody should have a right to have an attorney. That's all it says. So I'll yield to the gentleman if he has additional explanation or thoughts.
Well, thank you for your generosity. First of all, there's things called petty offenses and misdemeanors. Petty offenses for which your freedom is not one part of the sentencing document means you don't have a right to legal counsel. We're not going to remove your freedom. We may find the bejesus out of you, but if it's a petty offense charge, you're not going to jail, so you don't automatically have a right to legal counsel. Also, in certain deportation proceedings, you don't have a right as an alien to legal counsel. You do in many, but there's not all of them. So when you say any in this, you are widening that. Thank you for your generosity.
My pleasure. Why would we remove a non-citizen veteran for a petty offense? What? Again, I'll yield. Yes.
Well, it depends on what state you're talking about. You know what? Some of the DUI stuff or other things, prosecutors and defense counsel, if you had them, typically bargain things down. Plea bargain, stuff like that. So I'm not saying we shouldn't do something for the person that the author was talking about. I'm saying, there's a lot of turns and whatever in this. And to say this, hey, King's X. Any non-alien, it's like, well, there you go. What it was bargained down to might have not been what it was, but it doesn't apply counsel for the plea. So with all due respect, there's people that have been in court before.
Well, let me say this. Yes, because I've been in court before. To the extent we want to give veterans some degree of gratitude and respect and appreciation for their service, in a scenario like this, I think it's certainly merited there. I know there's concern we hear talk about criminals, violent offenders and the like, terrorists, gang members, all of that stuff. None of that would come close by any stretch in falling in a petty offense category. And so I would think that before we deport somebody, you'd want to do it for something that isn't petty. Traffic violation, I think, was one of the examples you gave. I don't think that's a good basis to deport, certainly not a veteran. And in the scenario we were just talking about, give them a hearing before, in removal proceedings before an immigration judge, consistent with current law, why would that be a problem? I don't understand why this would be objectionable. I know that there's a lot of resistance, and I understand that this goes both ways with respect to the debates we have here in the committee. I'm new to the committee, so I'm sort of learning this as I go, but I would think that this would be one where there should be an open mind and some consideration to give some sort of deference to veterans in a scenario like this. And with that, I would yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Are there other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentlelady, I'm sorry, excuse me, the gentleman from Kentucky is recognized to address the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, yield to the ranking member of the subcommittee.
Thank you to the former chairman of the full committee. Listen, I have no disagreement. There should be some deference. But I'm just looking at the language. Any alien veteran. And unless I'm missing something, any alien veteran. Well, what are the charges? You say, well, what if it's a traffic ticket? What if they're going, I mean, we can all play the game of, 100 miles an hour through a school zone. I'm not going to play that game. I'm just saying there ought to be some additional language here that kind of makes it more towards Mr. Park or Pack than anybody who's a veteran, unless you can certify this. And it's not just due process. I mean, listen, in the hands of an average, somewhere it's like, hey, King's X. I don't think that's the intent. But if I'm wrong, that's fine too, and I yield back to the gentleman from Kentucky.
Are there any other members wishing to address the amendment? Seeing none, the gentlelady's recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Chairman. Lawmaking is hard and sometimes emotional, I get it, but we have to make sure that we have all of the facts in front of us. What this amendment is simply asking is for due process. If someone commits a crime, we have a legal system to deal with that. But I would think that a veteran who served their country, a Purple Heart recipient, would have that guaranteed that he fought for us to have, that we would reciprocate and give them the ability to be able to have legal representation and to have access to due process without having to make a decision between a jail cell in El Salvador or returning to a country that he's never been to since he was 7 years old. And with that, I ask for one more vote from my Republican colleagues, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from California. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted. It's already been called. It's not like we didn't give you enough time to vote. We'll do it, but I would ask if you're going to do that you do it at the appropriate time. I paused, waited, looked out there. There were no hands in the air. None. So if we need to vote, we'll vote. Does the gentlelady want to vote? Gentlelady's asked for votes. Can she have some support this time? I'm glad you support your colleague. With that, sufficient support having been shown, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, aye. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, no. Mr. Amodei. Mr. Amodei, no. Mrs. Bice. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter. No. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, aye. Mr. Siscabani. Mr. Klein. No. Mr. Klein, no. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, no. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyburn, aye. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, no. Mr. Cole. No. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, aye. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean, aye. Ms. DeLauro. Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, no. Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, no. Mr. Elzy. Mr. Elzy, no. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar, aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat, aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman, no. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel, aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin, no. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Guest? Mr. Guest, no. Mr. Harder? Mr. Harder, aye. Dr. Harris? Dr. Harris, no. Mrs. Henson? Mrs. Henson, no. Mr. Hoyer? Mr. Hoyer, aye. Mr. Ivy? Mr. Ivy, aye. Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce, no. Ms. Capter? Mr. LaLota? Mr. LaLota, no. Miss Lee? Miss Lee, aye. Miss Letlow? Miss Letlow, no. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin, aye. Miss Malloy? Miss Malloy, no. Miss McCullum? Miss McCullum, aye. Miss Ming? Miss Ming, aye. Mr. Molinar? Mr. Molinar, no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. Mervan? Mr. Mervan, aye. Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse, aye. Ms. Perez? Ms. Pingree? Ms. Pingree, aye. Mr. Pocan? Mr. Pocan, aye. Mr. Quigley? Mr. Quigley, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford, no. Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Strong? Mr. Strong, no. Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres, aye. Miss Underwood? Miss Underwood, aye. Mr. Valadao? Mr. Valadao, aye. Miss Wasserman Schultz? Miss Wasserman Schultz, aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman? Mrs. Watson Coleman, aye. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Zinke? Mr. Zinke, no. Ms. Perez votes aye.
Are there any other members wishing to record? Gentlelady from Oklahoma?
Mrs. Bice, no.
Gentleman from Virginia? Okay, thank you.
Mr. Klein.
Are there any other members seeking to record their vote or change their vote? Seeing none, the clerks will tally. The gentleman from Arizona wish to be? He's a yes.
Mr. Siscomani votes aye.
On this vote, the ayes are 30, the noes are 32. The amendment is not adopted. Gentleman from New York, Mr. Espaillat, is recognized for an amendment.
Chairman, I have an amendment on the desk and ask unanimous consent to dispense the reading of the amendment.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for remarks on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm pleased to offer my amendment, which will ensure that no funds are used for immigration enforcement in places of worship. And I must stress, specifically in places of worship, which have been sacred and sensitive to communities since the founding of this nation. Churches, synagogues, mosques, and other places of worship have been above the political fray for a long, long time. But this administration reversed that. The DHS policy that preserved the sanctity of places of worship back in January. that same month, they started targeting churchgoers. So imagine that, targeting churchgoers. On January 26, an ICE agent in Tucker, Georgia, stalked and arrested a Honduran man outside of a church service he attended. On June 11th, ICE agents arrested several worshipers at Our Lady of Perpetual Help Catholic Church in Downey, California. Nearby at Downey Memorial Christian Church, reporting suggests that armed agents with ambiguous identification arrested another man and took him away in an SUV with Texas plates. Imagine this during a church service. Pastor Al Lopez of the Downey Memorial Christian Church noted that the agents wore badges but were not disclosed and would not disclose the agency that they worked for. We've seen a rash of arrests and police activity where agents are masked and will not reveal their identity. It's troubling because if you're an agent of the law, a peace officer, you should not be anonymous. You should be able to provide your name and the agency that you work for. We saw how in Minnesota, the tragic killing of legislators there, the shooter impersonated a police officer and had a police look-alike van with lights on it. So the identity of a peace officer or a law enforcement agent is important if they are peace officers and securing the peace of our country. Pastor Lopez also shared that one of the agents pointed a rifle at his wife, who is a senior pastor at the church, when she demanded that they leave church property. Even a quick scan of public reporting in recent weeks will yield numerous accounts from families, congregation leaders, community people expressing concern that immigration enforcement at places of worship is uniquely distressing to the community. I really hope that our nation is better than this. And the American people overwhelmingly agree that places of worship should be exempted for immigration enforcement. The standalone legislation that is similar in structure and spirit was endorsed earlier this year by the United Methodist Church, Catholic Charities, the Network of Jewish Human Services Agencies, Human Rights Watch, the New York City Archdiocese, and over 500 non-for-profits and community advocate organizations. I know that there is a similar amendment being introduced, and I thank the gentleman who introduced it for acknowledging the importance and the significance of being able to pray in your own temple to your own God without the fear that you will be cuffed, arrested, and deported or detained at a detention center or jail. I urge for your support of my amendment to ensure that our tax dollars would not be used for these purposes at places of worship. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Gentleman from Nevada, Mr. Amadei, is recognized to respond to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to the amendment at the desk. While I understand the sensitivity of the issue, I don't think it's appropriate for Congress to micromanage exactly when, where, and how ICE should enforce our nation's immigration laws as a general proposition. However, I do think it's appropriate to clarify our intent. That's why I propose an amendment in the second degree, urging ICE to only take immigration enforcement actions at houses of worship if the agency acknowledges it is absolutely necessary to do so. What did he just say? What I just said is, I don't think it's a good idea for parishioners or anybody in communities to make houses of worship free zones for immigration issues. And we know it's been that way before, and so it's like, hey, if you can just make it to the XYZ church, they can't come get you. And it's like, okay. So now we've set up pockets around to where it's like, listen, so what are you going to do? You're going to mule meals back and forth, whatever the heck. I think that's a disservice to the religious beliefs. Not that I know all of them or and a substitute. I'm just saying it sets up free zones within communities throughout the nation. And it's going to get it to where it's like, listen, if you do that, you're putting everybody at risk. Well, so what are they going to do? They're going to watch it? Oh, the person stepped out, or they're whatever, or it just sets up a bad management thing. So I'd appreciate your attention in the amendment in the second degree when we get around to that. But I think creating a free zone for houses of worship is an incredible step backwards to some prior days, and I don't think it ultimately solves any problem except to say, hey, you enforcement people now have a steeper hill to climb. And so I yield.
Thank you. Just for the purposes of clarification, the debate is not yet on the second degree amendment. Gentleman's amendment from New York is still the subject of debate. And it's my understanding you'll offer a second degree amendment later in the process. So just so we're clear. So the gentlelady from Illinois is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong support of this amendment. Sacred grounds within our communities, such as churches, synagogues, mosques, and other places of worship, should not be places where those who seek religious refuge are met with fear of possible arrest and never seeing their families again. For decades, Congress has failed to fix our broken immigration system, creating chaos and confusion for families who are trying to follow the law. Within this broken system, immigration enforcement should be focused on keeping us safe and upholding our values as Americans. The amendment would help ensure that the Trump administration keeps their promise to focus, in their words, on the worst of the worst, not on terrorizing peaceful worshipers seeking higher guidance and community. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Are there any others wishing to address the amendment? There is at the desk an amendment to the second degree to the amendment offered by Mr. Amidei. Clerk will read or...
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask for unanimous consent to dispense with the reading.
Without objection, the reading of the second degree amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman's recognized for remarks on his second degree amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment includes report language for ICE to evaluate the necessity of enforcement action at houses of worship, but ensures that if the need comes, they can appropriately enforce the law. Most importantly, I don't want criminal and removable aliens to think of houses of worship as sanctuaries, a place where they are harbored from lawful enforcement actions. It's ICE's job to enforce the law. After 4 years of being hamstrung, ICE is finally allowed to go about their mission. Let's not make it harder for them, or I should say a lot harder for them. I ask for my colleagues to evaluate this from the perspective of both a parishioner and also from the perspective of people who expect law and order in their community. And so I just think sanctuaries in churches are a bad idea. If at some point in time my colleagues want to say, no, here's what we want in your evaluation, that's perfectly good for discussion. But to just say they're sanctuaries, I think is a bad idea. And so I ask my colleagues to support the secondary amendment.
Thank you. The gentlelady from Illinois is recognized to address the secondary amendment to the amendment.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I oppose the second degree amendment. While I appreciate the chairman's support on the broader issue, the fact is we are far beyond, quote, urging ICE to do the right thing. We need the strong, direct language in this underlying amendment instead. Earlier this year, ICE overturned 14 years of bipartisan precedent that prevented immigration enforcement in sensitive locations and began conducting immigration raids in houses of worship, at schools, and hospitals. And I don't think anyone here seriously believes that ICE or the Trump administration will take a different approach based on our polite urging. This amendment might be slightly better than nothing, but it's not the best that our committee can do. If we as a committee are in agreement that families should not be targeted while at church, then as a co-equal branch of government, we should assert that. That's what the underlying amendment here does. Therefore, I urge my colleagues to oppose the second degree amendment, and I urge support for the underlying amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Do any other members seek recognition to speak on the second degree amendment? Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
If we're dealing with orders from a court for removal by people for under the existing laws, then all of these arguments seem to be presuming that every immigration judge in America got their law license out of a Cracker Jacks box. And they don't know how to do anything, and we're going to tell them how to do their job. But if you've got an order from a judge that says this person has been deportable and they should be picked up, that judge has examined the law. I promise you, and I know this from having chaired this committee, there's more judges try more of these cases in a week than all the people in this room. So they deal with this stuff all day, every day, 5 days a week. It's a tough job, and they have a huge, monstrous docket that has to be dealt with. So they know the law. They've made a ruling that these people should be picked up and deported. Any other thing, you're presuming that judge is stupid and didn't know the law. And I'm tired of listening to it for this time. Remember, that judge made a ruling. The officers have to follow the judge's ruling and pick these people up. That's the way it works. Yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Are there any others wishing to speak to the second degree amendment? Seeing none, gentleman, Mr. Amadei, is recognized for 1 minute. Oh, excuse me. Gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Clyde, is recognized to speak to the second degree amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, there should not be any place in this country where the rule of law is ignored. When you start making sanctuary places, sanctuary cities, sanctuary towns, sanctuary buildings, houses of worship being sanctuary against which the law is ignored, then we have problems, and there shouldn't be any place. So I rise in great opposition to the original amendment, and I honestly don't even think that I should have to evaluate any particular place. If there's a legitimate removal order for someone, go find them, take them out, and deport them. And I yield.
Thank the gentleman. Do any other members wish to address the secondary amendment? Seeing none, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Yield back.
I admire the gentleman's brevity. The question is now on the second degree amendment offered by Mr. Amadei. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Seeing, and the amendment to the second degree is adopted. We'll now return to the amendment as offered by Mr. Espaillat as amended. Do any other members seek recognition to speak on the amendment as amended? If there's no further debate, the gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Chairman, there are some exemptions to the amendment, including circumstances which includes the imminent risk of death, violence, or physical harm to any person, including a situation implicating terrorism or the national security of the United States in some other manner. But there is ample support in America from parishioners and churchgoers, whether they are Catholic, they are Jewish, or Pentecostals, all religions feel very much that the places of worship are sensitive locations. In fact, among all locations that are considered sensitive, it is particularly houses of worship that are considered by the American people to be, that should be untouched. And operations could happen elsewhere, but when people go to pray to their God, they really should be left alone. Mr. Chairman, I yield back. I ask for your support of this amendment.
Thank the gentleman. The question is now on the amendment offered by Mr. Espaillat as amended. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. I was asked for a little more clarity, so if I'm going to repeat the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. And the amendment is adopted. Or the amendment is not adopted, excuse me. Okay. Gentleman from California, Mr. Harder, is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask for unanimous consent to dispense of the reading of the amendment.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman's recognized for remarks on his amendment.
I rise in support of my amendment to protect our domestic wine grape industry and fix a federal loophole that is devastating vineyards across America. Our wine grape growers have had a very tough last few years, with over 40,000 acres of vineyards being pulled out and 500,000 tons of wine grapes going unharvested, literally rotting on the vines. And at the same time, our domestic wine industry has been struggling. The federal government is subsidizing cheap foreign imports of wine. The way this works is through a program called the duty drawback. I call it a loophole that allows that cheap foreign wine to be used instead of domestically grown wine. Specifically, importers who pay duties on foreign bulk wine can claim up to 99% refunds for all the duties, taxes, and fees that come from that. So essentially, what's happening in this industry over the last few years is we are importing millions of dollars of foreign wine, repackaging it and blending it with a little bit of American wine, calling it all American wine, and undercutting American farmers. At a time when there's a lot of discussion about tariffs and the right level of our trade negotiations with other countries, I can think of nothing that should be more bipartisan than supporting American produce and not paying millions of dollars towards subsidizing cheap foreign imports of any product that is competed with our American farmers, let alone our domestic wine industry. We have lost we're losing $69 million a year in revenue from this loophole. All money that should be going into our tax revenue, but at the same time, money that is being used to outcompete American farmers. More than 5,900 wine grape growers and family wineries are struggling across the country because of this loophole at a time when our wine industry needs all the help it can get. I appreciate the opportunity to speak on this. I know we have a lot of room to go to build support for this amendment and others like it. So at this time, I'll withdraw my amendment and yield back in the hope of continuing to build support for it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I thank the gentleman and thank him for his withdrawal as well. The gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Escobar, is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent that the reading of the amendment be dispensed with.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Thank you so much. President Trump has asserted over and over again to the American people that his desire is to ensure that the worst of the worst criminals are those who ICE focuses on to deport. Unfortunately, that's not been the case, and the data backs that up. As of June 15th of this year, during President Trump's term, 65%, and actually that number, I just saw recent figures, and it's higher, but as of June 15th, 65% of people booked into detention have absolutely no criminal record. And in fact, fewer than 6% of people being detained right now in immigration detention, fewer than 66% have a violent criminal record. Why is this happening? It's happening because ICE was given a directive by Secretary Noem and by Stephen Miller that they want quotas met by ICE. 3,000 detainees, 3,000 people detained every single month. And as a result, US citizens and people with legal protections are being swept up in these actions. This amendment is very simple, and I am hoping that my Republican colleagues will join so that we can together assert that US citizens cannot and should not be detained or deported by ICE. And in fact, ICE itself, even during the first Trump administration, and I have the memos here, ICE has acknowledged it is not lawful to detain US citizens. And so this is a reassertion, essentially, that US citizens should not be detained or deported by ICE. That's it. And I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from Nevada, Mr. Amadei, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the gentlelady from El Paso, as well as her quotes of the ICE people, I think it's basically agreeable that we don't detain or deport U.S. citizens. I accept the amendment. Happy birthday to the Buckeye State.
The amendment is declared passed. Okay. Gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Escobar, is recognized for an amendment. Do we still? Do we? Okay, well, sorry. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. There's no further debate. Gentlelady is actually recognized for 1 minute. Gentleman from Maryland's recognized.
Thank you. I just have a question. If the subcommittee chair would just yield to answer a question. I don't understand, because there have been cases where we have deported a parent and the children who are U.S. citizens who have been born here, they're anchor babies, the parents wanted them to go back with them. So would this in fact separate that family by allowing the deportation of the parents, but not the deportation of the children?
If the subcommittee chairman would yield, I can actually respond.
Well, I'd be happy to yield to you after.
I will do that because I think that you might be able to answer that, because I know that courtesy wasn't given me yesterday by someone, but I'll give you that courtesy.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So when ICE detains a family, for example, let's say a mother or a father with a young child, there are two forms so the parent essentially can choose to bring their U.S. citizen child with them. And there's a couple forms. I'm happy to share the form numbers with you. This is not about children who have parents who are being deported and the children are U.S. citizens and the parents willingly take their U.S. citizen with them back to their homeland. So I want you to rest assured there's a process and a policy that ICE follows. ICE Form 71-078, the caregiver designation at arrest form. So ICE provides that, or should be providing that, to parents. And then when a non-U.S. citizen parent is being deported, then ICE provides them with Form 71-076, the pre-removal parental interest election form. So there's a process for non-US citizen parents being deported who have US citizen children that they want to bring back with them. So this is not that process.
And if the gentlelady will just yield for a question, is that because the wording is that it's carrying out a civil immigration enforcement activity, and obviously they're not carrying out a civil immigration enforcement activity against the children?
Right.
Thank you very much. Yield back.
If there's no further debate on the issue, then the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute to close.
I yield.
I thank the gentlelady from Texas. The question's now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Texas. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Escobar, is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk. I ask unanimous consent that the reading of the amendment be dispensed with.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
This amendment, Mr. Chairman, is to me a very common sense amendment that will, in fact, help increase security in communities. And it addresses what I think many of us have seen in videos and have heard about from our constituents, which is the alarm that is created when federal law enforcement agents whose faces are completely masked and are not wearing any kind of identifier essentially take people off the street without they themselves having any way to be identifiable. I was a county judge in El Paso, Texas, for many, many years before I came to Congress, worked very closely with my sheriff and with local law enforcement. And local law enforcement, most local law enforcement leaders embrace the fact that there are local requirements, and sometimes indeed even state requirements, that law enforcement have to have identifiers. And it's good not just because the public can identify them as law enforcement officials, but it's good also in the case that there's any violation by a law enforcement official, anyone who has stepped over the line and done something inappropriate. It doesn't sully the other law enforcement officers around them. It is so important that we create a standard like this, not just because of what we're seeing, but in order also to prevent any problems in the future. Women who, might be surrounded by men who are not identified, and the public who has no way of identifying law enforcement, that is not good for any of us. So this simply requires ICE agents to display their badge and their last name on their uniform, again, like we see local police officers do every single day. And the way that they engage in the community is with the use of those identifiers. That's it. That's it, is setting that standard and making sure that we are requiring our federal law enforcement to meet that standard. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from Nevada, Mr. Amadei, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, nobody is for mystery civil rights violations, so I don't know if there's any argument about that. But I think when we talk about, in this day and age, cartels, paid protesters, foreign criminal elements, in our security, and the fact that all of us can record whatever the heck you want wherever you happen to be, and the fact that these federal folks have their badge numbers on their vests. They don't have their last name, and they are covering their face, but let's face it, the threats for this go all the way up to the Supreme Court, depending on how you voted on a particular case, where all of a sudden you got people at your house, blah, 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 that sort of stuff. It is and I don't want to use the wrong phrase, but it's a threat-rich environment for even the people in this room. And so I think the bottom line here is, yeah, we need to be able, if somebody's doing something wrong, we need to be like, well, nobody knows. There was a mask. There was no identifying feature on the outside of them or whatever. I'm just going to tell you, I think we have that and the ability to go after those bad apples because they're in any sort of thing. But I think basically under the present threat environment, we want these folks to do a good job. We want them to play by the rules, and we want them to do their duty. But I don't think we need to expose them to what actually you and I are exposed to, because frankly, I think LA, regardless of what your politics were, is a pretty good example of, oh my gosh, not sure anybody's winning that particular program, and exposing our law enforcement people for doing nothing but showing up where they were told to go and do their duty is, I just think it's a bad management decision, and this Congress shouldn't do it. And because the anti-ICE rhetoric is so outrageous, and I'm not talking about people here, but you all know of examples where people have gone, go get them where they're eating and confront them wherever, and let's take that to the whatever. It's like, well, I'm not sure that produces great policy, and I don't think putting these people on somebody's post because of an action shot at an enforcement action is a good policy. So I don't support the amendment, and I hope you vote against it.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Underwood, is recognized to address the amendment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we can all agree that threats or assaults upon federal agents and officers or any public servant is indefensible. We can also agree that those who we entrust to uphold our laws must also have the trust of the communities that they serve. And so we've seen an uptick of these federal law enforcement officers wearing face coverings while performing enforcement activities. We're also seeing an uptake in people who are posing as federal law enforcement, but who are not actually federal law enforcement, buying things on Etsy, right? And then putting on a mask and then trying to terrorize and detain people. And so, we need to be able to balance agent safety against public trust, and we need to support Ms. Escobar's amendment. I look forward to working with our colleagues across the aisle to coming towards an effective solution that can get signed into law, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Rutherford, is recognized to address the amendment.
I rise in opposition to this amendment. However, I would like to address the two separate issues here. One is the identification of the individual officer and the agency through whom his authority is derived. Both of those should be clearly presented to the public. I agree completely with that. What I disagree with is the idea that these officers cannot wear masks while performing their duties because many of them may currently be or in the future be working undercover operations, and they don't want their facial identity exposed on national networks. So I oppose. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. I would be glad to join with the gentleman. I agree with him 100%. Picking up of
The gentleman, use the mic, please. Thank you.
Sure. Who I disagreed with violently on her opinions, but when she was put in an unmarked car, that reminded me of Chile and Pinochet and the disappeared people. So if the young lady, if this amendment won't be adopted, identifying the department and/or agency that is affecting the arrest. You and I agree 100%, and I would like to offer perhaps a substitute with you on that issue.
Well, if I could claim back my time, I would be absolutely glad to get with you and work on that. I know you and Pete, we spoke about some options here, and maybe look at some legislation dealing with federal agencies, because I can tell you, state and locals, we already have those requirements. So I'd be glad to work with you on that. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank the ranking members as well. And just a point of clarification, Sheriff, there's nothing in here about masks in this amendment. This is only about identifiers, and I completely agree with you that the organization in which the individual works for and some identifier are required. There's a revised, Sheriff, there's a revised Escobar 2. I'm sorry, here, let me give you. So, I'm sorry, it's a revised, Escobar Aguilar revised 2, Sheriff. So, there's no mention of masks in this option. And what we would say is the identifying entity, the employing agency, and some identifier should be listed on their person. I understand the sensitivity, and I lift up the work that law enforcement does. My brother's in law enforcement in the county in which I live in, and I wouldn't want to put him or his family in any harm or any jeopardy. But they have to, his name is sewn into his uniform. They have to, and local agencies are not touched in this amendment. Local and state entities. What we're saying is, in this case, as Congresswoman Escobar mentioned, there is this law enforcement entity that falls under the jurisdiction of this committee, and they are in our community, they are tackling individuals, they are beating them up, and there is no identifier at all on who they are. And that needs to change. Now, there needs to be, I'll happy to yield to you in 30 seconds, there has to be a better way, and there needs to be a federal solution. Now, as the sheriff said, maybe this is a broader solution that we expand, and maybe this is, I'm sorry to the CJS folks, maybe this is something we can revisit in CJS. Maybe this has to do with federal law enforcement, and this is legislation and language we need to look at. And I'm willing to have those conversations, and I feel comfortable speaking for Congresswoman Escobar that she is as well. But we need a solution. And we need people to be identified, because that one law enforcement individual who does bad hurts everyone. And as a result, in the community, you're also going to get folks who are witnesses of crimes and are victims of crimes who do not come forward because they see this and they know it is un-American and unpatriotic when someone claiming to be a law enforcement officer conducts bad behavior. I'm happy to yield to the sheriff.
What you have to understand as well, though, is there are undercover officers who are always working in a lot of these operations. They're there for intelligence. Yet when an officer may be under assault, he's going to assist that officer. But because he's undercover, he has no identification on him, not even his agency identification. And so if we make some exceptions, like I said, if we get together and make some exceptions.
The last sentence in this, Sheriff, says, provided nothing in this section shall be implemented that may compromise the integrity of an ongoing undercover operation. I still think you got the bad amendment in front of you, and that's on me.
Okay.
But I'm happy to work with the gentleman, and I would tell you we are very sensitive to those undercover operations. But I don't believe that should be an excuse for any law enforcement individuals to not identify themselves when they are part of an operation. With that, Mr. Chairman, I would encourage our colleagues' support and continue good faith efforts to address this either in this bill or in, well, Mr. Zenke, Escobar 2, Aguilar revised is the one. Okay. Well, there should be some on every table, but sure, that's on me. I understand. I understand that. What we're dealing with is a couple sentences that we're asking for. I'm engaging the gentleman in good faith discussions on what a solution can be. There may be other committees as well. I'm happy to just yield back to the ranking member, though. I'll just yield back. I'll just yield back. I'll yield to the ranking member. If that allows, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield to the ranking member. I'm sorry, to the chairman of the committee. To the chairman of the subcommittee.
Is it okay with the chairman if I'm the ranking member for a minute?
I was projecting.
Yeah. Yeah. So just in a way of, I think I can pledge the resources of the committee to get this together and work on it for a floor amendment, which we will support on the floor to work this stuff out. That's one potential. If you don't like it, then I yield back.
So if you all are not confused, you've followed this more carefully than I have. So let me ask a couple of questions, perhaps to you, Mr. Aguilar, or Ms. Escobar, either one of you. Number one is, are we considering the revised amendment here?
Yes, Mr.
Okay.
Chairman.
Number two, and does everybody have a copy of the revised amendment? I'm seeing some head shaking over here. Mr. Molinar does not. I don't know how this got distributed or when.
Mr. Chairman, this may be the inspiration for us to stop using so much paper and maybe have laptops.
The only inspiration I need is inspiration to get out of here at a reasonable time. And you're providing a lot of it, I must say. But I want to make sure everybody has this, number one. So it seems like, does Mr. Molinar have a copy? Okay, so we seem like we're getting that around. Number two, question I have for you, Mr. Chairman. Is this going to be acceptable, or do you want to have a continued discussion and have something that you can either make as a manager's amendment on the floor or whatever? I just want to know if you're going to oppose or support this, and if there's a process to get us to an agreement.
Well, Mr. Chairman, since you asked, I would like the opportunity, since we've had some very good discussion with some folks who have some pretty good background, that we move towards the manager's amendment on the floor thing, so that all the loose ends are tied up and we're ready to go. And then maybe the member from Ohio would be shocked again that we're actually working together on something. But whatever.
Okay, so to the gentlelady, because it is your amendment, I think it's up to you as to whether or not you want to push on with the amendment, knowing the gentleman has some concerns, or whether you want to set the amendment aside, come to an agreement, which it looks to me like you guys are pretty close to doing, and then include it in a manager's amendment. We don't have a lot of time here because the way this has fallen, we're very in the near meeting. Now, we do have one other amendment, and we do have another one that had been agreed upon by the gentlelady from Florida, and gentleman from Nevada, that they worked something out. So we have a little bit of time here. It's really a question, you want to redo this real quick, or if you think you have time, or do you want to go on? And I would ask you, my friend, to be very clear with the gentlelady from Texas whether it's something you could support or not, because I think you have the votes to prevail either way.
So, Mr. Chairman, first of all, thank you for this dialogue. And I want to thank my co-lead as well, Mr. Aguilar. I'm happy to work together for a manager's amendment and to come to some consensus and get this done that way.
Okay, then we will set this aside, and you two can work with that, and at the appropriate time, we can come with a manager's amendment. Both sides can support it in Rules Committee or on the floor, whatever you want to do. So I would ask the gentlelady, do you withdraw your amendment?
Considering this agreement that we're making and the willingness to work together, I withdraw my amendment.
I thank the gentlelady. Now, what's next? We do not have Debbie here. Okay, all right. The gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Escobar, I think still has one more amendment. Is that correct? The gentlelady is recognized for an amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, my last one, I promise, and I ask unanimous consent that the reading of the amendment be dispensed.
I hear promises on this committee all the time. But without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. This last amendment, and I'd like to preface my comments about the amendment by saying, I think we all agree that we want to know who's in the country, the non-citizens who are in the country. We want people, I hear my colleagues say all the time, we want people to, quote, do it the right way. We want, quote, legal immigration. That is a challenge when arrests are being made in courthouses. The reason why we don't want folks to be afraid of showing up to court is because that helps us know who they are, where they are, and be a part of the legal process. When ICE goes into federal courthouses, or courthouses in general, to arrest people, that will dissuade folks from showing up to their court hearings. That works contrary to what we should want in a functioning immigration system. And I know we had the discussion earlier about churches and places of worship. Courthouses are very specific because that's where people go who we want to know who they are and where they are. So my amendment is simple. It would prohibit ICE from their enforcement activities in courthouses. And again, if ICE continues these arrests at courthouses, then we should expect that fewer people will show up for their court hearings. We can expect that more people will fall into the shadows. And that will be because of the way ICE is engaging inside courthouses. So my amendment is very specific to courthouses for the reasons that I've laid out. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from Nevada, Mr. Amadei, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, a courthouse is a courthouse is a courthouse, at or near a courthouse. A lot of rural areas, detention facilities are located adjacent to a courthouse. And so, while I understand the intent, I think the practical effect here is maybe not a sanctuary like the churches thing, but we're creating special areas. And I would associate myself with the remarks, maybe for the first time ever, of my colleague from Texas about, you know, when you, and so I'm just saying, I get it. But I think one size doesn't fit all, and so to put a blanket thing on courthouses in there is probably not a good policy, and it creates issues for different jurisdictions, and especially I'm thinking of the rural ones. Respectfully, I oppose the amendment.
Thank the gentleman. Gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Underwood, is recognized to address the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this amendment because it will help make our country safer. Our immigration system is fundamentally broken. Only Congress can fix it, and we have failed to do so. Without comprehensive immigration reform, immigrants who want to follow the law are left navigating a confusing and opaque bureaucracy. And now the Trump administration is targeting them because they're failing to meet their unrealistic deportation goals. Targeting folks who are trying to follow the law and show up at their court dates is counterproductive to our Homeland Security goals. Congress created this problem, and we need to solve it. This amendment helps make sure our existing immigration laws are enforced and it protects constitutional due process. Again, we are talking about people who are already trying to navigate our complicated immigration system and are complying with the court process, have claims of asylum, or have other legal protections. CBP and ICE, as law enforcement agencies, have a responsibility to ensure equal access to the courts, and thus access to justice is preserved. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. I'm going to ask if there's anybody else that wants to address the amendment, but I want to advise everyone there is an amendment to the second degree on this, so you might want to hold and hear that. I don't know. It's up to you, but if you care to address the main amendment, please let me know. Gentlelady from California? Okay. All right. Seeing none, I know there's an amendment of second degree. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized to present his amendment.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I have the amendment on the desk.
Does the amendment care to dispense with the
No,
reading?
Mr. Chairman, I ask for unanimous consent to the reading of this amendment to be
Without objection, the reading of the second degree amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman's recognized for remarks on his second degree amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As an immigrant myself, I know that our system on the immigration side of things is broken. I think we've talked about this quite a bit today, and we can see evidence of that and how we're making it better. Now, as a father, I also want to make sure that criminals who have no legal right to remain in this country are removed swiftly. Our immigration and customs enforcement officers need to be able to do their jobs. We do not want to prohibit ICE from enforcing the law, especially on individuals convicted of crimes with deportation orders. But we need to also protect those who are showing up to court to have their immigration cases fully adjudicated. My amendment is simple. It urges ICE to use restraint when conducting enforcement activities at courthouses for individuals who are trying to go through their immigration process. I think everyone in this room will agree that we would like to see a higher percentage of individuals showing up to their immigration court cases and court dates. This is one of the main issues that we have in our immigration system, people not showing up to their court dates. Our immigration courts exist for a reason. They allow individuals to have their cases heard, ensures due process, and provide the opportunity for cases to be fully adjudicated by the U.S. government to determine if there is a legal right for individuals to remain in our great country. Additionally, showing up to court ensures the most vulnerable who do qualify for relief in the United States are able to have their cases heard without fear of being deported for simply showing up. We want everyone to be able to show up, but we cannot and should not hamstring our law enforcement agencies. So the main purpose of this amendment is to make sure that we still allow our agents and our government to conduct the activities that are necessary, but with restraint around courthouses for all the reasons that I just mentioned. We want to make sure people have the ability to show up. Having gone through the process myself, I can say that at times it's frustrating. You have a lot of fear, you're nervous, you get a court date, you don't know what's going to happen there. I'm hearing about this from my district as well, of people being afraid now to show up to court. That's something that hadn't happened before. Now, if there are orders and people are have criminal records, and there's a reason for ICE and our government agencies are still going to be able to conduct whatever activity they need to at the courthouse. However, what this does, it strikes the prohibition of actually law enforcement being able to carry their duties. However, it also gives people a peace of mind that when they show up, they're going to be given the benefit of the doubt that they're there to hear their case and actually be able to make a case for themselves and let it go through the process. Once the process is determined, then of course our agents can carry out the orders that they need to. However, the courthouses need to be a place where people can go and go through the process in the way that they need to without fear of just being deported on the spot without further notice. So with that, I yield, sir.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Nevada, Mr. Amadei, is recognized to address the amendment in the second degree.
I support the amendment in the second degree. I yield back.
Gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Underwood, is recognized to address the second degree amendment. Gentleman from Arizona is, first, any other members have? Gentleman from Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the gentleman's amendment. I think that's a big step in the right direction. I just wanted to add one layer to this. When I was a local prosecutor, we had MS-13 in our jurisdiction. And so it obviously was a huge problem with prosecuting criminal cases. One of the things that we ran into from a problematic standpoint was for victims and witnesses. Because when we first started this out, we had people who they were afraid to come to court because they might be arrested, even though they were coming as witnesses, even though they were coming as victims. And in fact, defendants started using that to dissuade them from coming to court. Hey, if you go report that you saw me do X, you're going to get arrested, you'll get deported, and you'll never see your kids again. So I think I really agree with the point you're trying to make there, but if there's a way to add this piece to it as well, because we don't want the court to be a place where folks are afraid to go when they have basic needs for legal services or when they're trying to comply with what, in your instance, the civil immigration system is requiring. In my instance, we needed them to prosecute those cases. I can't send those, the guys who are really the killers and robbers and rapists. If you can't get the witnesses to come to court, you're not going to get them convicted. So if there could be some consideration about adding a layer like that, I would think it would be extremely helpful to reaching some kind of agreement on this issue. And I will yield to the gentleman if he'd like to speak more. Or the sheriff, if you'd like to speak, I'll yield to you.
Listen, there's a visa process that's there to protect them from deportation. It's called a U visa. If they have material information about a felony, they're already protected.
Well, here's the challenge that we ran into with that. Number one was, from a cultural standpoint, the people in the community not understanding that level of nuance. They were just like, well, hey, if you go to court, you might get deported. So we had to work through that piece. The second, though, was the time lag. So you'd have the time it would take to actually get that work through. Sometimes the witnesses would be deported already. I had cases where, we were getting ready to go to trial for a homicide, and guess what? The witness isn't there anymore. He got deported for some other reason before it comes up to trial. So I think that that visa process is helpful, but it might make sense to have something here where we recognize this issue too, because it's a major cultural challenge. Once you establish a sense in a community that court is a dangerous place to go, it's a very hard thing to reverse, and it undermines law enforcement at every level, even when you've got people in the community. And I know there's a lot of talk about all these folks being criminals and all that stuff. They are not. They are hardworking people trying to make it and do good things and send their kids to school. And from my perspective, when I was a prosecutor, they were excellent witnesses. They were excellent victims, from the standpoint of giving their testimony and the like. So making sure that they understand you can come here and have the criminal justice system work for you in this instance doesn't mean we don't want to preempt the whole immigration process or anything. But if we're really worried about keeping our streets safe and using all the tools we can to beat groups like MS-13 on our streets, this is a critical component to it. And I yield back the balance of my time.
I appreciate the gentleman, and just a word going forward, suggestion from the chairman of the subcommittee. This has actually been very helpful. It's been a great discussion. Been very useful. I think some good things have come out of this. Probably would be better in the future, since people have had this bill for a week, if some of that discussion preceded us actually arriving here, and you had more of an opportunity to literally sit down in a more informal setting and work through something. But I don't want to discourage what's happening. I just want to point out it would be a whole lot better going forward if this kind of discussion could happen sooner. So if you can go through it and find the person that you need to partner up with when you've got a concern on this, it would just be helpful. With that, my friend from Minnesota, Ms. McCullum, is recognized to speak on the second-degree amendment.
Possession of another amendment number 1, a court enforcement acknowledges by Mr. Siscomani. It says the court acknowledges the importance of aliens participating in immigration hearings and urges ICE to restrain immigration enforcement activities at courthouses. So does this address, I'm not an attorney, I'm not going to even pretend I'm one, but what Mr. Ivy was talking about is something I know that I have a family member who lines up witnesses, and I've been with her when she's been on the phone talking to people. It's really important. So the courthouse enforcement so that is just for immigration hearings. Is this something, we're working on a manager's amendment. There seems to be consensus on this. I don't know how the subcommittee chair feels about it.
I think the gentlelady's just
how they
made my
member.
previous point.
I think we're almost there. I don't know if we can fix it now or if this is something that everybody can agree on. If the author of the amendment, second degree
Let's go to the
amendment.
author of the amendment.
Would he yield?
Yes, thank you. I thank you both for bringing up that point. That's actually something that I don't think we had fully thought of in that sense for the witnesses. I'm happy to work with you all on that at a later time. We'll move forward with this vote now, but
We can move forward. This is report language. It's not, something that we can't deal with.
oh, you can't. Okay. Oh, okay.
But okay. Well, I'm advised you cannot amend report language
I
on the
understand.
floor.
Okay, so I'll still move forward with the vote today then.
Okay, so gentlelady has the time. Is there either a point you want to make or a question you want to address?
Well, I don't want to, I'd like us to proceed to get something going. If I could ask the chairman of the subcommittee to yield for a question.
I'd prefer that you didn't, but go right ahead.
I'm sorry. And I'd prefer not to even have to be talking about this. So it seems like everybody's agreed that there is important to law enforcement, judges, victims to have their day, prosecutors to move forward. Is this something as you're moving forward that we might be able to address with consensus if all parties can agree to it? Sounds like we have law enforcement, victims, and to figure out how we can make sure we have witnesses show up in a timely fashion.
Is that for report language?
Yes.
Well then, if anybody's got a 6:30 drink date, call them and tell them you're going to be late. So you need to get that squared away since we can't fix it in a manager's amendment on the floor.
Well,
So while we're doing the Debbie Wasserman Schultz Amade are now skipping to the same tune thing, perhaps you guys could have a little report pirouette in the hall or something like that.
Chair Amani, I think you and I are singing the same song, and maybe at some point I owe you a drink, and with that I yield back.
And we plan on fixing your problem in the manager's amendment, so I don't think we forgot about you.
No, you all owe me a drink, actually, Mr.
Well, can we
Gentlemen-
just still move forward with this amendment and vote on this?
Gentleman is recognized to close.
Okay. Well, I again urge support for this amendment. It is a reasonable response to ensure we encourage individuals to show up to court, but do not hamstring our Department of the DHS personnel from removing criminals from our communities. With that, sir, I yield.
Thank the gentleman. The question's now on the second-degree amendment offered by Mr. Siscomani. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the second-degree amendment is adopted. We'll now return to the amendment offered by Ms. Escobar as amended. Do any members care to speak on that? Seeing none, The gentlelady, Ms. Escobar, is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the acknowledgement across the board that courthouses are an important space, that we do not want to create conditions where we're discouraging people from coming to courthouses. I understand the report language, and I was hoping we'd have a chance to kind of work through it before a vote. That's okay. I will continue to work on an amendment. Oh, no?
Will the gentleman, can I ask the gentlewoman to yield for a question?
Well,
Or, because she's a new
actually,
member.
the gentlelady's been recognized to close.
Right, but I think because the gentlelady is a new member and doesn't realize that the report is closed and cannot be amended after it leaves this full
I
committee.
think she does recognize that. That actually has been made, but I'll allow the gentlelady to make a point, but
So the amendment that I'd like to work on is not a report. So you're right, I'm new to this committee. This is the first time I'm arguing amendments, so I'm trying to figure this out as I go. But
Well, I just wanted to clarify that if the gentlelady is making plans to amend this language or this issue down the road, then we just all need to be clear that this report language will go as is, and
Yeah.
it'll be closed off.
Right.
And the report is not dealt with in conference, just the bill language and,
yeah.
yeah.
So-
As far as I know. Okay.
So I will
We're done
not
with the
try to-
report after 5 minutes from now. Okay.
Yeah,
I will-
I'm not
I
going to
yield
try to
back.
amend the report, but I am going to continue to work on an amendment for the floor. Thank you. I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. Questions now on the amendment offered by Ms. Escobar as amended. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no.
Do you want to know?
The chair's looking for a little more clarity, a little more conviction. All those in favor of the amendment as amended, say aye. Aye. All those opposed to the amendment as amended, say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes show more enthusiasm,
This is so
more conviction.
crazy.
So I'm ruling in favor of the ayes, but obviously
This isn't a
anybody
job for the appropriations.
can challenge it.
Authorize.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment as amended is adopted. Okay, we now move to what I think will be our last amendment of the evening before final passage. Let me make a quick announcement before we do that. Dinner is being provided by Mr. Elzey immediately after we're concluded here. So if you've got places to go, that's up to you. But this is Cap Grill, so this isn't your average dinner. It's not cold pizza out there waiting for you.
Oh.
There's a worthy prize for a long day, and you can thank Mr. Elzey for that. So with that, Ms. Wasserman Schultz is recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent that it be considered as read.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentlelady is recognized for remarks on her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a Wasserman Schultz Amadei amendment, and it is an example of what you just described. When given an opportunity to do a little more work together, we can reach a joint conclusion, and one that is positive and moves the issues forward, like the one that was part of my amendment that I introduced earlier. My amendment previously would have said that TPS for Venezuelans that we would not be spending funds in this bill to advance deportation, and would ensure that TPS for Venezuelans, at least for the fiscal year, would not have funds spent on it to terminate that program for them. What the chairman of the subcommittee and I have agreed to is that we've revised his secondary amendment, which now I'm introducing as a main amendment, that would say that the committee acknowledges that TPS for Venezuela should not be used in perpetuity, and it would also, from our revised secondary amendment earlier, direct the secretary to reconsider the termination of TPS for Venezuelans and conduct a more thorough analysis of the situation in the country, and then provide our committee with a briefing on the evaluation of the conditions that led to the termination of TPS in Venezuela. So for me, I'm continuing the fight through legislation, legal advocacy, and by speaking out for TPS holders and by and fighting for Venezuelan democracy. And this is a first step, and I appreciate the chairman working with me on this. The willingness on both sides to seek an accommodation that protects people who followed the law and did it the right way. I hope we can continue to work in a bipartisan manner to communicate our serious concerns to this administration about their treatment of those who have a legal status or a good reason to be protected here, because we do owe it to our constituents to the hard work and find a lasting fair solution for those who seek refuge from oppression and earned temporary lawful status in our country. And I'll just put in a plug for my bipartisan legislation that includes TPS for Venezuela Act and the Venezuelan Adjustment Act, both of which are bipartisan. And again, I thank the gentleman for working with me and for everyone's support, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from Nevada, Mr. Amodei, is recognized to address the amendment.
I support the amendment. I yield back, and please pass on my well wishes to my senior colleague from the Buckeye State.
Don't even go there.
Okay.
Piece of advice. Gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Underwood's recognized to address the amendment.
Well, I'm just so pleased at the spirit of bipartisan cooperation. Look at the way that we're ending the day, colleagues. This is remarkable. I missed it. I'm sorry. I yield back.
What's remarkable is you're going to end the day with capped grilled steak. That's remarkable. Okay, if there's no further debate, the gentlelady from Florida is recognized for 1 minute to close.
Thank you. I just would ask that everyone pray for a free Venezuela, because we absolutely need to make sure that the dictator Maduro, who is illegally serving in the office of president of Venezuela right now because he usurped and overturned a legitimate election, needs to be removed, and the rightful winner should be established as the president, Edmundo Gonzalez, who won the election, and all observers that participated in watching that election acknowledge that. And so the oppression and horror that Venezuelans face in that country certainly warrant continued protection for people who held TPS from Venezuela. And I would urge you all to work with me to make sure that we can keep them safe here in this country until it's possible to return to a democratic, safe Venezuela. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Florida. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Seeing no further amendments, I now recognize Mr. Rogers for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move to favorably report to the House the fiscal year 2026 Homeland Security Appropriations Bill.
Questions now on the motion to favorably report the fiscal year 2026 Homeland Security Appropriations Bill to the House. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Recorded vote has been requested. Sufficient amount of support having been demonstrated. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt, aye. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar, no. Mr. Alford. Mr. Alford, aye. Mr. Amodei. Mr. Amodei, aye. Mrs. Bice. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, no. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, aye. Mr. Case. Mr. Case, no. Mr. Siscomani. Mr. Siscomani, aye. Mr. Klein. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud, aye. Mr. Clyburn. Mr. Clyburn, no. Mr. Clyde. Mr. Clyde, aye. Mr. Cole.
Aye.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar, no. Miss Dean. Miss Dean. Miss Dean, no. Miss DeLauro. Ms. DeLauro, no. Mr. Diaz-Balart? Mr. Diaz-Balart, aye. Mr. Edwards? Mr. Edwards, aye. Mr. Elzey? Mr. Elzey, aye. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar, no. Mr. Espaillat? Mr. Espaillat, no. Mr. Fleischman? Mr. Fleischman, aye. Ms. Frankel? Ms. Frankel, no. Mr. Franklin? Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Gonzalez, aye. Mr. Guest? Mr. Guest, aye. Mr. Harder? Mr. Harder, no. Dr. Harris? Dr. Harris, aye. Mrs. Hinson? Mr. Hoyer? Mr. Hoyer, no. Mr. Ivy? Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce, aye. Ms. Captor? Ms. Captor, no. Mr. LaLota? Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee, no. Ms. Letlow? Ms. Letlow, aye. Mr. Levin? Mr. Levin, no. Ms. Malloy? Ms. Malloy, aye. Ms. McCollum? Ms. McCollum, no. Ms. Ming? Ms. Ming, no. Mr. Molinar? Mr. Molinar, aye. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore, aye. Mr. Morelli? Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. Mervan? Mr. Mervan, no. Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse, aye. Ms. Perez? Ms. Perez, aye. Ms. Pingree? Ms. Pingree? Ms. Pingree, no. Mr. Pocan? Mr. Pocan, no. Mr. Quigley? Mr. Quigley, no. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Reschenthaler, aye. Mr. Rogers?
So members can hear, please.
Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers, aye. Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford, aye. Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson, aye. Mr. Strong? Mr. Strong, aye. Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres, no. Miss Underwood? Miss Underwood, no. Mr. Valadao? Mr. Valadao, aye. Miss Wasserman Schultz? Miss Wasserman Schultz, no. Mrs. Watson Coleman? Mrs. Watson Coleman, no. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack, aye. Mr. Zinke? Mr. Zinke, aye.
Are there any members who wish to record or change their vote? Gentleman from California?
Mr. Calvert, aye.
Gentleman from Virginia?
Mr. Klein, aye.
Gentleman from Florida?
Mr. Franklin, aye.
Gentlelady from Oklahoma?
Mrs. Bice, aye.
Gentlelady from Iowa?
Mrs. Hinson, aye.
That
Mr. LaLota.
gentleman from New York?
Mr. LaLota, aye.
Gentleman from Maryland?
Mr. Ivy, no.
Gentlelady from Pennsylvania? Gentlelady,
You're recorded as a no.
okay. Are there others? We have a lot of people standing around. Mr. Valadao, did you have a chance to vote? Okay. Are there any other members who wish to record or change their vote? Okay. Seeing none, the clerk will tally. On this vote, the ayes are 36, the noes are 27. The motion is agreed to. I ask unanimous consent that the staff be permitted to make technical and conforming changes to the bill and the report just approved. Seeing no objection, 3 days? 3 days. Seeing no objection, so ordered. There being no further business, the committee stands adjourned.